Ένα μέλλον χτισμένο με καθαρή, βιώσιμη και πράσινη ενέργεια. Ενέργεια αόρατη, αέρια και ανανεώσιμη, που θα ταξιδεύει πιο μακριά, αξιόπιστα και αποτελεσματικά. Αυτό το μέλλον οραματιζόμαστε στον ΔΕΣΦΑ και φροντίζουμε από σήμερα να δημιουργούμε τις συνθήκες που θα το κάνουν πραγματικό. Με την τεχνογνωσία των 600 και πλέον εργαζομένων μας και τη δυναμική 1.466 χιλιόμετρων αγωγών υψηλής πίεσης, 55 μετρητικών και ρυθμιστικών σταθμών, 6 κέντρων λειτουργίας και συντήρησης και ενός τερματικού σταθμού υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου. Μέσα από κομβικά έργα ενεργειακών υποδομών, εξασφαλίζουμε εναλλακτικές πηγές προμήθειας και ανοίγουμε νέους ενεργειακούς δρόμους. Διαμορφώνουμε στρατηγικές συνεργασίες που αναπτύσσουν την αλυσίδα αξίας του υδρογόνου, ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας και της ευρύτερης περιοχής και αναδεικνύουν την Ελλάδα σε διεθνή ενεργειακό κόμβο, ενώ διευρύνουμε παράλληλα την τεχνογνωσία μας, παρέχοντας υπηρεσίες σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους τερματικούς σταθμούς υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου παγκοσμίως. Ταυτόχρονα, αναπτύσσουμε την ελληνική αγορά φυσικού αερίου μέσα από τη συμμετοχή και τη συνεργασία μας με το ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο ενέργειας. Στον ΔΕΣΦΑ διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο της ενέργειας. Για σταθερότητα, ανάπτυξη και μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής για όλους. Γιατί στην ενέργεια, όπως και στη ζωή, το μέλλον ξεκινάει τώρα.
DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
We're part of a world on the move. During a moment in time, unlike any other. At PwC, we're embracing new ways of thinking, to see things from new angles, and we're bringing purpose to all we do, working each day to build trust and solve important problems. But we can't look forward without seeing where we've come. We have a story to tell. It's the story of our year. At PwC, we're drawing from the wide range of capabilities our people bring from 149 countries. Our focus on business model reinvention helps companies navigate global shifts and reimagine how they're creating value. We're not afraid to try new things. At PwC, we've seen the power of AI and how it's transforming the way we live and work, opening doors we may not have known were there. We've built award-winning tech alliances with some of the world's biggest innovative companies and continue to expand our own reach, investing nearly $1.5 billion to grow and scale our AI capabilities across our global network. At PwC, we understand the urgent need to take climate action. It's not just about checking a box. There are plenty of opportunities when a business puts sustainability at the top of the agenda. This year, we're proud to be recognized as a global leader in ESG and sustainability. And at the foundation of all business continues to be trust. It's the rock on which a strong business is built. At PwC, we're helping our clients build trust in what matters to their business. From cloud security to sustainability performance, trust remains a key component to strong markets. There have been challenges, but there have also been strides forward in the story of our year. We're excited and optimistic about the future as we write our next chapter.
Ήλιος και άνεμος, η δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΠ. Διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία
και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Se llevó a cabo el fotovoltaicos Mytilineos en Chile.
Mytilineos is expanding its presence in the UK.
Projet d'une capacité totale de 1,4 gigawatts.
Κάτι μεγάλο μπορεί να ξεκινήσει από κάτι ταπεινό. Στις αρχές του περασμένου αιώνα, η Mytilineos ήταν μια μικρή οικογενειακή επιχείρηση με τις δικές της αξίες. Τόλμη, διορατικότητα και εξωστρέφεια. Με τις ίδιες αξίες, η τρίτη γενιά της οικογένειας δημιούργησε έναν διεθνή κολοσσό. 5 χρόνια μετά, με εξαγορές και συγχωνεύσεις, απλοποιήσαμε τις διαδικασίες. Στο αλουμίνιο είδαμε έναν σύμμαχο που μας βοήθησε να μπούμε στον κόσμο της ενέργειας. Ανοίξαμε νέους δρόμους για χιλιάδες σπίτια και επιχειρήσεις. Και αν το αλουμίνιο είναι το διαμάντι του στέμματος, στις φλέβες μας τρέχει το φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε leaders στην πράσινη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Έχουμε τη δύναμη να δημιουργούμε βιώσιμες πόλεις και έξυπνα σπίτια. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει, η αλλαγή είναι η μοναδική μας σταθερά. Και σήμερα η Mytilineos αλλάζει όνομα και γίνεται Metlen. Και με ακόμη περισσότερη δύναμη παραμένει στην πρώτη γραμμή της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και οραματίζεται σταθερά τα επόμενα χρόνια. Metlen, φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Παρακαλώ να περάσουν μέσα και οι φίλοι που είναι στο φουαγέ για να ξεκινήσουμε.
Good morning, dear friends. All of you already in the room, but also to all dear friends who are following us online and will be following us in the next 2 days online. I'd like to welcome you to the 6th Power and Gas Forum organized by Energypress. It is now become an institution, as we say, this forum. This is the 6th time, as I said, that it's being organized, and I'd like to thank the huge response that there has been within the industry, but also other people interested in energy. It is true that we're going through a period where the energy crisis has now become smaller crisis, and the new environment that's being created is clearly one of uncertainty and risk and turbulence and continuous turbulence in the energy markets that create this environment which is not stable and certain. The election of Mr. Trump in the US, as well as the concern that has been expressed and is being expressed on a European level in relation to not so much more about the definition of the energy transition. I believe that this is something that says a lot about the period that we're going through, and one would wonder whether, even on a European level, this might take political dimensions, whether it's, in other words, is going to translate into some kind of a differentiation of the different policies that until now are at the core of European policy. At the same time, I would say that there's a tendency to re-examine, at least by some of the different forces, about the relationship with Russia, together with the constant pressure by the industry when it comes to competitiveness, when it comes to energy cost. That also causes some concerns about the priorities and developments. Of course, there's a question about what the new European Commission is going to do and to what extent, but in any case, all the big issues that we would say are that define the kind of framework of European policy does not seem to be changing radically. As far as our country is concerned, it is clear that our country is becoming an energy hub. It does present with different problems of the various renewables penetration, and also with we can see now that just before Easter, now we're preparing for the potential problems that we might have. There are also a number of decisions that are still pending, regulatory decisions and political decisions when it comes to energy and power and gas markets. And of course, there's always the question of how the market can be fair and competitive and productive for the consumer. Having said that, of course, we know that we're going to touch upon all these things. There are 24 different sections and 75 in total speakers and moderators, distinguished guests who we would like to thank for their participation. And of course, the Deputy Minister, Mr. Tsafos, who is also present here, the Secretaries Generals, the entrepreneurs and people from the industry who are participating and are helping in hosting this event. We would also like to thank the sponsors of this event who always support us and they're more like working conferences and not just some kind of sort of celebratory conference, if you like. So I'd like to thank them, and we'd like to welcome all of you to this two-day forum. And we're now going to move on with the opening interview that we have with Deputy Minister. It's an interview that's going to be conducted by myself and Mr. Giorgos Nidikaki, that most of you know through Energypress. So I just wish a constructive two-day forum. Good morning again from we're here with the Deputy Minister. First of all, welcome. I'm not sure whether you're Mr. Minister. I don't know sure if you're used to your new title. I'm getting used to so many different things in my new job. Thank you very much for the invitation. Giorgo, I'm not sure if you'd like to go first. Good morning from my side. I'd like to start with yesterday's news, which is very important for very different reasons, both geopolitical but also for economy and energy. The interest expressed by Chevron for two blocks for the hydrocarbon at the south and southeast of Crete. I think this is the first announcement that you're making. After this announcement, would you just give us your approach of what it means about strengthening competitiveness because we're talking about two big forces competing within the Greek waters. What that means about geopolitically for Greece. Thank you very much. Good morning. This is my first public interview since I took office, and also since the announcement by Chevron. So allow me, if I can just make an introductory statement before moving on to Chevron. And I'd like to share with you what are the main issues that we've been dealing with in these last 12 days that we're in office at the ministry, because they just give a snapshot of what's happening in the energy sector in our country. First of all, we went to the European Council to talk about the implementation of the proposals that we put on the table when it comes to energy and natural gas, and how these are going to help us avoid the issues that we've had in the past. We've also announced 208 million for various works. We've also seen the European Commission having the Medellin plan, in the plan for strategic raw materials. We've also had the announcement by Chevron that essentially doubles the exploration projects in Greece. We've also seen we also saw the announcement by PPC and the different investment plans that can also be extended to data centers, and at the same time we're talking about how we can avoid a possible potential blackout over the Easter period, which results essentially from the success that we have with the huge penetration of renewables, which at some point they get to a point where they they create a surplus of energy. So I'm just giving you just a snapshot of what we've done in the past 12 years. Of course, those 12 days are a continuation of what's been happening through the previous administration. But when I see this picture, I believe that this is a good picture. I think it just shows something good about the country and where we stand in the energy sector. And of course, the fact that there are news stories and with very strong content. They're not just and I believe that there's some value in it. And I'd now move to your question about Chevron. I believe that there are multiple benefits, and of course we're not going to get to the second question if I just list all of them. But I'd like to highlight a couple of things. First of all, as you know, I come from the natural gas sector. I've worked with many different companies in what we call country entry, of how you enter a particular market. But entering a market requires a lot of work, requires believing in the geological data, believing in the country, believing that the country can actually is worth investing in the long term. So therefore entering a country goes beyond just the trust in the country. And there's a lot of work that's been carried out in order to get to that point. The energy benefits, as you know, the natural gas is still the kind of weak spot of Europe, and it's still a pain point for Europe. And as a continent, we heavily rely on imports. And of course, it is assumed that if we do have available resources, and these resources need to be exploited. There is a big gap in the energy market. Natural gas, even if in the most ambitious plans, something that for the energy transition is something that's going to be needed. And if we can produce that within Greece or within Europe, why not? So therefore, that's a shift of the when it comes to the policy on hydrocarbons. Is that something that signals a shift in the position that we're not longer interested in fossil fuels, and we're just going ahead with an energy transition? I don't believe that when you have Exxon and then you add Chevron, then you're just talking about a turn or a shift. I believe that we're talking about an acceleration here. So therefore, we'd said from the outset that we do not believe we don't believe in an energy transition that is just kind of we blindly go for those particular goals. So both on a national level and on a European level, we believe in a reasonable transition, and regardless of the figures, natural gas is something that will be used. So therefore, I do not see any kind of conflict, and I do not believe there's no deviation what we said in the past. But what we're saying is that since we are using natural gas, we want to see whether we have our own resources for producing that. So I do not believe that there's any change or shift in policy. I asked you about the geopolitical impact, about those the land. About those two plots. The fact that the position of those plots has not been taken into account, and we moved on with those hats. The exact coordinates have not been determined, but are we also going to take into account that Libya respects those boundaries with Greece, and that there's a new player in this hydrocarbon game in Greece? I'd just like a comment on this. Well, obviously, when a company says that I want to kind of invest in a particular area, they recognize the particular characteristics of the area, and we've seen from Libya as well that they have a very similar approach to the area. So therefore, I believe that this is all positive, and I believe that they also upgrade our role, and I think it's a huge leap forward for the country. It does shows a clear decisiveness, but this decisiveness, since it has a geopolitical dimension, is that also going to be the case for the cable connection with Cyprus, where we're talking about not moving on at the speed that's going to create other problems, etc. Listen, I think that we're talking about two distinct issues here. When it comes to the cable, I think that I wouldn't want to say anything. I don't believe that an extensive public dialogue is useful. When we have something to announce, we will announce it. Let's now move on to the energy cost. So, nothing on the cable. Okay. The energy cost is something that's clearly followed by so many different people with a lot of interest, and you've said that as soon as you became minister, you talked about this, but however, there's a question about whether there is any room for this, and what are the measures that we're likely to see, specific measures for the reduction of energy cost. The energy cost is clearly one of the top priorities. This is something that's been mentioned by the minister and by myself. When I think of energy cost, I just think of a triangle. There's the wholesale price, which, as you know, the European architecture is something that is being improved constantly and is going to continue to be improved, and it is something that will remain as our target. But when we look at that wholesale price, what we see is that Greece, at least for the time being, is very much in line with the rest of Europe. It's very much kind of coupled with Romania, Bulgaria, and the rest of the region. So therefore, this is telling us that if we look at the wholesale price, we need to see that, to look at that at the regional level. That's just one angle of this triangle. The second angle is what we would call is the cost of the system. So we have the wholesale, but the time we get to the retail, there are plenty of things in between. Some of this, there's not much we can do about, but and for some of them we can intervene, either in the short term or, give us an example. Yeah, either in the short term or in the long term. So the islands, obviously when we talk about interconnections, then this is a long-term project and it's a huge cost of, and the quicker we move on to the interconnections, the more we can reduce the cost. But we also have losses. We have technical losses, and we can just see whether we can do anything about it. We also have the increases for the final consumer. I'm not going to announce specific measures here, but what I'm saying that when you look at the different lines that constitute the final cost, if we can just tweak each one of them and kind of reduce them slightly, then of course there's a significant cumulative effect on the cost. So therefore that's another way that we approach the cost of power, not just wholesale but also the cost of the system, and see where there's room for having a better result. And the third angle of this triangle that I mentioned earlier, allow me to say, is specific groups of consumers. We've taken specific measures for farmers, for the industry, but also for the vulnerable population. And I believe that this is something, especially the measures for vulnerable people, who needs to be revisited and to see whether there are any extra measures that can be taken. I believe that there's still a lot of very high percentage of energy poverty in the country, and we'd like to see what other political measures can be taken in order to combat this issue. So therefore, within this triangle, I believe that there's still a lot of room for re-examining and revisiting those measures. So, Mr. Minister, you talked about all these issues, but you did not mention, for example, issues of reducing taxes or network fees or third-party fees that are being proposed by the European Commission and is trying to encourage national governments to do. The fact that you're not mentioning them, it just means that they're not even on the table. I believe that the position of the government when it comes to these kind of fiscal measures is clear, that when you cut from somewhere, then you need to counterbalance that somewhere else. So therefore, this is not something that is part of our immediate priorities. As I said, we look at the system cost. The European Commission has given some proposals. There are many countries that have said similar things. For example, they say, okay, you're telling us to cut something from here, but this is going to create another problem elsewhere. We focus on the system cost. Maybe specifically for the industry, which is the production basis of the base of the country. Maybe there's something that you can comment on, and especially as a result of what we've seen in the last few days, that there seems to be a claim that the energy cost of how the energy cost is being determined for the industry. The way the market works is something that we need to look at. This is, as you've seen in different countries, you see that this is something that's been dealt with differently. But if you look at the international analysis, if you look at the redispatch cost, for example, in Germany, we're talking about a few billion. So therefore, we need to be realistic about what we can actually save. So therefore, what I'm saying is that there are certain things that we need to look at. I'm not sure what exactly we're going to be able to do, because the more we introduce renewables, that creates a cost for rebalancing the system, and this is something that we've seen in many different countries. But what I'm telling you is that this is something that needs to be looked at. So therefore, this is something that's something that you will look at. Since you talked about renewables, and then we can move on to the European initiatives that are worth mentioning. Can we just give an outline of the policy that you're going to follow when it comes to renewables? You mentioned earlier that Easter is coming up in a few weeks, and you're trying to see what's going to be with curtailment so that we don't have any unexpected blackouts, etc. We have many curtailments. As soon as we started, we got into the month of March. We have a situation in the market where there are many pending regulatory issues. We have huge requests, and then is that something that sort of creates some kind of concern? I think we're talking about two distinct issues here. One of them is the management of the investment interest, and this is something that I mentioned in a recent meeting that we had, that when we have a network that on an hourly basis consumes 5.5 gigawatts, and when it's very hot it goes up to 7, 8 or 10 or 11, then when we have an investment interest for 50 or 60, or depending on how we measure it, then of course this equation of course is very difficult to manage. So therefore I cannot talk about specific measures, but I'm just giving you a brief outline. At the same time, I believe that this is a European issue. When we say when we talk about how a system is going to work with so many renewables. Models show us that prices are either going to go to zero or very high. Models say that we're going to have either 30-40% demand response, we're going to have interconnections, we're going to have batteries. So therefore, there's a complex of different activities that is we believe is going to meet the requirements of the system, but this is all on paper. So therefore, this is something that we can solve, we have to solve, but we need to do it with the others. So how we can structure a market that was based on very different data and mainly based on fossil fuel, how that is going to work when you have 70 or 80% of renewables. So this is a very complex issue that it will have to be done hand in hand with Europe and to see how we can solve it together. Do you think that you can be a little bit more bold with your policies and kind of stop put a stop at the applications for connection terms, like it's been done in other countries, like for example in Spain for a short period? Is that something that you might consider at some point? Just to kind of pause this process. Yeah, this is with the minister. We've taken office for it, but we're in this new role for less than 2 weeks. So we do not have a fixed position. Obviously, we're kind of listening to the market. We're listening to what. So therefore, I cannot give you an exact framework on how we're going to manage these issues. Now, when it comes to batteries, we have the different, of course, the tender. We have the huge volume of this effort for installing batteries. Are you not concerned about such a high capacity for batteries? We're now going to about 6 gigawatts in total. That instead of helping the system, it can just become a factor for cannibalizing the investment and make them less attractive. I'm going to go back to the basics. In any countries where we've seen too many batteries entering, of course, the first battery is very economical, the second one is less so, and the third one even less, and so on. So therefore, anyone who can exploit this difference, then you can have a higher profit. But of course, the more batteries you have, this goes down, and this is the nature of batteries. So therefore, in part, we do want the system to get to a point where there's not a huge differentiation in price during the day. So therefore, I'm not concerned, since the nature of the investment is to reduce the cost of the price of energy between 2 different time points during the day. How this is going to be done, with what kind of investment framework, who's going to take the risk. This is something that we're going to see later on, but the essence of this is that we have huge gaps and we need to bridge those gaps. And of course, the more batteries we have, the smaller this difference is going to be. This is just a natural course of such an initiative of more batteries entering the system. So therefore, what you're saying is that if the market can say that it can actually use up the 5 or 6 gigas, then it will. Yeah, this is something that we can tell. We'll be able to see in the future, because what you're asking me here, whether there's going to be a cannibalization of the market, this is the number one question by all the people who want to invest in batteries, and they just want to see how that market is going to evolve. So therefore, it's a question that it's not just for us to answer, but it's for everyone to look at how that market is going to evolve and whether it's worth investing in it or not. Yeah, let's just leave the European issues on one side. You said earlier, you talked about the role of natural gas for many years to come. That means that we might have the natural gas units, and they need to be financially viable. And then, of course, are we going to have capacity and flexibility mechanisms for these units? When we have a system just like the Greek system that's going to have many renewables without any other clean energy sources apart from water, at least in the foreseeable future, the role of natural gas is very significant, and of course, in a system where you have more and more renewables, the profitability of natural gas is limited. This is not something that's happened yet, because what we're seeing so far is that natural gas units also play a balancing role on a regional level. So therefore, we need to look at it from a kind of a wider perspective. The fact that a government might look at the balancing of the system and what kind of investment portfolio we require in order to guarantee the stability of the system. Of course, this is a given. And of course, it's also a given that the European Union gives a certain direction that such kind of frameworks need to have like a wider perspective. So therefore, I don't have anything more specific to say. But when we look at the big problems that we will be facing in the future, the issues of energy security and stability, when in an environment where we have a lot of sun and wind with huge variations and fluctuations during the day, of course, an issue that we're going to be looking at is whether we have all the resources required in order to deal with shortages during times where there's not enough sun and wind. Of course, I'm not in a position to tell you what specific measures are going to be taken, but of course, this is still our political priority, the guaranteeing the stability of the system. We talked about the Easter coming up, but we also have summer coming up very soon. Last year, here in the south and southeastern Europe, we had huge problems with the energy crisis in July. What is telling us that we're not going to be seeing similar problems this year, since the kind of underlying factors are still there. So the hydroelectrics are still low in the region. Nobody knows. We haven't added additional thermal capacity in our region. The weather conditions are more or less the same. So therefore, what are your plans to do if the similar happens? And of course, the task force is not going to have enough time to do anything about it. And no, we're mentioning that because you talked about it, and that you talked about the significance of what the European Commission said about establishing a task force that is going to deal with any potential failures. So how is that going to solve such a problem for this year? First of all, I'm just going to give you two different responses. First, this whole discussion about the task force came out of a particular diagnosis of what happened last year, which has the structural elements that you talked about, but also consisted of other things that we observed. We saw a lot of maintenance that countries, especially in Central Europe, were not used to heat waves, and they were kind of undergoing maintenance in the summer months. We also saw interconnections, but at least from our side, these interconnections were not utilized to the max. And also we said that if interconnections reach the 70% of the limits that's been given by the European Union, there will be a much higher capacity. So when the energy crisis started and we started talking about, we saw that there's something going on here. There wasn't a specific mechanism in place that was going to bring all the member states together and discuss any possible actions that could be jointly taken. So therefore, we starting from our diagnosis of what happened yesterday with specific issues that we observed, and there are many things, of course, that we cannot do anything about, but there are smaller things that we can intervene in. So therefore, what we're saying is that there might be some measures that in an emergency can be utilized. For example, during the energy crisis in 2022, we had some countries that increased their interconnection capacity slightly higher than the goal that they had, because they required this interconnection market. This is something that's already been included in the European Commission plan, that maybe as a contingency plan we can see whether we can have a little bit of extra capacity in the cross-border commerce. So when we see Austria having 60% and 60, and Hungary has 940, it's just that extra capacity, the overcapacity can reduce the cost. So the system, so the task force or whatever, can actually see what's going on, and they can just say, okay, give more to Hungary so they can have a positive influence. No, I'm going to put that a little bit differently. No, it's not necessarily going to do that on that same day, but if it happens on 2 consecutive days, they can see that there's some room for intervention. And since you're talking about the task force, at least from what we see is that the task force we're moving on with the task force. But beyond the task force, when we went to Brussels with the minister, there was quite a lot of movement when it comes to how we can avoid the problems that we saw last year, regardless of whether there is a task force or not. So therefore, it's not that we're just sitting with our arms crossed and just not waiting for the task force. There is already a lot of talk about this, and what we're saying is that we cannot get to the summer without having taken some significant measures, at least by showing that we've learned something from last year's energy crisis, and this is something that is understood by Brussels. So regardless of whether there is a task force and what that task force consists of, there is some understanding that everybody knows that certain measures need to be taken in order to avoid last year's problems. Can I just ask the final question? Just like to ask you the following. I saw last night the first political leader in Greece, Mr. Kasselakis. You're probably wondering why I was doing that to myself, but it's part of my job. So he was, Mr. Kasselakis was talking about the installation of a nuclear power station in Greece. And since you have talked about, in a very kind of scientific way and technical way, about the installation of nuclear power stations in Greece, no, there's nothing further to say about nuclear power. I'd just like to kind of reiterate what we've said in the past, that first of all, it is the technology that is moving on very rapidly. There's a lot of interest. There are lots of new technologies. So therefore, with lots of new technologies that are being developed, and this sector my impression is that in 10 years it's going to look very different. So therefore, that in itself has some value in monitoring it and following it and just seeing what other countries are doing. That's one thing. The other thing is that we see that this development has not translated yet into specific projects with a specific budget within the time frame set out by the investors, etc. That's mainly for the kind of bigger reactors, but so therefore we do not see this technology being kind of sort of smoothly utilized. So therefore, you can imagine that a country that does not have an active nuclear program and does not have the kind of the necessary expertise, then when you look at that technology, you just say, okay, this is interesting to follow it. But on the other hand, you say, okay, this is not mature enough. That's all I can say. There's not a lot more that I can add to this. I believe that this just gives you a kind of a brief sort of framework of how we see nuclear power. I'm just going to make one last attempt to ask about the cable, since you didn't answer earlier. I'm not asking about when it's going to happen, but I'm just asking if we resume this project, what are we doing to avoid the previous problem? I'm not talking about specific issues. I'm just talking about what is it that guarantees that if we resume the project that we're not going to have the same problems that we had a few months ago. And I'm just going to answer again that we do not want to have a public dialogue on this. Mr. Minister, I don't know if you want to make a statement based on what we've said or anything that has not been covered. If you want to make one final statement or final comment. No, I just primarily want to thank everyone who's here, who's participating in this forum. Both the Minister and myself are very new in jobs, and therefore we're going to have more answers in due course. And therefore, of course, we do want to have a very good relationship with the market. I know that there are some important problems, and our intention is to move on to specific measures and decisions as quickly as possible, and therefore look forward to a very good collaboration with the industry. And I'd just like to conclude by saying that there is a lot of good things happening in Greece. Like I said earlier, I know that there are problems, but if we look back at what's been happening in the past 6 years, I believe that the whole sector has changed significantly, and we're very enthusiastic in our new jobs, myself and the Minister, in moving the energy sector forward in Greece. I'd just like you to know that you're going to be, I believe that everybody's in support of your projects and your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Λοιπόν, να ευχαριστήσουμε και από εδώ τον νέο υφυπουργό.
Would like to thank again the new Deputy Minister for Energy and the Environment, Mr. Nikos Tsafos. We would like to move on to the scheduled speech of Theodoros Tsakiris, who is Professor of Energy Policy and Geopolitics at the University of Nicosia. Mr. Tsakiris, thank you for being here. You have the floor.
Καλησπέρα σας, σας ευχαριστώ.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I would like to thank you for the invitation as well to this event that is a very important one in the Greek market. In my intervention, I was asked to talk about the new paradigm of the second Trump administration in energy policy and the way this can influence the Greek and the European politics. What I would like to start with is by noting that although there is there's an idea that Trump is shifting away from his predecessor some hours after taking on office, for example, by stepping down from the Climate Paris Agreement and to take a series of measures to freeze the actions of his predecessor in terms of energy policy. I would like to showcase in an evidence-based way that this shift is less traumatic than postulated. The US politics after the revolution in the Middle East in the last decade has a potential that showcases a remarkable consistency based on the great autonomy of the states in terms of exploration, exploitation of hydrocarbons, and especially in those states when it comes to hydrocarbon production, they have state majorities, such as the states in the so-called Gulf of America, the previously Gulf of Mexico, and were profiting from the industry in the US. Some of the heads of the industry, of the limestone industry, are staffing critical roles within the administration. The Minister of Interior, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of Energy. This is very important because these are the people that will pave the way for the new policy. Looking at the facts, we can understand that because of the very competitive character of the US economy, one might understand that in both in crude oil and in liquids production, as BP designates that, shale oil, sands, tight oil, condensates, and even derivatives of natural gas, namely natural gas liquids, are increasing throughout the transaction phases with the Trump administration. During the last year of Obama administration had 10 million BCM. During the first year of the Trump administration, we had 12.3 barrels of total liquids production compared to 8.8 crude oil. During the first Biden administration year, we had a production of 16.5 BCM and 11.5 million crude oil barrels, and just 1 year before Trump takes office, you have 19.35 million barrels of liquid oil, of which 13 million are crude oil. And this is also a record high figure. Another country that has reached this record high does not exist anymore. That was the Soviet Union in the 90s, that never exceeded 13 million barrels. The US, at the same time, have become a very significant crude oil exporter. This might not be understandable, widely understandable. According to the BP statistics as published by the American Petroleum Institute and processed by the Energy Institute based in London, that has succeeded, is the successor to BP in petroleum data analysis, has reached 3.7 million barrels of exports compared to 6.5 million imports, mainly and primarily from Canada. This is just to give you an idea of the changes, of the shift that has been done. Although the US remains a crude oil importer, this percentage compared to the total percentage is just 18%, which is unprecedented since the 1950s. This is the first characteristic. The Trump administration, as a bottom line, is not talking about energy independence of the US, which is the strategic approach of all presidents over the last years. But instead of that, and if you look into the Trump decrees, one can understand that he's talking about energy dominance. This dominance focuses on maximizing internal production and maximizing exports. In this direction, export maximization and production maximization means a mean production increase of 3 billion barrels of equivalents up to the end of his administration. Most of that production will be natural gas production. Let's look at what happens in the natural gas business. The natural gas export policy, even under Biden and Trump, was a consistent one in terms of the liquefied capacity. The US exported last year 123 BCM. To put that into perspective, in 2016, the LNG US companies have reached 4 BCM, and from 4 BCM it went up to 123 last year. We realized that the second phase of the exports, relating to 17 new projects, be it new terminals or increase in the liquefaction capacity, it reaches a total export capacity up to the mid-30s, 2030s of 323 BCMs or equivalent species. If this runs at 80%, we're talking about 260 billion cubic meters of production. It is double the production. This was backed both under the first Trump administration. The Biden administration had never been a matter of conflict for the presidential election. What was a matter of an issue of conflict? It is the first phase that will succeed the second phase up to the 40s, 2040. Namely, 12 new terminals, which Biden freezed based on a moratorium in January 2024, and this led to the fury of Chevron's CEO, who was also leading the Biden energy policies. Biden was supporting minimizing the impact on the environment that can reach up to 500 million BCM until 2050. And therefore, he decided at that very point to introduce a moratorium. And that was the only point of conflict between the two. We all know how it ended up, how it played out, and how the hydrocarbon industry backed Trump during the presidential election race. In December 2024, the study that Biden referenced in order to introduce this moratorium was published. And the findings of this study, the primary findings are, firstly, that the total impact will be 0.71 million CO2 tons up to 2030, and the impact on the household industrial consumption will mean an increase of 3% in as an impact. And this is, of course, not a huge problem. When Trump takes over, he cancels the moratorium of the Ministry of Energy, and the regulatory authority authorizes all projects on the second and third phase. Even if just two projects are implemented, Kalkiseo Passy 2 and the Alaska project is a top priority project that is also mentioned during the first day in office when he signs the new decrees. The perspective of implementing these projects, and in conjunction with Qatar, the US will have an oligopoly on the LNG market, because the LNG market capacity will exceed natural gas within the next 20 years. It will rise to 67 up to 70% of the total natural gas commerce. And you can understand what that might mean in a dynamic LNG market that will be even more globalized in the future. And this, of course, means huge challenges for the European market and the potential reserves that will be explored over the next 10 years and will be exploited. Another important issue linked to how the US politics is influenced by the market and has been documented even before Trump took office is how digitization of the economy and the energy mix does not go hand in hand with its decarbonization right now. Even before Trump, large IT corporations are doing business investing in SMR or in natural gas. Even before the Trump administration took office, based on studies published also in the Financial Times, document the increase of natural gas demand by 20% over the next 5 years. 80 new CCGT plants will be introduced in the US, and 46 gigawatts will be put in place. And the new German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is also talking now about the increasing natural gas production demands in Europe. In the LNG segment, the US are implementing a policy of being the protagonist in a monopoly and oligopoly over the next 10 to 15 years. And last but not least, in terms of renewables, it goes without saying that the Trump administration moves show a different prioritization, and this is demonstrated by freezing the renewable projects in the federal districts, and this has also affected offshore renewable project companies in Europe as well. Unless so, in terms of electric vehicles, considering that he has freezed the state aid. Although aid for electricity vehicles is provided at the state level, not at the federal level. Despite what Trump says, we should take account of the 80% of loans being granted that are flowing into districts where Republicans are elected and not Democrats. Within this framework, we'd like to stress how Trump thinks that critical raw metals are considered extremely important. And you can also understand how he's trying to introduce new mines. It takes 18 years to introduce a new mine. Imagine how long this process is. Last but not least, thanking you, Mr. Panagopoulos, and the Energypress team for the invitation. Let me give you 3 remarks about how this might affect Greece. The US oil companies will play a critical role in the Trump administration. This is self-evident. Making use of the lacking intention to challenge Exxon and its rights at the southern Crete Sea, extending this cooperation in the southern eastern region of Crete. This is very important. We're also in the lookout for partners that would allow us to update the Greek-US cooperation. The top 2 US companies, Chevron and Exxon, can be a multiplier. Concessions, the 2 concessions, along with Greece, are the factors of the geopolitical or energy diplomacy that can secure the Greek rights, and even so more after the the unlawful Turkish-Libyan memorandum of 2019. It is very important to draw interest from the US also for other projects, such as the TSI. The previous Energy Ministry administration had been taking steps in that direction. DFC, not just the potential interest for the cable and the whole US external aid process is being reconsidered. The US companies and the US can be very helpful in Greece's effort to grow its own potential in terms of critical raw materials, considering that reducing dependence, since complete independence is impossible from China, is very critical and should take place as soon as possible to reduce dependence over the next 10 years. the US administration, the US corporations can help into that within a context of cooperation with Greece. Thank you.
Καλημέρα ξανά.
Good morning again. My name is Yorgos Fidikakis, and I have the honor of moderating the first panel of this year's Energy and Power and Gas Forum under the title Energy Transition versus Enhancement of Competitiveness. And this, of course, gives an outline of how we can reduce energy cost as food for thought for our discussion. I would like to note that just 1 month after Commission's announcements on affordable energy and clean industrial deal for the energy, I myself at least have not experienced and have not identified any energy cost reduction measures. I would like to welcome our guests, the professor at the Polytechnic University of Athens, Mr. Kapros, Ms. Katerina Karali, the president of SIE. I would also like to welcome Antonis Kondoleon, who is the president of Eviken, as well as Elena Giannakopoulou, who is the General Manager of Strategy at the PPC Group. Mr. Professor, based on the good insight you have into the challenges and the market, do you think that Brussels has received the message? Are they on track with the developments? Well, thank you for your question. Thank you for the invitation as well. I think I can use 3 slides that try to address this question from 3 perspectives. I think we need to go back to the question of whether we need to keep working into the direction of the green transition, and whether it generates an unbearable cost for the consumers and the state, or the question, the issue of whether we need to go back to lignite, whether we need to set a cap into the RES uptake, and whether we need to move away from new technologies that are not mature enough. The green transition has been part of the political and entrepreneurial agenda. As long as it stayed an academic issue, it was an easy task. Since it has been incorporated into the political and the agenda of the companies, it has generated reactions in politics and in corporate issues, reactions, and, well, the issues on the table. What is with the energy transition? Let me just provide some short answers. In terms of renewable energies versus electrification. Renewables combined with storage is the cheapest technology. I had my friend from the Hellenic Wind Energy Association stating that it is sort of deterministic that this transition takes place. Are guaranteed renewable revenues state aid? No, not at all. Do renewables need guaranteed financing schemes? Of course, because this is the only way also for storage. This situation where the Greek government, and I say that openly, that storage will be merchant-based, this is wrong. It will not happen. Many renewables will also fall short of keeping with the schedule. We have studied that already, and we believe that if a concise project for supporting this portfolio is not put in place, based on guarantees and not state aid, such a scheme will not work and will have a tremendous effect on investments. Electrification of transport and heating is competitive in terms of prices and goes hand in hand with the renewables. Electrification, renewables, and storage are here to stay. The 2030 targets are tied to an economic profit as well, benefit. There is also an issue of technology competition worldwide. Even if the climate crisis was not there, we would have to invent it in order to make the shift. In a business where China is leading the way, is not trying to cope with it, we should not move away from the effort, from the technological struggle to move ahead. When one does not invest in the domestic market, in the supply chain and in technology at a large scale, we are not able to move forward in terms of the industry, and we'll lose the train of competition. What are the current issues, with current considerations of Europe and current considerations that Greece also has? We have maritime business, where a profound economic solution is not available. This is an open-ended question. We have a competitiveness problem of the heavy energy industry, and we do not have an answer to that. Any targets of decarbonization should be linked to an effort of making technologies mature, technologies that are not mature yet. This competition has not started yet at an industrial level, and I'm talking about hydrogen, about synthetic hydrogen, hydrocarbons, biomethane, and other aspects. Let me move on to the second question, the industrial perspective of the Green Deal. I think we have one of the most important policy deficits at the EU level. The Industrial Green Deal must address a complex of industrial infrastructure issues. We have the competitiveness problem in the energy costly industry, but one of the issues why this costly energy industry can survive within the European Union and domestically is its vertical integration with its clients, with its off-takers, and the new technologies that are very important for the green transition. This complex, this cluster, is what China does now and can give impetus to both of them, to the vertical integration of the supply chains in the economy and direct access to renewables and cheap energy, raw materials, of course, and this closes the loop of innovation and growth. And we do not have any convincing answers yet. These two elements of the industrial policy are based on the electricity market. And I think that 2025 should be a year of reforms for Greece. In many of the events organized by Energypress, successfully organized, I have touched upon those issues. Direct access to low-cost renewables, storage, and flexibility and capacity mechanisms. I think I have already talked about in the previous event the CFDs, the general implementation of JFT, a pull for access to renewables and incentives, as well as integration of storage across all production levels. CFT based on the capacity without curtailment and flexibility and capacity mechanism with a clawback. I think this is the package that can resolve the issue of high prices, addresses any new crisis that might arise, perhaps not that acute as before, and secure the investor safety. Thank you. We will get back to you later. Now, Ms. Karali, as President of SIE, what do you think are the most essential measures based on the European Commission's announcements? Thank you. I would like to thank Mr. Panagouli and the organizers for the invitation to be here representing the Hellenic Association of Independent Power Producers, HAEP, that has 15 years of operation. More than 2 billion have been invested by our members in 8 modern plants. Our association has been faced with many challenges in the operation of the electricity market. We want to achieve the post-carbon market after 2050. How we get there is very important. We need to ensure the competitiveness of all market segments, better prices for the industry and the end consumer. Professor Kapros has laid the framework of what we have experienced based on the Clean Industrial Deal and the associated activities. And these, except for perhaps for decreasing taxation on electricity bills, do not provide tacit measures for member states. They kick the can down the road. And you might need to consider where costs in electricity and natural gas can be reduced. These measures, they call for deindustrialization. What we are faced with is the issue of the necessity to reduce costs on the electricity bill and tax on 5% down to 5%. The Greek state might be able to step in here, since the special duty, 185 million a year, could be reduced, excessively reduced. Allow me to intervene here. Cutting taxes is actually a redistribution, right? One pays here, and what this has to be drawn from someone else. Take from Peter to give to Paul, in a way. Let's move on to the energy policy cost. There is a recommendation there as well, the cost being paid through the electricity bills be shifted to the state budget. In terms of, in budget terms, this is very difficult. I don't know whether we can assess that as a country here in Greece in terms of the excise duty. I think we need to look into that. The second issue that needs to be addressed are natural gas markets. Within the first within 2025, the task force will check the energy exchanges, the natural gas commodity and the electricity commodities, to look into whether the market runs well, and look into products in terms of LNG and concentrated markets. Special attention should be paid in order to prevent overregulation of natural gas markets, in markets where competition will not work and the question of reducing prices will not be achieved. And then there's the issue of the grids. The Commission has been talking about expanding the grids and the networks. There is a discussion, there is a suggestion put on the table to reduce the duties for using networks in order to prevent the huge increase in the cost through the flexible use of networks, namely an optimization of the way these networks are being used in order to ensure that costs for the consumers stay low. The electricity market will be subject to an electricity union task force, which is tasked with elaborating and bringing forward proposals on the transformation of the electricity market, and a Bible on the deeper electricity market integration will be issued. We are expecting changes, considerable changes over the next 5 years. And this is a chance for Greece to make use of those changes in the best possible way, looking into its own economy and industry. And perhaps it's high time we started the discussion about the optimal handling of electrical resources such as electricity production resources such as water in order for electricity production to become more competitive and be able to pass the value down to the end consumer. This is very important, especially the last point you raised, and I think we're going to talk about it. Mr. Kontoleon, what's your take on the about the policy of the European Commission?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It is particularly important that all of us here, that we're kind of part of the energy world, being here, exchanging our views. As you can see, I've chosen the title for today's presentation that the European industry is without a competitive compass. First of all, I totally agree with what Mr. Professor Kapros already mentioned. Just very briefly, I can just say that many of the things have already been mentioned. We were not happy with the wording of the Clean Industrial Deal, let alone the affordable energy. We can see that the European Commission remains in the narrative of clean energy, and they just talk about the cost of inaction is higher than the cost of action. They claim that they talk about their curtailments and renewables, but they just say this is a two-factor game, and we cannot have more renewables without demand going up, and the electrification that we have talked about cannot move forward while there's so much uncertainty about the cost. What's positive about what we've seen in the new electric market, there needs to be a non-fossil. There need to be priorities given to non-fossil flexibility, just like there has been in France. I'm moving on very forward.
Δεν προχωράει. Προχώρησε. Ωραία. Λοιπόν, βλέπουμε εδώ ότι...
We can see here that the European Commission looks at the funding of PPAs with flexibility terms, and I'm going to explain what this means. That when we have a PPA with just one PV, they can just give us about 20% of the load, and that the idea is that they should be matched to the consumption, so whatever is being produced by PV, it should be consumed at the same time. If, of course, there are batteries, then of course that can go up. So, of course, the percentage that's being mentioned by the European Commission in the last texts, that's not achievable. Of course, self-consumption has an additional advantage of not being burdened by uplifts. The behind-the-meter batteries are too expensive for us now, and for those to be adopted by the industry, they need to be subsidized 100%. For us, standalone batteries, they're not non-fossil, they're fossil. And also another thing, because we see that the European Commission talks about making the flexible industrial loads, but we'd just like to so there's not an energy-heavy consumer. So therefore, there's always a little bit of a concern about what gross pool is in Greece. All energy goes through the market. Why is that a problem? PPAs that we currently have cannot certify, we as an industry cannot certify that green energy is being consumed. And this takes me to what has been repeatedly mentioned by the professor, that the cost, in order for the cost of renewables to be passed on to the consumer, that needs to be through the spot market. Just one positive thing that we've seen in the affordable energy is the tripartite contract for affordable energy. Whether there are any practices and solutions in other countries. If we move on to Italy, this is something that is certainly a demand by the Greek industry. It's something that is being implemented in Italy, where there is a CND that it's with all the renewables that comes downstream, and it gives PPAs to the industry, which, if anyone looks carefully into the diagram, these are based on the 65 megawatt hours for 3 years, which is, of course, the result of a big industry that we have in Italy. And of course, this is what's very cleverly is being done by our friends in Italy, that what they have to give back is to create double the capacity of renewables and return the energy that they've already taken within 20 years at the same price. Another example is in Belgium. I'm just going to talk briefly about it. Where we have in Belgium, we have nuclear and offshore that they're just going towards PPA, but also towards forward contracts. Maybe that is a solution. However, what we definitely need in Greece is that we need to adopt the Italian model. In France, this has already happened with RN for decades, where they take nuclear power up to the end of 25 at 42, and there's a huge debate whether the 42 is going to go up based on nuclears or not. Of course, the question here is that the Greek industry, how can it be competitive against the Italians in any industry, whether they were talking about the steel industry or the energy industry. It's the Italians that are a big player, and it's very difficult for us to be competitive unless, of course, the Greek government adopts a very similar scheme to that of Italy. The question is off the mic, and it cannot be translated. I was just saying, Ms. Giannakopoulou, it's just like your approach, your angle on the new European Commission policies, but I'd just like you to combine with this new chapter, which, from what I understand, comes out of the results of the PPC for 2024. This is something very recent, yesterday's announcement, but primarily by the direction that you're giving for the future, by saying that we're not what we've always traditionally been, that we investing in renewables, but we want to become a power deck in our region. So how is that, does that narrative, how is it combined with the policies that we've been discussing here? First of all, good morning and thank you for the invitation. I would like to start with two facts. One of them has already been mentioned by Mr. Kapros, which is about PVs and wind turbines today being the cheapest way of producing 1 unit of electricity. This is a given. This, of course, in this battle, we're kind of having the batteries with costs coming down, and this becoming more and more competitive without the support of any financial support. That's regardless of whether anyone believes in climate change or not. It has to do with technological development and how the cost of such technologies evolve. At the same time, what's also given is the gas prices in Europe is 4 times higher than gas prices in the US. And this is because today in Europe we do not have access to affordable gas. What Europe has is a very good wind capacity in the north, a very good sun capacity in the south. We have some hydroelectrics and nuclears, but what Europe does have is very good domestic capacity that can be exploited through wind and sun power, solar power. So therefore, it's not a case of targets, but it's also about energy safety. So therefore, investing in networks and cross-border commerce, this is the way that Europe can utilize and the resources within the continent, the European continent, in order to offer competitiveness for consumers. So in this context, we've based our strategic plan and the PPC that we've communicated in the past 5 years, and also based on yesterday's announcement that renewables is a very strong pillar of our activity. Based on that, we exploit the solar and wind capacity, of course, with the right geographic distribution, because that's in combination of all these factors we can have the right results. And of course, if we have the right networks, we can just have power moving from where it's being produced cheaply to where it's being consumed. We've already communicated our investment plan for the next 3 years that's going to be focusing primarily in renewables, but another important factor is flexible capacity. Of course, renewables have certain limitations, and therefore it's important to have a certain degree of flexibility through pumped storage and batteries and natural gas. So therefore there is a role for natural gas to be played here. That's the basis of yesterday's communication. And another issue is the change in Ptolemaida. Yeah, we can see how the importance of natural gas and for the PPC when it's repurposing Ptolemaida. It's how we're moving from coal to natural gas. No, there is a reason for natural gas. No, I'm not talking about any we're talking about base load plants. There is a need in the whole southeastern Europe. There is because countries are not just kind of isolated islands, and not so there's a similar problem in Bulgaria and Romania. So when we're talking about competitiveness and all the different packets that accompany that, we do have a good basis. We all have a common understanding of what the pain points and the problems are. However, what we want to see in the immediate future is how all this translates into specific actions, because we've already started with the new European Commission's term in office, and therefore there are many limitations about what we can do through cross-border commerce, and therefore investing in networks is very important. That needs to be done very quickly, and we cannot afford to now wait for 7, 8, 10 or 12 years in order for them to be implemented and move on to the unification of the market. Okay, we've had one first round of questions. Many things have been put on the table. Mr. Kapros, I'd like to move back to you. You highlighted the issue of what others are doing with introducing innovation and this vertical approach. You posed the questions about the industry, and I was thinking while I was listening to you about something that's very much in the news in Europe, about rearming Europe and about the defense industry. And I was thinking that the similar issues are also faced in that project. So metals, innovation, from where? Low-cost energy, from where is that coming from? So therefore, maybe since the issue that we're talking about here affects everything, any kind of initiative in Europe, just like the defense maybe this is the reason why that we're going to see a slowdown by the European Commission concerning policies. So, for example, the adoption of 90% of reductions by 2040 that's been delayed. Maybe that's the reason why that's being slowed down. Maybe that's just the primary concern. I know that I've introduced too many issues here. No, there are two different things. I'd just like to save some time. We're talking about two big issues here. One of them is that finally, at least we've had the agenda. The agenda has been opened when it comes to industrial policy. The domestic market is the European Union. The size, the scale is of particular importance. So when we have in our domestic market, we have a high scale, we have these new technologies that Europe lost. PVs and batteries, for example, and now is trying to take them back because they didn't really take the right actions in order to keep them within its territory. At least now there is such an agenda, and at the same time this requires the help of the heavy industry that produces all the kind of raw materials and the products that are being used in all these new technologies. But also the defense industry is very similar in nature because it requires similar technologies and materials. So therefore we're talking about a more complex and of a high scale issue. But allow me to say here that when it comes to Greece requires its own industrial policy so that on a much lower scale it can maintain this added value in this value chain within its economy. What would be that for Greece? Well, that's a very complex issue. First of all, it comes down to cost. It also talks about, it has to do with human resources, with startup enterprises, but also about the international participation of Greece in various contracts and partnerships. This is an issue that's been an issue for many governments for many years, and I'm not certain that we're now in a position that we have a convincing industrial policy which is based on the energy cost. But I'd like to point out something else. This idea of economy of scale, so the optimal result, that means that we need vertical groups. So the competitive is between vertically integrated groups. That this is the only way that we can have new innovations and products at a lower cost. Of course, the danger is oligopoly, and of course anything but the fragmentation of a manufacturing economy that would result in a much lower degree of utilization of innovative products and services. And that's why this transformation is very, very impressive. And I'm really hoping that the market is going to be transformed in such a way that there's going to be another one or more, because there's no room for more, vertically integrated groups which are going to help with electrification, with the storage, with the production, and through that can make that a reality. Ms. Karali, what do you think? I would also like a comment. I think you mentioned earlier, you talked about the CRM that's being... Yes, no... And I will connect it to the PPAs that are being requested by the industry. I agree that we are at the crossroads and we need to see how we will support our economy, our own domestic industry, and within that framework, such mechanism that concerns all energy sources and not just renewables, and not the ones just excluded by the European mechanism. This is necessary because this is the only tool based on the rationale of the energy markets. It's the only way that can protect us from the different fluctuations of prices when we have spikes. But when we have the clawback, which is nothing more than just a commitment of the producers that receive the compensation capacity, that when markets go beyond a certain band, a certain limit, then the revenue is going to go back to them. So therefore, if this is something that we had back last year when we had those spikes in July and August, that will have given money back to the market. This tool, apart from protecting from those spikes, it also gives a forecast and a horizon for suppliers in order to create the right tools and to create products and offer a product at a lower price and a more stable product. And this is where the PPAs come in, which is not covered by the European Commission's proposal, by the guarantees by the European Investment Bank. But the problem is the profile of the producers, and energy companies will play a role here because they all agree that the solution to the problem is not to limit industrial production. The bet here is to have an increased industrial production within the European Union, but under terms of increased energy efficiency, but also good management, risk management, and this is where these capacity mechanisms are going to help, so that we can be within the right framework for the European Union. Can we please move back to my presentation? What we saw during the winter, my general comment, Yorgos, is that in the Greek market, which I'm going to say again, there is an oligopoly, and in this context, the Greek economy cannot survive. And fortunately, we have this automatic transfer of cost from wholesale to retail, which is what's happening with the Greek tariffs, which means that what's happening with all the producers, and especially the vertically integrated ones, they can make increases just like it happened, and when the right conditions allow it, then we can have reductions, etc., etc. So therefore, while we still have that in the market is not going to be competitive enough. And now, looking at what happened in November we had an increase of the use of natural gas 115%, when there was an increase of 6.75 in demand. Then there was 77.7, then it was 60.77, while there was a reduction in where we had an increase of only 11.7% of demand. So that means that we had an increase in the natural gas that went for exports. That means that during the winter we had exports. Now moving, if we can just be brief, please. Anyway, I can't find the right slide, but it's not important. But what we be seeing since July 2024 is that while you can see the lower bars, there was a there's been an analysis of why the three goes up. There is an over-declaration, a systematic over-declaration since July 2023. You can see that it's been tripled since then, which has been caused by the over-declaration of the load by the suppliers. So therefore, we're just asking by all the different authorities to investigate this and to see if there is a strategy and take into account the profits that have been taken by the vertically integrated players in the wholesale market. Just one final comment from you, Mrs. Giannakopoulou, if you can just make a brief comment on what Ms. Karali said, that we need to kind of look at the more competitive management of water in the energy sector. I'm just going to go one step back and just look at it more holistically and just say that the more we introduce cheaper renewables in the system, renewable energy source in the system, then we can reduce the variability and the dependence on natural gas, and we'll be able to see a downward trend of energy prices. Of course, we believe that this is something that we're going to see more of in the future. And thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone who's been with us. I wish we had more time because there are many unanswered questions, but that's how it goes. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Γιώργο Φεντικάκη.
Would like to thank Yorgos Fidikakis and his guests, Pantelis Kapros, Katerina Karali, Antonis Kontoleon and Elena Giannakopoulou. Let's move on to the next panel that will be moderated by Professor Mr. Metak Sas, who is the president of the Hellenic Energy Regulation Institute, together with his speakers and his guests, Mr. Evaliotis Papakonstantinou, Dimitriou Stamtsis, Aslanoglu and Lada Kakos. You have 60 minutes time at your disposal, and let's keep it within that time frame. Thank you.
Ακούγεται? Εντάξει. Καλημέρα και...
Good morning. Let's keep it short. Looking at the time. And considering the title of this panel, I don't know if there is anything left outside. I mean, we have a strategic planning of the Hellenic, of the Greek energy market and the role of the natural gas, renewables, uptake, storage, and flexibility and capacity mechanisms. I just arrived from Germany. I was invited to an energy conference, and they're more or less talking about the same issues, of course, the approaches and the ways the Germans tackle issues of the industry energy cost support. This is a top priority there, but at least in terms of the agenda, the issues of the energy challenges are cutting across the European Union, so they are common across the countries. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor. Well, thank you. I think this is a very generic title, the title of our panel. I will try to keep it short. We have already described the Greek government's policy on the new energy and climate plan that was published in 2024. The NECP of 2024 builds on the green transition policy of the European Commission, but also is in alignment with the new credo supported by the European Commission and the Trump administration, namely energy safety. Across all panels, energy safety will be a buzzword. And this is in line with our strategy because the energy safety of our country is implemented through renewables, primarily through renewables, since we, Greece, have a large volume of wind, we have sun, so we have a competitive advantage. Renewables are the cheapest energy carrier right now, and therefore we can implement this new credo of energy safety. Our strategic plan sets out that up till 2030 we will accelerate renewable implementation. Despite the problems, investments arrive and more investments are to come, which of course are part of the internal market. Electrification is lagging behind. E-mobility is not efficient enough. We do not have industrial activities that can support and boost electrification. Nevertheless, we do have exports. If there is a hope to consume this energy, this electricity produced, then exports is key. We need to put interconnections with our islands to the focus. This will expand the capacity up to 20%. And I'm also referring to external interconnections with Cyprus and other countries, and perhaps also the large access to Austria underneath the Adriatic Sea. And this whole story matches an ambition Greece has to be a front runner on many fronts, namely natural gas, first and foremost, because Europe's independence from Russian natural gas means an opportunity for Greece to become a hub, an LNG hub in the broader region, and this is possible through the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, a potential FSRU in Corinth, and the vertical corridor designed through and up to Ukraine. This will make us a player for natural gas and renewables. Renewables are and might be the interim medium for the green transition. Within this context, a concession took place. Chevron is the potential contractor for plots in Ionian and the Ionian Sea and south of Crete. ExxonMobil and Chevron are the potential concessionaires. This does not mean that we will become players in the natural gas business, because exploration and if they turn out to be successful, will bear fruit after 2035. Up to 2035, we have a lot of challenges to face. Our ambitions are mostly self-competing. And what I mean by that, a central priority of every government, not just our government, is to bring the energy costs down. Namely, help consumers experience cheaper prices, and on the other hand, help the industry to set foot and to develop. This is not an easy target. You cannot combine that. If that was easy, of course, we would be able to do that, as Evigen said, in advance. And this is a balance that needs to be struck, which means costs for the off-takers. Otherwise, the RES account needs to be burdened, which already bears the burden from older technologies and older projects. We try to see what we can do until 2035, when the RES account will have more room. We are using the industrial PPAs as a means, and storage is another issue. The ministry just completed a ministerial decision that allows 4,700 megawatt to be injected into the system. They will be able to generate and then provide into the system when needed. We're trying to diversify through pumped storage, where targets are also very ambitious. Up until 2050, we will be having 6.7 megawatts of pumped storage. And this is an approach that is multifaceted, and the issue is also multifaceted in terms of the costs and how these are distributed. Now, as far as the industry is concerned, demand response will be introduced. IPTO is putting forward a proposal and will be adopted by the government as well. As with other suggestions by the industry, we need to look into the details, the accompanying details. Perhaps the Italians who have the ingenuity have already surpassed them or worked around them. Now, as far as natural gas is concerned, there are plans to bring natural gas from the Middle East, but I'm not quite confident that we will be able to find suppliers there. The growth potential of the Middle East is so big that every exploration and discovery of natural gas reserves will flow into other directions. We are nevertheless at a place where we can develop cheap alternatives and thereby resolve the energy security problem of Europe. The Ministry of Environment's agenda would like us to be a player in rare earths. We have aluminum, antimonium, copper, other earths and raw materials, but also we have a large part of the society that think critically of those projects. The potential investors will be burdened with convincing the local community that such exploration and exploitation will be done in a safe way. They have to raise awareness, and thereby Greece will be able to join this initiative, which is also energy security related. All projects relating to energy and also to other issues relating to energy security. China is a front runner. So that's the new NECP. There are, of course, issues. The former leadership of the ministry have identified some dead ends, deadlocks, in terms of cost saving and energy saving. I think Greece is faced with a problem of cooling and not saving, energy saving. The Prime Minister has shown the intention of concentrating ourselves to CO2 emission reduction. We have already surpassed our targets set by the European Union, and benefits will be we will be able to reap the benefits of surpassing our goals. And perhaps then again we are lagging behind in issues of energy saving, which are perhaps not that, or CO2 saving goals. We're very well positioned in terms of CCS, of carbon capture and storage, that is relating to heavy energy demand industries such as the steel industry and the cement industry. We are doing pioneer work here, and the Greek regulatory framework is perhaps among the first European in the European Union. We will be able to tackle issues that are existential for the industry. Thereby, Greece is somehow a pioneer in terms of CCS. We will also look into the biomethane and hydrogen technologies. We'll support them, and we will see whether the evolution of technology will bring prices down going forward, because currently those prices are not competitive. They're linked to transport, and as I heard from the previous panel, we do not have economic solutions for in those areas, so we're waiting that to happen. This is an outline of what we have achieved so far and what are the challenges going forward. Thank you, Secretary General. Indeed, you have briefly outlined the priorities of your ministry in terms of the panel of the issues addressed here. I would like to note that as far as reduction of energy cost in the industry is concerned, as said in other countries as well, in Germany, this is a point that is high in the agenda during the negotiation talks between the Christ Democrats and the Social Democrats ahead of the new government coalition. And as to how essential interventions can be made to support and boost the industry. Secretary General, of course, if you'd like to intervene, you are free to do so. Would like to give the floor to Mr. Papakonstantinou, who is the CEO of Motor Oil, Renewable Energy, more, to share his perspective, the perspective of an important player in the market, and perhaps his own perspective in terms of restructuring of the market, or what aspects are productive and what aspects are not productive currently. Thank you, Mr. Metaxas. I would like to thank you for the invitation in this very interesting conference. As in the previous year's conferences, I was thinking of what I would like to share here yesterday night, but ultimately I'm doing what I always do. I just share the thoughts based on the input I have received. And I would like to disagree with some of the previous speakers. This would perhaps also encourage discussion here. Talking about energy, the Secretary General rightly said that many of the targets we set as a government, as a society, as a public administration, are in competition with themselves. We are trying to bring prices down for the consumer, support the energy-intensive industry, reach the decarbonization goals. And we do that at once by intervening in the market in energy segments, or without intervening. In my view, things should be simpler. And let me recite what the colleague said. We don't like markets. We're afraid of markets, all of us. And we do not let them operate. We do that either by introducing restrictions and constraints which create behaviors, or we're afraid of letting markets run the way they want to do. We're afraid of the conduct of the participants in the market because we have no trust in the control authorities. We're afraid. We don't want to let the market set the prices because this might go out of hand, although there is no such an example from markets abroad. We ask the state to support RES integration, RES penetration. We ask the state to support battery penetration. I think this is the third year in a row that I disagree with Professor Kapros. We are ready to produce merchant batteries. We should not stress about what that might mean for competitiveness, what the many megawatts that might be generated mean for the competitiveness of batteries. Do not stress about that. Let investors invest and allow them to fail. You should not be afraid of battery capacities, of battery volume. 25, 27 million investments, large investments that will not be backed by banks. These investments are not bankable. Ask investors for economic guarantees to prevent grid space being captured without being used, and let some of them fail. Perhaps zero prices will make investments of some of us fail. This is how markets work. Allow negative prices in the markets. Give those the opportunity, those who are complaining, to give them the opportunity to pay a fine of hundreds of thousands of euros, and they will learn out of that and allow us to shape a conduct and a behavior within a market freely. Let's create a market of zero available capacity. Let competitors compete. Pumped storage, batteries, in order to be ready to provide power when needed. Let's create the flexibility mechanisms we have been discussing about over the last years, and I'm pretty confident that through such a development, the targets will find their place. Where the administration chooses to support a business activity because it is strategic, it is important from a strategic point of view, they can do that through state aid, as this has been the case with many market segments so far. Let me close by reiterating that we should dare to let the markets work, and many of those that we are aspiring to achieve will find their place. Thank you. Let me just add a I agree. We have identified the issue of negative prices during the summer. The regulatory authority, RAI, will allow negative prices because we do have some fear vis-à-vis the markets. We will allow up to -50 and then go down up to -100, and we do have this issue, as you say, and I do acknowledge it. We'd like to thank Mr. Papakonstantinou. Well, I have the pleasure of discussing with him personally, but I have been experiencing that you always provide a perspective that is worth discussing. And this is not usually the case. I would like to give the floor to dear friend Lucas Dimitriou, who is the CEO of Heron, for his approach and his standpoint. Yeah, well, my view in relation of this lengthy title. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel that is dealing with a critical aspect of energy growth that has to be viable and has to be also secure in terms of the energy security. Let me start by saying that an energy strategy in the Greek market should adopt a multifaceted approach, in my view. I am saying this because the public debate has been exclusively about the demand aspect, infrastructure and energy demand, energy supply. And I think we are underestimating. We need to focus, on the other hand, on demand management. In order to have energy security, we should not look into how we produce energy and distribute it, but also how we use it. This might give us a very important tool in terms of renewables. Without doubt, these are a central pillar of our strategy. And I see that most agree on that. Recently, we have been experiencing a large growth of renewables, especially the solar, the photovoltaic, the PV segment, which is growing very rapidly and create problems to both the system and the investments being realized. These investments do not provide a return on investment and cannot be exploited. I think this goes back to a lacking investigation of the characteristics of the demand and the configuration of the system that would allow us to identify how the individual investments can move forward. And these aspects should be taken into consideration when deciding what investments to make. And we have been disregarding storage for long. And storage should have been preceding the investments. We have been permitting renewables and PV projects, and now we are actually disrupting and destroying those projects since we haven't invested in pumped storage and storage, battery storage. Had we done that, we would have better made use of them. Now, in terms of natural gas, I also believe that it is a critical factor for Greece's energy security. Despite the pressure to reduce natural gas being produced, let's be frank, it makes power production flexible and makes energy supply credible in the medium term. And let me remind you that considerable investment has been made in LNG infrastructure, upgrading of Revithusa, and the new floating LNG plant in Alexandroupolis. So massive investment has been made. We have state-of-the-art plants that are extremely efficient, internationally top efficiency. We have investment being made in terms of interconnectors and differentiate energy sources. Through all those infrastructure projects, we have been able, apart from and besides the energy security, the domestic energy security, we have managed through interconnections to provide neighboring markets with energy security as well, and competitiveness. And this is something we wouldn't have imagined some years ago. We should focus on how these investments should be used to have a competitive cost factor. And we should not do the same mistake in terms of renewable uptake and battery uptake. Namely, we have to identify the circumstances, the conditions, and complement the market with the tools necessary in order for the natural gas infrastructure to remain and be retained, and the LNG production plants to be retained within the system. We can do that by complementing the market using flexibility mechanisms, capacity mechanisms. We would be committing a crime by acknowledging that rice penetration will quickly mean that natural gas infrastructure and investment will become obsolete, since it is a crucial part for the energy security of the system. And let me go back to what I said on the outset. No strategy should be based on the supply issue, the supply aspect. We need a strategy that will make use of the flexibility and the management of demand as well. By managing demand, we are able to achieve 4 considerable goals. We can reduce the energy spikes. We can also increase the stability of the system. We can maximize renewable uptake and lay the ground for competitive energy prices. I think in alignment with other measures, we should move forward to smart grid realization. We should also raise awareness with the consumers in the market, provide flexible tariffs to end consumers, and use technology that will allow us to manage demand in the retail. Billing is, of course, a very important issue for those technicalities to work, and you have to provide strong incentives in order to move to the supply side. We all know that industry, through energy saving and through demand response management or demand shift management mechanisms, can contribute to this target. And last but not least, promoting e-mobility and replacing energy-intensive heating systems will be necessary, not only to boost the market, but also in order to provide additional incentives and achieve what we ultimately want to achieve. Let me just close by saying that we need a concise strategy, and we need to be very cautious as to how we will address the demand side.
Just thank you for this very sort of highlighting the need for a more holistic approach in such a dynamic market such as the energy market. You need to be able to forecast, and therefore a kind of calm examination of all the different factors in order to have a good market. Just like to now give the floor to Mr. Stantis, who's also going to give a different approach. Good morning. Good morning, and I'd just like to thank for the invitation to participate in this forum, in this particular session. Allow me to be a bit more monothematic, if you like, if I've just kind of focused primarily to one particular issue that has already been repeatedly mentioned since the beginning of this forum, which is nothing else but the available energy market that we want to see in our country. As it's just like any other energy market. We want to see a market for available energy capacity. Every technology will have the right to participate, with the exception of coal, due to the high CO2 emissions per megawatt hour. All the other tools like demand response and batteries, with of course different capacities, each technology depending on their availability at a given time and how easily the IPTO can use that in order to cover the gap between the fluctuations or the seasonal fluctuations that there is between summer and winter. In the case of the IPTO, that will be conducted either through course addenda by just having thousands of megawatts of available energy. That would translate into a price per megawatt of available energy. So these markets, we had something similar in the past in Greece, which was the capacity payment, which is just another subsidy model. Now we're talking about something very different. We're talking about markets, and these markets they're just going to be a structural element of the total design of the European energy market. This is, of course, can now be done through the revision of the legislative text of Regulation 943 of 2019, as revised in the summer of 2024, following some strong negotiations over 2 years. So therefore, we see in other European markets, and especially in Germany, that for many years it's been the kind of forefront of that resistance for the penetration of these kind of markets in Europe. We see many European markets following this path, and we hope that Greece will be following that too. Why do we need this market? Why are we not? Why are we not okay with the sort of standard markets that we're already using? As also mentioned by the Deputy Minister earlier, in a kind of more kind of general manner, but let's be more specific here. We're undergoing a period of an energy transition, and this will be accelerated so that renewables will cover the biggest part of the demand over the coming years. We're currently around 50-55% of demand being covered in Greece by renewables. the national plan forecasts around 76% and over 90% by 2035. This means that the distributed units, like the unit for natural gas or batteries, will have an increasingly reduced part of that sector. So, for example, these were going to be within store capacity that we have. That would just mean less than 1,300 of operating time for natural gas units by 2030. Already by 2027, that would have gone down below the 2,500 hours, as we all understand that with such figures and with such low sold energy, they cannot be financially viable. So if they're not financially viable, then they should withdraw from the market. But hang on a second, maybe we need many of them, just like also mentioned by the IPTO, because if we have all of them withdrawn, or not all of them, but some of them being withdrawn from the system, then we can just see the reliability index as this is expressed going from 3 hours going to 7 or 8, or in some scenarios going to tens of hours. So these are figures, of course, that are not really the kind of figures that we can see in the European continent. We don't want to live in fear of a continuous fear of a blackout, of a potential blackout. So we need to see how the ones that are going to stay, how they're going to become financially viable. And of course, the only way that can be achieved is through a new market. And this is exactly what the available capacity market is trying to achieve. But beyond achieving the smooth operation of the system and avoiding of blackouts on a daily or seasonal level, these markets and this particular available energy market, and I'm saying that this is a market, they bring a very important advantage, and the way that this is going to be adopted in Greece. This advantage is nothing but a shield, a protection for the consumer against all the different spikes of wholesale prices, and each unit that's going to have a contract with the IPTO, an annual contract with the IPTO, will also have the obligation to not be paid above a certain limit, regardless of what the wholesale price might be at that given time. That means that the production, the batteries, or whoever has this annual contract will not be able to be paid at these prices when it goes to 700 or 900 like we saw last year. So therefore they're not going to shift, they're not going to pass that extra cost to the consumer and the supplier, and therefore to the consumer. So therefore we have an indirect ceiling for the suppliers, which is aligned with the European legislation. So we do not need to convince anyone in Brussels for the kind of legality of such instrument, because if we if we operate the market in such a way, we're going to offer that level of protection for the final consumer. And allow me also to highlight one of the differences in between the available energy market is that the limit is something that can be determined by the government and by the operator, by the IPTO. This is something that in the current energy market is not the case, where we just see huge spikes, but here the IPTO together with the government can determine a certain limit that will be acceptable based on the domestic electricity market. So therefore there's no need for concern on a political leadership level about that cost getting out of control, because it can be totally controlled by the government. And one last issue that I'd like to mention is something that we actually seeing this currently is the process for simplification of the new capacity contracts. Everybody, until now, we even knew that such markets were seen as a form of state aid, and therefore they needed to have the approval of the competition authority. However, there's already a shift in the way we look at this, both from the European Commission, and it's now seen as that since these markets are now a structural element of the European energy market, they can no longer be treated as state aid, but as a normal market, at least in the form that we want to adopt it in Greece. It's very important that this view prevails, and when this enters the Greek market, we will not have to deal with DG.com, but our natural with DGNR and also the Association of Independent Power Suppliers is going to be part of the consultation on a European level with the European Commission, with this particular argument that we're just talking about these particular markets being such markets and they'll be treated that way. Thank you very much, Mr. Stamtzis, who's given us an outline of his view and the need for the available energy market by highlighting the reasons why there is such need. I'd just like to confirm that there is a very interesting scientific debate about the way the available energy market transition and how we can shift from the current approach of more kind of preventive approach to treating it just like any of the other energy markets. Of course, even there are state aids, and even if if it is seen as a state aid, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not compatible with EU legislation. No, that's not our concern. Our main concern lies primarily to the kind of time delays and the complexity of this process, and that's why the European Commission talks about the simplification of that process. Yes, okay, it's a slightly more complex issue, which is not part of our discussion. I'd just like to give a little bit of a feedback on this. I'd just like to now give the floor so that we can allow enough time for the rest of the speakers to Mr. Miltos Anisnaloglu, who's General Manager of Spain, who's approaching the subject from the side of the consumers. Thank you very much for the invitation to the forum. Thank you very much for the invitation to this panel.
Indeed, the issues raised in our topic, in our title, are issues that have been raised during the last 10, 15 years, even 20 years. We were discussing about capacity markets, how the market works, and so on and so forth. But what is very important now is that the context has changed. The context, the framework in which we discuss all these matters. When we talk about energy transition, the simple interpretation is that we are going towards the RES, etc. So we are talking about a technological transition. In fact, when we talk about the markets, in reality, we're talking about something that has to do with the regulatory framework, the business models, the way we perceive supply, production, supply, and consumption of energy. And this means that we have to change considerably the way we perceive how markets operate, how they work. It is clear that in the context of this energy transition, it is very difficult to deal with problems that we have today with planning of the past. I'm not talking about the planning of the market, the wholesale market. I'm talking about the regulatory framework that was designed in the 90s and then implemented in the 2000s, pertaining the transactions, the way the grids are regulated. All these things are being implemented, and they go back to a time where they faced different matters. Today, we have to handle different issues. It is true that at the end of this course, that might last 10 years, 15 years, this course, which is related to the technological development, digitization, that will change completely the way we are managing the energy issues. At the end of this, during this course, there is a long time during which the markets and the systems have to go on working with policies and plans that are aligned with what will happen in 10 or 15 years from now, and also able to deal with problems and conditions coming from the past. It is not that easy to detach ourselves from these problems. We're talking about RES penetration. Right now in Greece, most RES come from the time of feed-in tariffs. This does not allow for space to talk about how we can integrate the RES in the market. We know through the RES account, a mechanism that was designed for different times, different conditions, and which served in the appropriate way what we wanted to do. But this does not seem to be enough nowadays. So the major challenge right now, in practical terms, is managing the real conditions, what is coming from the past. This has to be integrated in a way that is aligned with the future way the markets will operate. We're talking about capacity markets. Practically in 10 years from now, there will be just capacity markets, nothing else. And I will agree with my colleague Lucas Dimitriou. The market's power will come mainly from the demand. This will shape not just the prices, but the trends as well, the way investments will be done, investments in production, how consumption will work, production will work, own consumption, etc. So the important thing here is that we really need to discuss changes in the design, the planning, but these changes, we have to know that for a long, long time, these changes will be transient. And I could use a way to, we have to find some patterns to match the things from the past with what is happening now, the present, and what will happen in the future. Because all this does not happen in an experimental exercise. This happens in real life with real companies, with real aggregates, real transactions. All this has to be handled. It is difficult to be handled. And for better or worse, not all countries are on the same level, the same conditions. Each country has to face their own problems. It's not easy to take examples from the others. It is true that things are happening. The discussion that we are embarking upon here in Greece and in Europe, in the UK, it is a major issue of discussion. The change of the planning, all these things. And there is a market operating there quite well for 30 years now. So we have to take into account the National Energy and Climate Plan and all the estimates about how the conditions will be in the future. to see how the market will operate in 10 and 15 years from now, and to align the measures to be taken so that they are compatible with that time. We should not create conditions of obstacles, limitations, restrictions, and conditions that will always delay this transition we're talking about. Because I have to say here to my friends Antonis Kontoleon that the more we stay in this transitional condition, this transition where we have to converge the past with the future, the prices will be high. We have to move fast forward. Backwards is a solution that cannot be implemented. We need to create the conditions, the proper conditions for the industry, the economy, and the final consumers. Thank you. We thank Mr. Aslanoglu. The Secretary General has to depart, so we bid him farewell and thank you. Mr. Aslanoglu talked about regulatory asynchronicity. This is what I would call it. The last but not least, Mr. Lavakakos, who is the president of the Hellenic Wind Energy Association. Thank you, Adonis. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations. It is everything very successful once more. The topic of this panel is strategic planning. I would like to put forward the strategic value of wind energy in the context of strategic planning. And I will refer to 4 pillars, strategic pillars. 2 are very well known, have been mentioned, and the other 2 are more modern, the challenges for wind energy and wind energy in the RES. The 2 well known is the environmental strategic value. We all know about that. I mean, those who are gathered in this hall. There are some others from the outside who try to tell us that black is white and white is black. We know that and we will insist on calling white white. The second part, which is also very important, the second pillar, and this is an achievement of last year's, is the economical aspect. Mr. Kapros, Professor Kapros talked about it. I don't have to add anything on that. I believe that those of us here are very clear on the fact that the RES and wind farms and PV parks are the most cheap form of green energy, but we have to continue saying that because there are some others who continue to doubt it. I will not focus on that, though. What I would like you to keep commenting on the needs of the industry for electricity is the ascertainment that we have done that the industry is looking for PPAs with wind farms, and they cannot find them because there are no wind farms in the market for the reasons that we have explained for many years. And we have said that we need to have more wind farms that will supply electricity in the market. Now, let's move to another 2 strategic pillars which are more modern, more topical, and we want to focus on them. One is the economic development. What does that mean? Economic development means what we said yesterday on the occasion of an event we had and a press release. Wind energy made in Greece. What we want to say with that is the following. And why do we say that now? The reason we say that now is threefold. One is that we have more self-confidence, national self-confidence. We have believed ourselves that we have companies that are absolutely competitive. We earn projects on a global scale. I don't mean to go into detail about the sectors. And there is a supply chain behind that that is very willing to offer to the development of wind energy. The second reason is that the cards in the global industrial policy is being reshuffled. You see that there is a discussion on tariffs, on duties. we are having barriers between Europe, Asia, the US, etc. Greece has to play an active role in this new discussion, in this new game that has emerged. First of all, because we are more self-confident nationally, and second, because we have some particularities as a country, and we have to focus on those. Again, I will refer to Mr. Kapros, to Professor Kapros. He talked about the need to have a national industrial policy. And we have to focus on where we can be competitive. The third reason that we embark on this discussion is because we have a new technology for wind farms that has a lot of potential and challenges. I'm talking about offshore wind farms. You know, the potential, I don't need to repeat them. The main thing is to reduce the cost. This is where we should focus because we can achieve a lot there. As a country, we have a lot of potential. We have submitted various proposals. There are plans for the development of Greek floaters that will be more competitive. Why not have Greece become a center for testing wind generators where companies will come to test them here, countries from the Mediterranean basin. So we can do all this and we can be and act self-confidently. We have done it before where we have, when we tried it. The other strategic pillar, which is very important, is the geostrategical dimension and the role of wind energy in the geostrategic part. I will talk again about offshore wind farms due to the actuality about the hydrocarbons. They are good, but even better is to have wind farms in the Aegean. And this can give an advantage to the geostrategic advantage of the country. We have, however, to plan a mix that will be competitive in our neighborhood and even more to the north than our neighborhood. And this mix, in order for it to be competitive, a lot of things have to be done, and we have to correct things that have been done erroneously so far. The geostrategic part is very, very important. The wind energy, the wind farms can offer a lot in this, and I would also add to that something that is even more topical. There is a lot of discussion about cybersecurity, data protection, etc. in Europe. At the end of the day, what is the critical thing in cybersecurity is where the data is and who has the control of this data. There are a lot of efforts undertaken to develop data centers in the country. The development of data centers in any country is related to the reduction of energy cost and provision of green energy. Already, recently, we have heard some various announcements about data centers where they have had PPAs with production of producers of wind energy at very competitive prices, and we should focus on that because if the data is here, then this is the best for our country and for Europe. This is why we should put the emphasis on that and to see how wind farms, data, cybersecurity, and this whole ecosystem can make us a very powerful player in our area, in our region, and in Europe. This is what I had to say regarding the main directions. I don't know if we will have the time for another round. Thank you very much. We have very little time, but I think it was a very important and substantial contribution to the whole discussion. Regarding the RES, we live in a dynamically developing environment, and this is not what we usually hear. We are going through a phase of structural change. I was reading the very tangible initiatives undertaken by the Trump administration regarding the prioritization of their strategic targets away from the RES, with specific moves. So there is a new dynamics arising, and the domestic sector should look into it. Mr. Lavakakos raised important issues. We have a very little time. Mr. Panagoulis, are we within time? So just one brief intervention if someone wants to, or a brief comment. Would anyone like to add something? Mr. Papakonstantinou, maybe? Just in 1 minute, collecting what we heard. All the changes that need to be done in demand in the markets or in this course forward require everyone to become better, from all of us, in what we do. And this is why we should have the incentives. We should be bold and move forward without grabbing the hand of our father. And all of us, operators, investors, suppliers, regulators, we have to become better in order to compete in a global environment. Anyone else? Just one last comment. It is a bit in fashion to accuse Europe in these panels and say that they have done wrong and this is unacceptable and so on and so forth. My opinion is quite different. We want even more Europe, and Europe is not moving in the wrong direction. Europe has understood that we need to become independent from imported fossil fuels. The RES is the survival for Europe. So more grids, more interconnection, and more love in Europe. This is what I wanted to say. I would like to thank you all for your contributions. I think that we all leave more rich after these stimuli that we have received. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να καθίσετε για να υποδεχτούμε...
Please sit down so that we can welcome Mr. Alexandros Makrisopoulos, who is the head of energy modeling in Ricardo. And after this 10-minute presentation by Mr. Makrisopoulos, we're going to have Mr. Dakakis, who's going to moderate the next panel. So Mr. Makrisopoulos, thank you very much for this 10-minute presentation.
Ακούγομαι. Πράσινο. Ωραία. Γεια σας, το καταλαβαίνω ότι δεν έχουμε κάνει.
Thank you. I totally understand that we haven't had a break since this morning, so I'm going to try and be brief. For quite a while now, we've already told you that our service is available. The service offered by Ricardo, which is the electricity market outlook, the EMO, that offers an analysis impact of the electricity market over medium and long term, using different technical and regulatory information and simulating the energy market up to 2050. So in that context, we've managed to simulate the recent NECP, the national plan, as well as an alternative plan that provides for different development scenarios for renewables. At the same time, there were different alternate scenarios on the specific prices that affect the energy market. Based on all these analysis, I'd just like to have a brief discussion based on some questions which I believe that are crucial both for investments but also for the energy market. The first question is the extent to which investors in renewables and storage can base their revenue primarily in wholesale energy markets, including those of capacity markets and capacity balancing markets. This is a very important issue at the moment because we see that there's an increasing tendency of government policy to turn these into merchant markets, and our analysis shows a great degree of uncertainty. These uncertainties can be due to external factors like natural gas prices or ETS prices, or other factors like the renewable penetration rate and storage penetration rate. One of the conclusions that we've come to is that both PV as well as wind farms, they have a certain stability regardless of the conditions in the market. Additionally, we saw through the simulations that we've carried out that the higher the volume of PVs, the higher the revenue of PVs, which is the cannibalization of the market, as we all know. Of course, this revenue is also going to depend in the future in the rate in which storage is being developed. So therefore, if the rate of development of storage exceeds the rate of development of PVs, then of course that's beneficial for the PVs. However, if it's the other way around, where PVs develop much faster than storage, then we have some dramatic economic results for PVs, and we have a favorable environment for storage systems. So how can a small investment take into account all these different factors? Is through PPAs, long-term contracts, and the long-term bilateral contracts, and that's how our service can actually offer the right factors that need to be taken into account. Now, if we move into storage, we recently have an important ministerial and a discussion about pumped storage. Our simulations, they forecast with great precision the revenues, the electricity market revenues. With all these scenarios and simulations that we've carried out, we've reached the conclusion, which is already known, that the more we increase the storage capacity, then the price gap that can be exploited as revenue goes down, and therefore it's harder for them to regain the capital. It's important to say here that our simulations show that, of course, there is an increase in their revenue through the balancing markets. However, the degree of cannibalization is still quite high. Storage is the key for the green transition, and of course, if we manage to get a high volume of storage so that we can achieve this level of green transition that is desired, then the capital gained through that market is very uncertain. the success of an investment depends largely to the future total volume of storage systems. So if an investor now wants to combine storage with production through renewables using a portfolio and tries to gain the cost from the renewables market, will have exactly the same problem as if they were going into market with those two elements separately. And this is again why the solution is these long-term bilateral contracts, PPAs, which can create a more favorable operation profile. And again, here we can offer a much better basis for negotiating such contracts. And one final question that we would like to pose here is the degree to which the curtailments of renewables they become a deterrent for these investments. Through our scenarios, we provide precise forecasts for the future, but the kind of risk price capture and all that. One of the main conclusions in the curtailments of wind technologies, whether we're talking about onshore or offshore, if these are done at a financially optimal manner for the system, then these are very limited. Of course, they're still affected by whether there is storage or not, but not to a huge extent. The technology that's more vulnerable to curtailments, of course, is PVs. The PV curtailments depends highly on the evolution of storage. So therefore we've simulated a kind of unfavorable scenario where we've seen that the curtailments can go up to 25%, creating dramatic results for PVs. So therefore, if government policy wants to guarantee the same development for PVs, because it's actually the cheaper way of producing electricity, then apart from guaranteeing storage, they also need to provide an alternative way of producing PVs. This needs to be based on a contract where the counterpart can be either the government or any other interested party. In such way, we're going to remove the degree of uncertainty that depends on the fluctuation from the curtailments. And of course, our service can be used for providing a basis for the negotiation of such contracts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε. Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να μπουν μέσα και οι...
Please take your seats so that we can move on to the next panel. If you can come back into the room so that we can just move on to the next panel, which, as I've already mentioned, is going to be moderated by Mr. Balakakis, who's from Deloitte, about the role of natural gas being strengthened and what the role of Greece is as an energy hub, infrastructures and networks. You have 30 minutes. You have the floor. You can speak in English if you want, or it's easier for Mrs. Gali, but there is interpretation anyway, so you can actually have.
Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. We've heard some very interesting things about energy in general, and now we're just going to try to go deeper into natural gas. It is one of my favorite subjects, given that when I started in the energy sector, I primarily worked in that area, and therefore I'm very pleased to hear that it plays an important role. To get with us, we have Marita Gali, CEO of DESPA, Mr. Sifneos, and Mr. from DESPA. We're going to try, within the time that we have, to highlight the two main aspects, the market and how that is evolving on a national, regional and global level, as well as the geopolitical aspect that always concerns markets and especially natural gas. Recently I was surprised by one of the vertically integrated groups in Greece who was asked about the energy market, and his response only talked about natural gas, and he talked about whether that's going to be dependent, how much LNG is going to come out of from the US, and how sanctions are going to be implemented in Russia. Mrs. Gali, would like to start with you. DESPA is always at the forefront in the innovations by developing its network in the LNG terminal. How do you see the market moving forward, both on national, regional and global level, and what are your thoughts and DESPA's plan for the immediate future?
Well, yes. So first of all, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here for this annual appointment with Energypress and the Power and Gas Forum. Well, a big question about how we see the global market trends. Let's say, starting more at the regional level, I think that we will see a lot of gas demand coming in the forthcoming summer. Of course, we have a huge need to replenish the level of storages all around Europe, which means that Europe will have to import a lot of LNG. A lot more than in the past, not because the level of storages are particularly low, but because in the past we had a lot of piped gas to be used during the summer in order to, let's say, replace the storage that has been utilized during the winter season. So, let's say, at the global level, we will see a competition somehow between LNG for Europe and LNG for Asia, in which, of course, a lot will depend on the Asian demand, and it seems that now it's a bit weak to determine the prices at which Europe will be able to attract LNG for the European market. What we certainly see, and it's more relevant on a day-by-day for us, we see a significant increase of gas demand in Greece. Let's say in the last year we had an increase of gas demand of 30% in 2024 versus 2023. And the first 2 months of 25 has been showing a trend which is continuing even higher. We had an increase of 44% of the gas demand in Greece. And if we look at the utilization of the grid, 50%, because we also had the recovery of export. So in general, what we perceive is that, as you said, let's say vertical integrated players, they have a lot of focus on gas-fired generation to complement the renewable, and there is a lack of sufficient dispatchable energy in the Southeast Europe region, for which Greece is taking a big stake of this demand. So what we see is that in this period we had a lot of electricity production with gas in Greece and export of electricity. Because the countries in the Balkans have been delaying more and more the installation of new CCGTs, they are phasing out all the nuclear, and therefore they have a growing gap that only dispatchable gas power plants can serve. So what we need to do, and what we are doing, of course, for serving is this material increase in gas demand, of course, is to complete as fast as we can reasonably the development of our grids. These imply creating the flexibility that enable both to serve the domestic demand or to export the gas if the domestic demand eventually goes down because it's replaced by production in the other countries in the north. So for us in this moment, let's say a huge priority in the gas sector is speed up the execution of our delivery of our 10-year development plan. We see big announcement by PPC about West Macedonia. The pipeline is going to be there by the end of this year, so all good. But of course, depending on the capacity demand, we will have to reconsider the overall system flexibility and ability to serve all the consumption points in the northern part of the country.
Thank you. Thank you for this insight. Can I now turn to Mr. Sifneos, maybe with a focus more on the LNG aspects of the global natural gas market? I'm very interested in his view on the development of the global market first, and then how this may affect the dynamics in Europe going forward. Mr. Sifneos?
Should I speak in Greek or in English? I suppose I can speak in English. Now, again, thank you for the invitation.
Apologies, I now realize that I made the question in English.
Which is fine. It's up to you, really. Maybe it's easier for the audience if I switch to Greek. If you don't mind, Maria.
Thank you. I would like to thank the organizers, the Energypress, for this conference. I think it's the 6th one, if I'm not mistaken. And these conferences are always successful and always very topical. I wear my glasses because I have to see my notes. The global market of natural gas seems to evolve based on the trajectory today, from 4.1 trillion cubic meters annually to 4.8, 4.9 until 2050. So we see an increase of demand coming mainly from developing economies, developing markets, and of course China. In the more developed countries, Europe, US, etc., the demand will remain stable for the next 10 years approximately, since the reduction in buildings is replaced by transport and in the industry and the production of blue hydrogen. There is also replacement of natural gas in energy, so this maintains demand stable. On the contrary, LNG is the part of natural gas that has a huge development. It has increased approximately 40%. This is the estimate from 2022 until 2030. and another 25% until 2050. That is, it will exceed the 1 trillion cubic meters annually, from 550, 560 that is now. This increase is combined with the increase in the production of LNG. So the LNG increase, for the production that is, it will come from new investments and new projects that are situated in the USA, and secondly to Qatar. The exports from the US, and this is very important for our discussion later on, from 20%, that was the global level in 2024, it is estimated to reach 35% in 2030. Let's point out as well that the main market for the export of American LNG is Europe. At the beginning of the year, approximately 80% of the LNG imported into Europe was American LNG. And this will actually replace the Russian gas that we know represented approximately 40% of the European market in 2021, that is before the war. And now it has been brought down to 11%. It has been reduced to 11%. Now, coming closer to our neighborhood, and I'm sure that everyone knows about the Vertical Corridor initiative, the countries in the vertical corridor, that is, the countries in Southeastern Europe, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Moldova, and Ukraine. Let's see what is happening in the countries, in the markets of these countries as regards natural gas. In 2021, before the war in Ukraine, the demand in these countries, and I'm not including there the Western Balkans country, Serbia, Croatia, North Macedonia, etc. For the countries that I mentioned before, the demand in 2021 was 66 billion cubic meters. Clearly, there has been a drop in the demand due to Ukraine. In 2024, this demand was 52 billion cubic meters. But there is an estimated increase of this demand for 2030. It is expected to be at 68 billion, an important increase of 16 billion cubic meters. This is according to the 10-year plans of the operators in these countries. So we have here an important opportunity arising for the area, for the region, and for Greece as an entry point for the supply of natural gas in these areas. And we need to see how this gap in the market will be covered, will be satisfied in the coming years. That's very interesting indeed. I remember in 2013-14 in Greece, we were talking about 3.5 BCM, a difficult market. Natural gas has a dynamics which, although it has been questioned with the energy transition and the war in Ukraine, things changed somehow. The variables changed, and it is coming. We will see about the vertical corridor that you mentioned, but I want to go back to the demand here in Greece, because Ms. Galli said it, that in February we have had a peak in this demand for natural gas, which was unseen for, it was in 2008 that we hadn't seen such demand. And this pertained to electricity. Mr. Petropoulos, on behalf of DEPA, do you believe that this is an instant trend? Is it something that has come to stay for us for a while? What is your opinion? We would like to thank DEPA for trade want to thank for the invitation. This is the 4th or 5th year that we are here, and it is indeed very topical that we have had the addition of gas in the Energy Forum, because the two markets are related. February, to talk about February, we had 28 days, just 28 days. If we were talking about any other month, we would exceed 8 terawatt hours. To give you an idea to the percentages given by Ms. Galli, if we add to the 8.5 tera February, the 7.5 tera in January, and the 1.1 terawatt hours of exports, we are reaching 16.5 terawatt hours in the first 2 months, which is actually 50% of the consumption of 2013 and 2014 that you mentioned. So we're talking about a very important increase. So we see that Greece has an especially important energy footprint. First of all, our country is a country that imports, trades, and re-exports natural gas, especially during periods where we have a sudden increase of the price. And second, in electricity, we have a reversal of the energy balance compared to last year, especially. And the contribution, of course, played by the electricity generated by gas-fired units, which provide not just adequate capacity, but they provide stability for the whole Balkan area, as Mr. Dimitriou said earlier on. So why are we dwelling about the thermal units of gas? Because in such an export environment, the remaining technologies, the RES and water, have finite capacities to increase their production, which is based on the climate conditions, meteorological conditions. So a combination of low RES, high load, high exports can be served only by the natural gas units. Now, to come back to February, apart from the high electricity generation, we had for quite some time very low temperatures, lower than usually, which led the system to its limits. We had 350,000 megawatt hours per day, which shows the importance of infrastructure, especially Revithousa, which actually supported the energy security not just of Greece, but of the whole region. And it goes without saying that with the reoperation of the FSRU in Alexandroupolis, this will provide a new dynamics, because although it seems to serve the Bulgarian market, since we have an offsetting of quantities to the northern flows, this actually allows to have more gas in the country, and it seems that we are going towards a situation where we tend towards consolidating such dynamics. To summarize, I would say that in the short term, during the winter months, especially during days where we have low RES production, especially PV parks, and during summer months, if we have a repetition of the high prices that we had last year in the Balkans, we expect this trend to go on. And here we have to add that we will have the new units of natural gas in the system. The Komotini unit, it is in commercial operation, and it will continue to participate more dynamically in the grid, and the Alexandroupolis unit. So yes, it seems that we will be led to new records. DEPA Emporia has very important contributions because the executives have a long experience. We have to remember that DEPA was the main importer together with other companies. So DEPA knows very well the markets and the whole area. So I agree, Ms. Galli said so, that on a European level, the storage, the stocks were reduced. So the reason we do not have a storage unit, the closest one is in Bulgaria, but we have two very good terminal stations that help towards this direction. So let me come back to Ms. Galli with the second theme and how this is related to the first, which has to do with the following. The recent developments on a political level. Maybe Trump is very far away. Some people discuss it as a buzzword, but Mr. Sifneos said it. This brings a major change in the export situation in the LNG. The US will export more. And also, we might see in the coming time a change in the developments in the war in Ukraine. So these two main issues, how do you believe these will affect the market in our region, and how does DESFA is assessing this regarding the better use or greater use of the grid, of the system?
Well, let me say that as much as we all agree that Trump is quite unforeseeable, for the time being, let's say, the statements about exporting more LNG for Europe do not change, let's say, what was also the strategy of the previous administration. Eventually, it will increase and enhance it because, let's say, he's doing it in a much more pushy way, if I can say. So when it comes to, let's say, the strategy of being able as a country, and therefore through our infrastructure, together with gas trade and other possible FSRU that eventually will develop, of accepting more LNG and transiting this LNG through Greece in the neighboring country, remains, I would say, absolutely valid. Of course, we need to be able to cope with much more uncertainty and volatility. That's why it's very important that all our projects are a bit bidirectional, that we can, let's say, be able to export either gas or electricity, because at the end, this gives all the players in the market a more natural hedge toward these uncertainties. So the initiative, the project that we are building today, all cover this double role of serving the growth of the domestic market and the growth of the export potential. I make an example. We are completing this year 2 big compressor stations in Ambelia and in Komotini. The Ambelia compressor station was initially thought in the context of being able to take more gas from tap, because it helps receiving more gas from tap, but the same compressor station can help exporting more gas to Bulgaria. The Komotini compressor station has been built in order to be able to export the LNG from Alexandroupolis to Bulgaria, but it can also be used to increase the pressure in that part of the grid, to deliver the gas to the new CCGTs in the north, and to deliver more LNG coming in Alexandroupolis to the Greek market or for export in Sidirokastro. So a very important element of, let's say, a network is the fact of being a network. So not being just a monodirectional infrastructure, but being able really to switch the flows in different directions. And this is what we keep looking at investing in flexibility. And if I can comment about what you said on storage, let's say, as a country, of course, we don't have a storage. I think I've been fighting quite a lot, but no success in respect to the Kavala project. It is true that our seasonality is not as significant as in countries like Italy or Northern Europe, where, of course, with the heating season, the switch between summer and winter is much stronger. It is also true that we can leverage not only the Bulgarian storage, but also Italy, because we can use the tap in reverse flow. And this gives us quite a good flexibility. But more and more, we will need short-term storage. We will need LNG storage. We are getting short of short-term flexibility because the LNG for the gas for the power plant cannot be delivered with the time of withdrawal from an underground cavern, which normally have one injection season and one withdrawal season. For power plant modulation, we need fast storage. And fast storage means LNG tanks. And in this case, of course, Revitus is providing this additional service of LNG storage. In my view, increasing the ability to store the LNG and to provide short-term flexibility will become a need that will materialize pretty soon, because we have the example of other countries like Spain, in which there is a lot of renewables and a lot of LNG, and the ratio between regasification capacity and storage capacity is much higher than what we have in Greece. And so this, I think, something that we will have to address, because the market will run the risk of becoming tight.
No, so this is correct. So far as I am concerned, Mr. Sifneos, the same question to you, specifically with regard to the vertical corridor and the role of the gas straight LNG terminal. What's your viewpoint?
We need to see the market as a whole. Greece is has its limitations. It's a market with it can reach maybe 7-8 BCM, but I think that's kind of the ceiling. So we need to look at the vertical corridor as an integrated market, and in that respect, it's very critical to develop the interconnection capacities within the market. As I said, we see that there is a 16 BCM gap to be covered for the entire vertical corridor market by 2030, and that is without discontinuation of the Russian gas. Russian gas in the region, although it's not very easy to be accurate in the estimates, is in the range of between 13 and 15 BCM, all imported from Turkey. So in the scenario where Russian gas is fully or to a large extent phased out from this market, then you have a wider gap to cover. So which are the sources for this region to cover this gap? There's going to be additional production in Romania, which probably will cover domestic demand, increased domestic demand, and a little bit more, and that will be around 5, 6, 7 BCM, but the rest is LNG. So this is where we, as a market, Greece as a market, can play its role and increase its importance in strategic positioning with supplying LNG into the region in a wider way. This is why from Alexandroupolis is very important, and this is why we are also promoting a second FSRU in Thrace LNG, which of course its objective is to capture this gap, in particular when the war ends. Now, there's a contradiction in the narrative between, on one side, ending the war, and therefore what's going to happen with Russian gas, and the other is pushing more US LNG into the region. So I think the US policy will still remain in trying to push more US LNG into the region, and in particular to Ukraine post-war. So the opportunity is really there.
Oh, thank you. It remains to be seen, but one final minute, if we have, for one final word from DEPA and the role of DEPA Boreas in this interlinked world in the region, also for natural gas and electricity.
Επιτρέψτε μου να χρησιμοποιήσω τη μετρική. Sorry for that. Θα είμαι πολύ σύντομος.
Allow me to use my mother tongue, since the time is very little. So, in this rapidly developing and changing environment, DEPA tries to have an active and multi-tier role. It has a strategic presence in regional markets of the vertical corridor in Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia. It has access to the Ukraine warehouses. All these markets have a special dynamics and increased requirement for reliable counterparties. And this is where DEPA is coming into play. Of course, we need to have a regulatory convergence. We need to have a harmonization in the tariffs for the transit, a replacement of the divergences that we have. And of course, DEPA is getting ready for the day after. It participates in R&D projects for renewable gas, for biomethane or green hydrogen. The time is over, so I don't want to abuse of the time. We thank very warmly all the speakers. Unfortunately, we don't have more time. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Πετακάκη για τον...
Thank you very much for the moderation of the previous panel and all the participants. And I'd just like now to give the floor to Mr. Konstantinos Andriasopoulos, who is going to moderate a panel that's going to talk about the different challenges and opportunities in the country from investments in networks and international interconnections. Unfortunately, Mr. Manousakis is not going to be here with us. However, Mr. Karidas, Mr. Horinos, and Mr. Stefano are going to be participating in this panel in a discussion, as I said, being moderated by Mr. Andriasopoulos, and you have 30 minutes.
Καλησπέρα και από Καλησπέρα σας, κύριε Παναγούλη. Ευχαριστώ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panagoulis, for the invitation for this very topical discussion, and especially after the presentations and the discussions that we've been following since this morning. Networks and interconnections play a crucial role for the energy transition in general, and not just for the development of renewables. And when we're talking about networks and interconnections, we're not talking only about electrical interconnections, but also for natural gas pipes and hydrogen, etc., as we heard earlier. I have the pleasure to have here with me Mr. Karidas. I'd like to start with you, Yannis, who's a CEO of Renewables and Energy Storage for Kopaluzos Group. One of the projects that we all know when it comes to international interconnections is the known famous GRECI, because many of us who come from this particular sector, we've seen it in different fora. So at what stage is this project, and what are the benefits that are expected to be seen for Greece and for the European Union? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. This forum, Energypress Forum, has now become it's been at the heart and the core of the energy sector in Greece. But as you very rightly said, some important factors for achieving the goals that we have, and of course the goals are not only energy goals, but also primarily geopolitical goals. It's about the development of domestic infrastructure, but also the development of international interconnections. The GRECI that is being developed by our group, as we all know, is the interconnection that's going to connect Egypt with central Greece. There's a number of benefits, and not only environmental and energy benefits, but primarily geopolitical and technical benefits. I will explain on what stage we are currently, as we know that there's already been included in the we're already starting with the final two designs required by GRECI for such an interconnection for the completion at the stage of RFID. We accelerating all our actions towards this in collaboration not only with the Greek government, but also the two operators, so that we can accelerate this process in order to be able to have 3,000 megawatts being transferred from Egypt to Greece and through Greece to Europe. The benefits, as I mentioned earlier, apart from the obvious environmental and energy benefits, where 3,000 megawatts can replace around 4.5 BCMs on an annual level, and also reduce CO2 emissions by around 10 tons annually, which, as you can imagine, is a very important factor in achieving the green transition goals. Also, when we're talking about Egypt, it's a country that not only is very close to Greece, very near to Greece, but it also has huge flat lands with very good solar and wind capacity, and therefore the energy produced can come to Greece at competitive prices. Therefore, GRECI will transfer green energy at competitive prices. Therefore, we can have a base load model, which can be a huge benefit to the Greek market, and that can become competitive and can become an export market. At the same time, the ability to have green energy at competitive prices creates the opportunities for investments, especially in energy-intensive industries, like, for example, data centers using artificial intelligence. There was a study recently by a UK-based group that once all the data centers that have been announced in Europe established, and their demand is going to be around 20 to 30% of the total energy produced in Europe. So therefore, it's important for Greece to be able to attract such investments. Of course, they're also going to help in other energy-intensive energies, for example, green methanol and hydrogen, which of course is going to be a very important fuel in the marine industry, maritime industry. All this is, of course, going to give additional value for the Greek economy, for creating new investment opportunities and new jobs. And Greece, through GREGI, but also through the domestic renewable production, is going to have a sufficient amount of green energy in order to establish itself as a significant export hub in the region. And GREGI is going to be a fundamental element for the establishment of what Europe calls vertical corridors that are going to interconnect north to south, Egypt with Europe through Greece for green, clean energy. And of course, what's important here is that the routing that we've chosen, which we believe is the kind of correct routing, taking into account all the geopolitical sensitivities and particularities in southeastern Europe and the Mediterranean, is going to help with the the foreign policy of the country and the position of the country internationally. So thank you very much, Mr. Karidas. We're talking about strengthening the interconnections. This is GREGI is one of those projects. We also have another one with Cyprus, another with neighboring countries. We see some in the north, with Northern Macedonia, with Bulgaria, with Italy. And so it's very important to see all these projects being developed so that at the end of the day we can just have the infrastructure that's required to better manage our system. Mr. Chorinos is the Executive Director in Power Projects in Metal and Energy and Metals. What do you think are the most important investments, and how do you think these are going to affect the final cost of the green energy transition? Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the hosts, the organizers. This is a very important forum. It's undoubtedly the investments in the networks and the improvement of the networks are an integral part of the green energy transition. Of course, the cost is high in the short term, but however, in the long term, this is going to be beneficial for the end consumer. We're going to have huge savings from backup units. We're going to be able to store green energy. We're going to be able to have competitive prices through these interconnections between the different countries. And this is why, undoubtedly, it is a fact that in the past few years we see the many investments that are being made in networks and many announcements that are being made in this sector, not only in Europe but globally. We're talking about many projects that are being announced. I mean, we don't have a very strong presence. We already have an interconnection project between England and Scotland. We have specialist knowledge and experience. We've already carried out many projects in this sector, and we believe that they form an integral part of the green energy transition. Yes, as you rightly said, these infrastructures are an integral part of this green energy transition. But beyond interconnections is something that we need to look at, both on a domestic as well as a regional level. And now I'd like to move on to Mr. Ioannis Stefanos, who is a partner and head of the energy department at Grant Thornton, Greece. We saw a very interesting presentation about renewables curtailments. We talked just now about the importance and significance of interconnections. Is that enough for the development of renewables in general and the green energy transition? Do we have any other facts, any other figures that you can share with us in relation to consumptions, just like Mr. Caridas talked about data centers utilizing AI that have a tenfold consumption compared to the traditional data centers that are going to be used in Europe? First of all, I'd like to thank the Energypress for the invitation to the Power and Gas Forum. We're very pleased to be here for another year. Initially, I'd just like to say that European markets and European networks continue to be fragmented, despite the huge efforts and reforms that have been carried out in recent years. And there are some regional markets that are being interconnected. However, the networks that are a crucial part of this chain, they're not sufficient in order to cover the new import-export models that are being established, and they're being established by the penetration of renewables in certain areas, with the phasing out of carbon in certain areas, etc. So therefore, renewables is a one-way road for the reduction of in the development of infrastructures. That's our priority and that's our goal. Our analysis shows that natural gas is going to move away at the energy mix gradually. However, and here we need to make a little footnote that where we need to say that natural gas is still essential for our energy mix, both in terms of reliability and flexibility of the system. However, the correlation between high and low prices in wholesale and retail, so therefore we need three things. We need obviously renewables, we need networks, and we need a right degree of flexibility and storage. When it comes to renewables, I think that's already been talked about a lot. What I'd like to focus on is what we see from our customers is that the tendency in the market is are agreements that they have storage assets, so hybrid PPAs that can make them more attractive, that can protect both parties. Another point that we believe, and that's something that's already been mentioned in previous fora, is the existence of a public guarantee fund that's going to provide certain services, de-risking services in the context of PPAs. When it comes to flexibility and storage, of course, this is an integral part of the green energy transition. This is something that was also mentioned in the previous panel. What's interesting here is that we have a huge installed capacity of renewables without having the corresponding storage units. And of course, this is something that we see now in the market, and that's why we need to move fast towards the implementation of storage units. We have the pleasure to be supporting 2 out of the 8 projects that have been approved. In the next wave of investments, we have the merger systems, which are units that, under certain conditions, we believe that they're going to be viable. However, there is a huge but. There is always a risk of cannibalization in the market. It's also mentioned by other colleagues. However, we believe that we can live and operate in a very different market, where we have players who are far more educated, and banks are a lot more careful in the way they examine and they evaluate these projects. Another point that I believe that generally in the Greek market has not been given enough emphasis on is the issue of demand, but also the creation and the shift of demand, and also the active management of demand. The electrification must be supported in any possible way, both when it comes to household, domestic use, how we can have time shifting used in electrification. And we need to create flexible markets, both on industrial but also on household consumer levels at a later stage. But also another dimension that we need to start looking at is the flexibility on local level for the decongesting of the networks. But now, going to the kind of core of that question of what are the networks and what we need to do with the networks, the operators that inundated by connection applications, and as expected, an operator has a sort of finite number of responses that they can actually give to. So I think this is the right time to actually look at how we can look at the development of those networks under a different kind of view. I think it's important for investors to know at the early stage of the development of an investment what are the right areas, geographical areas. This is also something that's provided for by the European legislation. So therefore, there needs to be this kind of analysis to just look at the local limitations, geographical limitations, and also as we have new technologies coming in, like for example electrolyte, to see where these are available. It would also make sense to look at how we can incentivize investors so that we can move them towards specific geographical areas. And just one final point that I'd like to make is that I believe that this is time to look at the planning of network in a more kind of active way and a more proactive way, and see how we can do that either through storage systems or hydrogen production systems. So we need to be more proactive and a little bit more bold when it comes to 10-year plans, etc. Yes, the operators need to direct investors towards the kind of optimal areas. Yeah, we need to be, and allow me to say, and also hearing some of the comments that have been made about storage, about the goal of the recent ministerial decision. We need to see what was also happening in other countries. So every time we update those goals and we increase those goals, this becomes a lot more it's done in a very aggressive way. So we need to be a lot more ambitious when we set our goals. And looking at the next 10 years in the energy sector, hydrocarbon seems to be the future, and it's something that's actually also has political dimensions, and that's why I'd like to ask Mr. Karidas also in relation to the project that he just talked about earlier. What are the synergies and collaborations on a European level and also outside Europe, so that we can actually help the European energy transition, for example, through the project with the interconnection of Egypt?
A study by a consulting firm a year ago that recorded the main problems that Europe had to face to achieve the objectives of green transition. One of the most important points in this study is the lack of the appropriate land due to citing environmental terms. These are things that we experience in order to implement the necessary RES units that Europe needs. So Europe has to, due to the geopolitical turbulences, this has been understood by everyone. So Europe needs to open up its horizon and examine countries such as Egypt, which have the necessary land, quality and quantity-wise, regarding the wind and sun potential, developing the right synergies, the right partnerships with common objectives in order to be able, as Europe, to achieve the objectives. In February, the European Commission published the action plan for affordable energy with 6 main pillars. 2 out of those was cheap energy for the consumers and guarantee for energy security. The road to secure that is only through international interconnections. And this is what GREGI is serving exactly. In order to have energy security, to have market integration, which means reduction of the energy price for the consumers, therefore to the benefit of the market, we need exactly to develop these synergies and see how we can accelerate the implementation of these projects. Thank you, Mr. Caridas. Another issue for the transition, the investments in the new grids, the new technologies, the digitization mentioned by Mr. Stefano a while ago, has to do with human resources, executives, people who will be able to bring to term this new reality that we are experiencing. Mr. Chorinos, you have a presence in many countries as a group, and you are participating either as contractors or investors in many countries all over the world. What are your comments regarding the human resources? Is it something that we are lacking? Do you have any proposals for the future and for our country? Well, no doubt there is a great need for human resources, qualified, specialized for this type of projects. There are a lot of very many projects, not just the grids, investments in gas, investments in energy producing units. With our presence abroad, we are trying to keep the people, to help them acquire more expertise, more experience in these specialized projects. But it is true that we need to have greater cooperation of all the companies, all the bodies with universities, technological institutions, technological foundations, in order to have the properly trained personnel for these projects, because they are complex projects, and in order to retain the personnel for new technologies. New technologies are fine, but nothing can be done without human resources. This is in all levels. In my hat as an academic, we want people who will be graduating and who will have the skills. Apart from business management, we want to have engineers of all types, but we also want to have technicians. And the main deficit in skill set is the people who are on the site, on the ground, and who implement all these things. It is true. As you said, we are present in many countries, and in each country we have similar problems. We are trying to use our own personnel, not necessarily Greeks, of course, European or people from other countries who have worked with us for many years. We have to move personnel around for the various projects. Do you have training programs? Yes, we do have a training program. Engineers in practice. It has been in operation for many years now from the group, by the group. For the first time, this program has been exported abroad. We have engineers in practice in many other countries, Italians, British. So we pay a lot of importance in this respect. It is important, as you said, not just engineers, also technicians. So all university universities and other educational foundations should put the emphasis on those these complex projects. Yes, this is very important. Let's try to conclude with Mr. Stefano. A last question. Getting the best practices, the experience of your company from abroad, could you give us one or two examples as to what is happening abroad regarding the development of grids, as we said, and how this can be achieved, best achieved in our country and faster? And if you see any bottlenecks, any critical points that we should focus on in order to overcome them and implement these best practices. Thank you. Yes, let's say that the various plans of the operators, the investment plans, are huge, and this is what we want. But they require a lot of financing. At some point, the gearing issue will be really an issue, which means that there is margin for the introduction of private capital. The ways can be discussed, of course, but Greek is an important, an iconic project. We will see how it will go on with the participation of the operators, but private initiative is important. An important element is that the usual yields with the weighted capital cost are not very attractive for funds or private players who seek higher yields, higher returns. Now, to come to your question, here we have models that we can borrow from abroad. A lot of interconnectors in the UK have been put in place with more innovative models, which allow, on the one hand, the investor to have a greater revenue, and on the other hand, they provide an assurance to the consumers, because the investors, of course, undertake part of the risk if there is underperformance. But in general, they provide security and flexibility. Now, another issue that we see as regards interconnections is, as we have seen recently in the Greek market, the interconnections, there is a trend, for obvious reasons, for the interconnections to increase the prices. Here we need to see the distribution of benefits among the various countries, the allocation of benefits, so that the consumers pay the grid fees, the grid charges for the benefit they receive. The cost-benefit analysis show that the socioeconomic profit is high. This is why these projects should be absorbed, and they should be supported seriously by the European Commission with funds if we want to have single markets. You talked about bottlenecks now. An important issue is the geopolitical risk. This, of course, goes beyond the responsibility of an operator. It has to do with other dimensions, and these are matters that require special attention. But as a general principle, these are national issues. And I would like to conclude with the obvious thing. There is a serious deficit of scientific personnel and human resources. We are mainly talking about engineers, economists, etc., but I think we are lacking a lot of manpower for manual work. And this is not something that can be solved at the level of an isolated company. The companies have the mechanisms, but maybe we should see it in the context of a national strategy as to how the country could import more qualified, specialized personnel. Thank you. Thank you very much for this so very interesting discussion we've had. Our time is up, but I think we were quite efficient as regards the time management. Mr. Panagoulis, thank you very much, all of you.
χτισμένο με καθαρή, βιώσιμη και πράσινη ενέργεια. Ενέργεια αόρατη, αέρια και ανανεώσιμη, που θα ταξιδεύει πιο μακριά, αξιόπιστα και αποτελεσματικά. Αυτό το μέλλον οραματιζόμαστε στο ΔΕΣΦΑ και φροντίζουμε από σήμερα να δημιουργούμε τις συνθήκες που θα το κάνουν πραγματικό. Με την τεχνογνωσία των 600 και πλέον εργαζομένων μας και τη δυναμική 1.466 χιλιόμετρων αγωγών υψηλής πίεσης, 55 μετρητικών και ρυθμιστικών σταθμών, 6 κέντρων λειτουργίας και συντήρησης και ενός τερματικού σταθμού υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου. Μέσα από κομβικά έργα ενεργειακών υποδομών, εξασφαλίζουμε εναλλακτικές πηγές προμήθειας και ανοίγουμε νέους ενεργειακούς δρόμους. Διαμορφώνουμε στρατηγικές συνεργασίες που αναπτύσσουν την αλυσίδα αξίας του υδρογόνου, ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας και της ευρύτερης περιοχής και αναδεικνύουν την Ελλάδα σε διεθνή ενεργειακό κόμβο, ενώ διευρύνουμε παράλληλα την τεχνογνωσία μας, παρέχοντας υπηρεσίες σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους τερματικούς σταθμούς υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου παγκοσμίως. Ταυτόχρονα, αναπτύσσουμε την ελληνική αγορά φυσικού αερίου μέσα από τη συμμετοχή και τη συνεργασία μας με το Ελληνικό Χρηματιστήριο Ενέργειας. Στον ΔΕΣΦΑ διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο της ενέργειας. Για σταθερότητα, ανάπτυξη και μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής για όλους. Γιατί στην ενέργεια, όπως και στη ζωή, το μέλλον ξεκινάει τώρα.
DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
Και συνεχίζουμε στο πρόγραμμα όπως το έχετε.
Well, as you have on the agenda, as you see on the agenda, we will have a discussion. I will have a discussion with Mr. Stefatos, CEO of DEEP, HEREMA, the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company, which was on the actuality today. Mr. Stefatos, it is our great pleasure to have you here on the following day regarding the interest of Chevron on specific areas of the Greek seas. Well, let me first of all thank you. It is my great pleasure to be here in this conference. It is always very topical, irrespective of this coincidence. So, thank you very much. And of course, I'm quite happy with these developments. Thank you very much. I know really that during the last 3 years, the context with the giant of Chevron that we have all seen yesterday on our sites, you were responsible for these contacts. So can you please assess this move? Well, before entering into the gist of your question, let me add that there are a lot of things that are done which do not make the front pages. Chevron was one of the 7 companies with whom we have had some contact. There was another company that were ready to come. They changed their strategy along the way. And there was a third one that is following up. So there are a lot of things. What makes the actuality is not the whole picture. Now, coming back to your question, I'm very happy, not because a very hard effort, intensive effort on the basis of data. The Deputy Minister said before that it was not a simple decision. That was very right. The company has bought the data in Greece, they have studied, they have done their homework before deciding. And so this decision sends 2 important messages. The first one is that it confirms that our country has an important potential. It remains to be confirmed with drillings, we hope in the coming future. This is a vote of confidence in this respect. And objectively, we increase the possibilities to succeed. If these fields exist, if these sediments exist, we increase the probabilities to achieve. And this is very important because we're talking about capital intensity. We're talking about private capital from these companies. This will not cost a penny to the Greek taxpayers. And it is important, I think, to take care not to have redundant impediments on the way. I hope that this process will be closed by the end of the year. What are the next steps? Well, the next steps, and this is very interesting, the company itself is pressing us. They want us to move fast, which shows the importance of Greece at the present juncture in the broader area of Eastern Mediterranean. So there is a major challenge ahead to conclude this this call and the tender during the year. The actions remain is to have the ministerial decision where we accept officially what we heard yesterday to continue with the exact geographical determination of the areas, selection of the contract based on which we will move on, and the call for the tender, which must remain for 90 days in the European Gazette. And after selecting the winner, we have to conclude the contract, we got to go through the Court of Auditors and then go through the Parliament. Since you talked about the contract, is the Greek side decided upon that? Yes, and I am optimistic because, as you correctly ask, we have given a first sign. With the previous call for interest, we have indicated that we will follow the exact same course that we have followed in the past. It is important to have a continuity and consistency vis-à-vis all our investors. So we will have a concession contract as before. Well, we had a map. Maybe could we show this map so as to see where are the lots? Because I wanted to discuss about this. This is why I wanted to. We see Chevron. No, that's not the map. That's not the map that we want to. It's just a picture with the areas. So we see the new lots neighboring to ExxonMobil. So what is it we have here? Do we have a particular competition, or is this complementary? Well, first of all, practically, we are doubling the areas that will be investigated, will be searched. This makes me very happy because the probabilities are double. In the past, we had big companies. What is interesting, Total and Exxon in the past were a consortium. Here we have Chevron independently, maybe competitively, and this is a good indication that our market is maturing. This is interesting, and this shows that the area is interesting. And this is very important for us because we have a very big company with a big experience, but we are impatient in understanding the way of thinking depending on the geology, the geological models, and what they seek. This is very, very, very interesting. We are talking about a company that will help to upgrade the research programs, and we want to have an intensive and qualitative program. And of course, there is another budget with potential money to have the drillings, which increases the probabilities to be successful, because we will have to drill not just once to achieve our objective. So, taking all this into account, this is a very critical development. I see we have the map here. If you observe the whole area from the Peloponnese down to the eastern part of Crete, if we have a successful tender, will be under investigation. And this makes us very happy because nothing will be left without it being investigated and researched. So if there is something, we will identify it during a period internationally where we have a sort of comeback of the oil industry. And it is important that this Greek part is being selected to be investigated. But to gain time, I would like to ask you, you were recently in Houston, in CERAWeek. What is the international climate? How would you describe it? Well, for the first part of your question, yes, realistically speaking, the Eastern Mediterranean is the most probable hydrocarbon provider, especially natural gas for Europe. So, strategically, the area is very, very important. This is clear. Now, the opportunity to be in Houston in CERAWeek was very interesting because we, of course, follow up the international developments. I think you were the only one from Greece who were there. So it is a very important conference in the US on energy. And the messages were very clear. Energy security requires energy differentiation. That was the message. Without energy differentiation, that is, without using all possible sources of energy, we will not have energy security. A second very important message was that it was acknowledged by the most official lips, people who were not very friendly to this form of investments. It was acknowledged that an important disinvestment in hydrocarbons has taken place, and we are facing issues regarding enough hydrocarbons. So the message was clear. Investments in natural gas and oil in the coming years. To gain the lost ground, yes. Yes, exactly, because we don't want to have gaps in the supply, because this creates energy crises which are very hard to bear. Another important message, I think, was the importance of AI and the energy needs that this creates. It is very demanding energy-wise, and everyone admitted that this will reverse all the efforts that we do to reduce consumption. The new applications will increase the demand. Finally, it was very interesting to listen to what the neighboring countries are doing. We attended the presentations from Libya. They had a roadshow as well. It is important to know how things evolve in our area, in our region, to listen to the international markets, because we are a small market with great prospects, so that our message is always topical and interesting to the investors who have the technical and financial capacity to help us produce our natural wealth. This turn or come back to fossil fuels, does it mean abandoning the green transition? No, not at all. And I'm very happy that you asked this question. I said it before. The main message was differentiation. And it was clear to all the people present there that depending on where you are, you have to use the most competitive forms of energy that you have available, which means what? For Europe and especially for Greece, the RES, the renewables, is a necessary component. It is something that I'm sure we will go on producing. It is something deterministic, we heard before. I agree. It goes without saying that we will continue doing it. We will continue our transition. We will not stop the RES. But this does not mean that we will not use, if we have domestic natural gas, that we will not use it, and instead of importing it, and also to export it to neighboring markets. If we have Greek natural gas, we will use it. As regards Greece, we will not stop with the offshore wind farms, which is also your responsibility. I have the impression, maybe it is just an impression, but I have this, that there is somehow a break on this. I understand why you say that. There has been a certain delay, yes. We will do what needs to be done in order to go along with the joint ministerial decision, so that the national program that we have presented, which was saluted as the most successful in Europe, that was our plan. It was a plan. So we want to put it into place, to implement it, but we should not neglect the fact that the market was somehow hesitant regarding the recent developments. Everyone was waiting to see how things evolve. We have entered an era of global economic competition. You see the developments. These projects are very expensive, but yet I am very optimistic because to offset the cost of offshore wind farms, there are 2 or 3 things that we need to think about. First of all, they are necessary. They are indispensable in order to stabilize the RES contribution to our energy mix, that is to have energy throughout the day and throughout the year. We have to add the offshore wind energy. Second, regarding the cost, Greece has the capacity, the possibility, and this is something very important, to develop a large part of the supply chain. This is not my words, it's the study of EOV when we presented the national, the program. If we manage to have 50% or more of the supply chain in Greece, the additional financial economic result for the national economy will offset the cost of these projects. This is very important. So if we achieve that, we can also see the neighboring markets. So Greece has to go on methodically, systematically, insistently, and in a targeted manner to deliver these projects. When you say these projects, the 2 gigawatt by 2030, it's the program of 2.1 gigawatt, yes, but as a whole, yes, this program has to go on. That's the message. Already the pilot projects are going on, and we are working very closely with the companies that work in the area. We need to have into our mind that data are collected, the planning is underway, so I'm very optimistic. We will support and we will help people understand the benefits among the local communities. We want to reverse this reservation, this hesitation vis-à-vis something unknown. We understand this. The local communities are reserved, they are hesitant, but they will see objectively financial benefits apart from the environmental benefits. So I think this is a progress in the pilot projects, and I hope that quite soon we will have progress as well in the offshore wind farms, where we have proposed already a mechanism, a model where we will have a special purpose vehicle, and we will help the market to collect the necessary data, and we will help the state to understand the figures in a way that will be accessible to all, which will have a less environmental footprint. So if all goes well, I believe we will have very good news in this direction as well. Mr. Fatos, thank you very much. I don't know if you want to say in 20 seconds. You have been for 5 years at the helm of the company, and I wish you to go on. If you go on, what are the next challenges? In a codified manner, very, very briefly. Well, first of all, I'm an optimistic person, because what we have seen in the EP in the last 5 years, you have to take into account that this has taken place by a small state company, understaffed, if we compare it to any other similar organization in Europe. So we took a company and we have transformed it, and we have done considerable progress. We discussed about the hydrocarbons, the wind farms. We have also the CCS. Mr. Ivaliotis, the Secretary General, said that we are pioneers as a country in Europe, and this is acknowledged by the Commission. The challenge that I see ahead is that we have to stay focused. We are people who are quite enthusiastic and quite easily disappointed, much more than the Norwegians, for instance, because I spent many years in Norway. We have to commend each other. We have to congratulate each other. Energy can remain and should remain the locomotive of the Greek economy in the coming years. The challenge for me is to start believing enough in ourselves and to undertake a more leading role, which until recently, due to the size of the market, Greece was just a follower. It imported solutions. I think that Greece can pave the way for Europe, can show the way as regards energy options. We have nothing to envy from other countries and from other Europeans. I am convinced about that. We need to be bold, we need to have self-confidence, and we need to be cautious, of course. So I think that we will see a lot of good things in our country. That was very optimistic and hopeful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to change now. We're going to, while we're waiting for Mr. Lostarakos, we're just going to take a few photographs, but we'll be back shortly. As I already mentioned earlier, we have with us the president of ESPEN, who is the Hellenic Association of Energy Suppliers, Mr. Lostarakos. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for your support, because this forum that has had from the beginning, it's had the support of the suppliers, and this is something that we often talk about because it's something that is not often talked about in the public debate. I'd just like to start from exactly that. I have the impression, and from your interventions here, I have the impression that after all these years, we have a free market and you have competition in the market. We do have some distortions. We have a market that is not sufficiently competitive. It hasn't come to a certain level of maturity. What would you say that these are the gaps that are responsible for this distortion? Thank you very much again for the invitation, and congratulations for the organization of this event. I think it's a great opportunity to talk about, highlight 2 or 3 of the problems. There are many problems, but I'm just going to start from one of the issues that we've talked about a lot in the past, which is has to do with the issue of energy tourism. Despite the position of the ministry for many years and the ongoing consultation, it's something that we haven't actually had a solution. So therefore, we had that had many proposals in the face of consultation in order to see how we can have like a protection framework for suppliers. However, this proposal was not approved. The second one was approved by the ministry. This time last year, we talked about that we're moving forward with that particular proposal, and now nothing is happening. So therefore, there's no. We don't have a good way of managing bad debt. Of course, that burdens the suppliers, and you can guess who's paying the price. It's actually the consumer, because that's all these debts are passed on to the end consumer. So therefore, since we're talking about these debts that have gone up to about 2.5 billions, so there's about 1.5 from older debtors and about 1 billion from current customers. And this is this level of protection is important because it's going to have an effect on the prices that are passed on to the consumers. Because when a supplier tries to determine the price, let's just take these factors into account. Another issue that we see as the ongoing deficits in special accounts. We started in 2022 with the Energy Transition Fund, with the money that was given to the consumers when they were not receiving anything from the government. We received all that in the beginning of 2023 after a lot of effort, and then there was a new opening in the special account that got up to 630 million. We've already paid about 400. However, 630 million in 1 year. There's a cost of borrowing of 35 to 40 million euros, which is just as the cost of borrowing, and of course, that's passed on to the consumer and the suppliers. However, this is not normal. These players pay the cost of borrowing from. And another issue that affects all the different interested parties are the network losses. Based on the latest CR analysis in 2025, the network losses in Greece in 2022, they reached 11.2%, whereas in the rest of the European Union, this percentage was 5.5%. In Europe, there was 7.1%. So this difference of around 5.5%, we're talking about 300 to 400 million euros if we're talking about a median price of 120 euros. So therefore, all this is something that burdens the consumer due to the fact that we cannot do anything to counterbalance this problem. This affects all the neighboring countries. The losses that we have through the neighboring countries in the north. Yes, this is a phenomenon that it's very costly, but in theory, everybody would be willing to make the right efforts to limit that, to deal with that problem. What do you think is the reason behind it? I think it's about priorities and incentives, and that's what we say as an association of suppliers, that the operators should have specific criteria. We need to strengthen the incentives. We need to give more incentives for the operator, but also counter incentives, anti-incentives. It's not with can't have 17.4 of losses in the first half of 2022 with nominal losses at 13.5. We cannot have a normalization value at 3.8%. And 3% does not concern the redistributed power. And of course, not everybody knows what redistribution power means. It doesn't correspond to the money that the PPC paid. This is money that all suppliers, PPC included, should be receiving it, and should be receiving it swiftly. And therefore, we cannot just hear 2 years later that we actually owe that money. Because of course that creates a cash flow problem and also creates a business risk, and you cannot have a business risk this cannot be a business risk for the supplier and not for the operator. So it doesn't have a particular nominal index that it can be taken into account. I think this is a huge issue that requires a fair solution that needs to be found for the responsibility for all the money owed up to the end of 2024, but also from 2025 onwards. I understand that we all have a common understanding that we all need to take responsibility so that we don't see similar phenomena in the future. I see that there's a tendency to kind of have many of those burdens concentrated in one particular place in the market. But many of the losses can be counterbalanced by the revenue from production. However, we see many companies outside Greece where they are not vertically integrated. Is there any room for supply companies that only supply energy and do not produce? So therefore, I need to say that my personal opinion is that somebody who's not vertically integrated will be very difficult to operate in this area, and this is because we don't actually have any structural measures, the upstream and downstream. So therefore, everybody's on the same basis, and therefore this plays a crucial role on how competitive one can be through the services that they offer. Those structural measures were quite a lot. We had quite a lot of them in the recent years. I'm not saying that all of them were successful, and some of them are more successful than others, and some were completely unsuccessful. However, they did help with dealing with the fragmentation of production. That's not the case with supply, and that's why in the future we need any further measures. Now, when it comes to the second part of your question, in order to see how many suppliers can participate and they cannot be vertically integrated, we need to see what the characteristics of other countries are. Greece is not Germany or the UK, so for a private individual to participate in Greece requires huge amounts of capital in a very difficult regulatory environment with a high risk. And it's quite difficult, it's quite hard for someone to be interested in this country, in this market, if they're not already positioned in the energy market. However, of course, there are hundreds of suppliers and markets, and those markets normally they just have a kind of a lower, a more relaxed entry framework. And of course, we've seen that in the UK, where there's a more relaxed entry framework, there's also a relaxed exit framework. So therefore, I believe that Greece as a small energy market wouldn't really be able to deal with these difficult situations that we've seen in the past. Well, the fact that we have some strong vertically integrated players also leads to high wholesale prices. So the wholesale market, power market in Greece, is constantly expensive. Is that due to this? or is it something else? Well, personally, I think that this has already been analysed extensively, and yes, there are many factors: the energy mix of the country, the geographical location of the country, the various interconnections, the saturation level. There are steps that are being made. It's very positive what we've been seeing recently, and what we heard from the minister about the creation of a task force that's going to look at the capacity of the interconnections and see the sufficiency of those interconnections. And of course, storage will also play an important role in the gradual reduction of prices. There is an understanding that there were all these measures that were used over the years, but however, despite all these problems, the finances of the companies are doing okay. In Greece, I think that sometimes we kind of create a certain impression, and we're kind of losing sight of common sense. We seem to be forgetting that it's actually the profit that's is the kind of driving force behind all these organizations and all these markets. However, if you want to look at our market, this is not a market that traditionally has had profits. But if we go back to 2021, for example, the losses in our sector were around $500 million, of course excluding certain profits in the area of production. And in previous years, where there was some profit, of course this was redistributed to the end consumer through taxation. The fact that you're talking about that suppliers are profiteering and with the current tariffs that we have, and especially the constant tariffs that we have, there isn't any. The profit is not it's not the driving force for the supplier. It's actually the benefit of the consumer that's the driving force of the company. So we can conclude with this. We've had the crisis, we've had all the measures, we've had the turmoil in the markets with all the problems that we've described. However, what's the landscape now for suppliers? Are they being modernized? Have they been modernized? Do they have a new philosophy? Are they looking at new things? What's the future for this sector? All these extra measures created a dichotomy in the market with the green tariff and the fallback of all consumers to that tariff. 2 or 3 months later, some consumers who are a little bit more informed and more educated start looking at yellow tariffs, etc. Therefore, we have some consumers who are a little bit more kind of proactive, and less proactive consumers who have remained in green tariffs. This trend seems to be continuing, and the kind of dominant tariff is the blue tariff. And even in the future, if there is a kind of balancing of the prices, then the constant tariffs are going to play a much bigger role. That's something that we've seen also in the portfolios in other countries, and this is something that we can see more of in a smarter way. Now, to what extent these measures have led to these changes, I don't believe that it's the measures, it's the competition that has led to these changes. This is what makes suppliers change their strategy. So it's not the green tariff that changed the environment, it's the supply strategy. So what's changing in the future? In the short term, what we're going to see is the completion of the regulatory framework. We're not expecting any miracles. We're going to see a certain degree of penetration of these tariffs. However, what's certainly going to change the environment is smart metering and telemetering, and that's where there's also going to be a turning point for the market, because it's going to show which are the suppliers who are willing and can invest in this for these combination products and services, and we're going to see who's going to gain a competitive advantage, and certainly by creating different revenue streams in order to satisfy different consumer needs. Of course, that's going to be gain market share, and of course, and since there is, that way they can increase the customer loyalty and improve customer experience. Therefore, you're talking about a game that is still open. So there's room for development. Not only is not mature, but we haven't even started this process on behalf of the companies. Yes, it's still open. It's the first year where essentially we're seeing new strategies being unfolded, which are not determining the kind of government's strategies and policies, and therefore at the moment it's just the company strategies that are determining the market. But we need to see whether in the future, beyond the various distortions that we have, whether we can have any additional structural measures. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very interesting discussion.
Ένα μέλλον χτισμένο με καθαρή, βιώσιμη και πράσινη ενέργεια. Ενέργεια αόρατη, αέρια και ανανεώσιμη, που θα ταξιδεύει πιο μακριά, αξιόπιστα και αποτελεσματικά. Αυτό το μέλλον οραματιζόμαστε στο ΔΕΣΦΑ και φροντίζουμε από σήμερα να δημιουργούμε τις συνθήκες που θα το κάνουν πραγματικό. Με την τεχνογνωσία των 600 και πλέον εργαζομένων μας και τη δυναμική 1.466 χιλιόμετρων αγωγών υψηλής πίεσης, 55 μετρητικών και ρυθμιστικών σταθμών, 6 κέντρων λειτουργίας και συντήρησης και ενός τερματικού σταθμού υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου. Μέσα από κομβικά έργα ενεργειακών υποδομών, εξασφαλίζουμε εναλλακτικές πηγές προμήθειας και ανοίγουμε νέους ενεργειακούς δρόμους. Διαμορφώνουμε στρατηγικές συνεργασίες που αναπτύσσουν την αλυσίδα αξίας του υδρογόνου, ενισχύουν την ασφάλεια εφοδιασμού της χώρας και της ευρύτερης περιοχής και αναδεικνύουν την Ελλάδα σε διεθνή ενεργειακό κόμβο, ενώ διευρύνουμε παράλληλα την τεχνογνωσία μας, παρέχοντας υπηρεσίες σε έναν από τους μεγαλύτερους θερματικούς σταθμούς υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου παγκοσμίως. Ταυτόχρονα, αναπτύσσουμε την ελληνική αγορά φυσικού αερίου μέσα από τη συμμετοχή και τη συνεργασία μας με το ελληνικό χρηματιστήριο ενέργειας. Στον ΔΕΣΦΑ διαμορφώνουμε το αύριο της ενέργειας. Για σταθερότητα, ανάπτυξη και μια καλύτερη ποιότητα ζωής για όλους. Γιατί στην ενέργεια, όπως και στη ζωή, το μέλλον ξεκινάει τώρα.
DESFA, enabler of a sustainable energy future.
The world is evolving. The world is changing with energy from nature, and the need for a cleaner environment is changing rapidly and urgently. Imagine an economy, a society where organic waste from agricultural, livestock, and industrial activities is converted into clean energy, helping to reduce waste and strengthening the country's circular economy. At the same time, through the use of photovoltaic systems and energy storage units, Greece is reducing its dependence on fossil fuels and achieving energy independence. EcoElas contributes to building a better and cleaner future by applying technologies that benefit the economy and future generations. With innovative solutions, it not only protects the environment, but helps Greece lead the way in green growth and economic prosperity, making it one of the greenest regions in Europe. EcoElas, green present, clean future.
Ο ΔΔΕ εξυγχρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον, για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση, για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας, για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας, για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο, για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
We're part of a world on the move. During a moment in time, unlike any other. At PwC, we're embracing new ways of thinking, to see things from new angles, and we're bringing purpose to all we do, working each day to build trust and solve important problems. But we can't look forward without seeing where we've come. We have a story to tell. It's the story of our year. At PwC, we're drawing from the wide range of capabilities our people bring from 149 countries. Our focus on business model reinvention helps companies navigate global shifts and reimagine how they're creating value. We're not afraid to try new things. At PwC, we've seen the power of AI and how it's transforming the way we live and work, opening doors we may not have known were there. We've built award-winning tech alliances with some of the world's biggest innovative companies and continue to expand our own reach, investing nearly $1.5 billion to grow and scale our AI capabilities across our global network. At PwC, we understand the urgent need to take climate action. It's not just about checking a box. There are plenty of opportunities when a business puts sustainability at the top of the agenda. This year, we're proud to be recognized as a global leader in ESG and sustainability. And at the foundation of all business continues to be trust. It's the rock on which a strong business is built. At PwC, we're helping our clients build trust in what matters to their business. From cloud security to sustainability performance, trust remains a key component to strong markets. There have been challenges, but there have also been strides forward in the story of our year. We're excited and optimistic about the future as we write our next chapter.
Ήλιος και άνεμος, η δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΒ, διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον. Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά, τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Se llevó a cabo el fotovoltaicos Mitilineos en Chile.
Mitilineos is expanding its presence in the UK.
Projet d'une capacité totale de 1,4 gigawatts.
Κάτι μεγάλο μπορεί να ξεκινήσει από κάτι ταπεινό. Στις αρχές του περασμένου αιώνα, η Μυτιληναίος ήταν μια μικρή οικογενειακή επιχείρηση με τις δικές της αξίες. Τόλμη, διορατικότητα και εξωστρέφεια. Με τις ίδιες αξίες, η τρίτη γενιά της οικογένειας δημιούργησε έναν διεθνή κολοσσό. 5 χρόνια μετά, με εξαγορές και συγχωνεύσεις, απλοποιήσαμε τις διαδικασίες. Στο αλουμίνιο είδαμε έναν σύμμαχο που μας βοήθησε να μπούμε στον κόσμο της ενέργειας. Ανοίξαμε νέους δρόμους για χιλιάδες σπίτια και επιχειρήσεις. Και αν το αλουμίνιο είναι το διαμάντι του στέμματος, στις φλέβες μας τρέχει το φυσικό αέριο. Είμαστε leaders στην πράσινη βιομηχανική παραγωγή. Έχουμε τη δύναμη να δημιουργούμε βιώσιμες πόλεις και έξυπνα σπίτια. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει, η αλλαγή είναι η μοναδική μας σταθερά. Και σήμερα η Μυτιληναίος αλλάζει όνομα και γίνεται Μέτλεν. Και με ακόμη περισσότερη δύναμη παραμένει στην πρώτη γραμμή της ενεργειακής μετάβασης και οραματίζεται σταθερά τα επόμενα χρόνια. Μέτλεν, φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Η ενέργεια που αξίζει και μας πηγαίνει όλους μπροστά. Η ενέργεια του μέλλοντος είναι εκείνη που παράγουμε, παρέχουμε, αξιοποιούμε, καθαρά και έξυπνα. Για εμάς τη Volton, καθαρά σημαίνει ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και φυσικό αέριο με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την αειφορία. Και έξυπνα σημαίνει έξυπνα συνδυαστικά προγράμματα που απαντούν σε κάθε σύγχρονη ανάγκη νοικοκυριών, επαγγελματιών και επιχειρήσεων. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει πιο καθαρό περιβάλλον μέσα από την έξυπνη αξιοποίηση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, καλύπτοντας τη συνεχώς αυξανόμενη ζήτηση για πράσινη ενέργεια. Καθαρά και έξυπνα σημαίνει να ανοίγουμε διαρκώς τους ορίζοντές μας σε νέους τομείς, νέες ιδέες, νέες δραστηριότητες, υλοποιώντας το πλάνο μας για την είσοδο στις τηλεπικοινωνίες με στόχο να προσφέρουμε σύγχρονες και καινοτόμες υπηρεσίες στους πελάτες μας.
Λοιπόν, παρακαλώ να μπουν μέσα και όσοι είναι απ' έξω. Ξεκινάμε την απογευματική και όπως έχετε ήδη διαβάσει.
Let's resume our event. As you have already read, we have also announced that we will be holding a discussion with Mr. Alexandros Papageorgiou, who is the managing director of the NX Group, the Energy Exchange Group. He will be talking with me, Panagoulis, about issues that are of utmost actual interest. So let's start.
Λοιπόν, σας καλωσορίζω.
Said, welcome to the afternoon session, to those seated and to those online. And I have the honor of holding a discussion, a 15-minute discussion with Alexandros Papageorgiou, the managing director of the Hellenic Energy Exchange Group. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Panagoulis, for the invitation. I think you are 2 years in, and this is a sufficient time for you to elaborate on the corporate level on what the energy exchange would like to achieve. Let me start by saying that wherever you are, and over the most recent times, people argue that, of course, electricity prices are very high because they are traded in the NX Group. It is a commodity. Is it right so? Luckily enough, no. If you regard power as a commodity being traded many times, as is the case in the other exchanges, and considering that the spot power, when we refer to the wholesale, because we're talking about the wholesale market, the spot power is being carried out on the based on the marginal price model, whereas the underline is always the power that runs through the cables, then you do understand that the concept, the notion of a speculative argument does not hold water. And what confuses people is actually the concept of exchange. If we were called an energy operator, then people would not be confused. We do exactly the same. We have the same business model. We all 27 regulated markets across Europe have this spot market based on the same mechanism. And I regret to say that this is just a domestic debate. Perhaps it shouldn't be coined energy exchange in the first place, because, you know, the energy operator actually handles and manages energy. Exactly. And what you see behind us is our flag. This showcases exactly the opposite compared to the existing arguments. We came up with this idea after the summer fluctuation problem as you can see, we've run an analysis, 15 years, with a time span of 15 years, analyzing prices in Europe and Greece, taking German, Romanian, Bulgarian, and Italy prices as a benchmark, Skopje as well. And you see the TTF benchmark for natural gas, and the dotted lines represent the Germany to Greece spread. On the right-hand side, you can see how costlier we used to be compared to Germany. Before the target model was established, we had twice the prices compared to Germany. Spread was at 80 to 90%, and after November 2000. After November, and once we introduced the target model, we used the same algorithm as the rest of Europe. Spreads remained within a limit of 30%, did not exceed 30%. The most important aspect on this slide, and we always stress that, is as 2 years ago. When 2 years ago we had price spikes, 400 euros a megawatt hour, TTF was at more than 200. The spread was at its record low. At that point in time, where prices were skyrocketing, we were historically seen at the lowest rank compared to Germany. But the prices were primarily so high, and well, exactly, but that was the case in Europe, across Europe. You talked about the target model, and you explained how the market was operating before and after the target model. Is it a common? It is actually the common way of operation across Europe. Is there is this related to faster introduction? And I guess there's a new situation, and people say it, openly or less openly, and they claim that the target model needs to be modified. What's your take on that? Well, the target model was designed in order to develop renewables. When natural gas was at 20 euros and a megawatt of PV was 45% a megawatt hour, the European Commission designed the target model concept so that even the more expensive energy carriers could be integrated into the energy mix. Since renewables, or to put it in another way, natural gas has increased, prices for natural gas has increased, and as a result, based on the same algorithm, it increases the higher prices as well. What one needs is not yet another model. Perhaps a fine-tuning of the algorithm is necessary, and also in talks at European level, what is being argued is that the market needs to be developed further. People ask me why why energy in Finland is cheaper. We can't compare ourselves to France that has 50 nuclear power plants, or other countries with 80%, like Norway, 80% of hydropower. What we need are networks, interconnections, and since energy has evolved into a more flexible carrier, you need batteries. This is a matter of discussion lately. This might enable us to keep pace with markets like in Central Europe. You touched upon the energy exchange, the Hellenic Energy Exchange, and you touched upon the spot market and the target model. there is a perception, I would like you to comment on that Greece has higher prices because all energy flows through the energy exchange compared to other countries where 20 to 30% runs through the energy exchange. And therefore, a price for the entirety of the energy is being shaped. I have heard of that as well. But you know, that's not true. I don't know where these figures come from, 20%, 30%, but that's not the case. As said, we run the same algorithm. Marginal pricing is the model that was a predecessor of the annex, as well as of the target model, as well as of Laguier, and dates back to the 80s. Simply because it has been demonstrated through surveys and research that it is a model that maximizes the benefit for the society, community benefits. Therefore, and if you allow me to touch upon that as well, PPAs. It's not the entirety of energy that runs through Annex. There are PPAs that can take place over the counter. But these rates, these 20 to 30% rates, you hear of in other conferences as well. And people say in other markets without actually identifying what markets they're talking about is so and so, but this is not true. I mean, we had the suspicion, had to look into that, and it's not the case. More or less, you believe that we, as you said, of course, we have the same practices in place, but differences in terms of the results. PPAs compared to balancing market commodities. And you wanted to talk about imports and exports. And what role do they play in emergencies and contingencies, like in the most recent period of time and going forward? When we export, we are certainly less expensive than others. The algorithm is designed in a way to allow energy to flow from cheaper to more expensive markets in order to sell it at a higher price. Yes, this is like the ultimate goal of the target model. Considering that over the last months we have been more export oriented. This means we are more competitive compared to our neighbors. Although interconnector to Italy is out of order for a month now. And in this case as well, as was the case when we used to import, prices were going down here in Greece and the exporters had higher price yields. And I guess this is what happens now. We have higher prices, slightly higher prices, since we're exporting energy, and prices are lower at those places where we're importing energies. We need to understand, nevertheless, that the European Commission's, the European Union's perspective is not focusing on the Greek, the Italian, or the Bulgarian market, but rather on the community benefit. And it has been showcased that this is the best model for which is beneficial for the community. Let me now move on to the company, to NX Group in itself. Aside from operating energy exchanges abroad, and you as well, have strategies in place in order to develop the Hellenic Energy Exchange. Yes, well, our strategy going forward and for the next 4 years will focus on natural gas, because we believe that the natural gas market has room for improvement. We're currently offering 3 spot DC2 and DC3 commodities, and then in the natural gas segment we will have more commodities being offered. New services will be provided. RAI endorsed only lately the entry door participant, which allows a company to trade natural gas volumes without being part of the system. And these are services that traders that know and use abroad many decades now. This is not a novelty that we have put in place. We know what actually runs well abroad, and we're willing to introduce such mechanisms here, because only through such a package of services and products, companies will be able to select the instruments that allow them to maximize their portfolio. And this is where the PPA platform always comes in, right? Yes, indeed. The PPA platform is part of the generic environmental products portfolios that are guarantees of origins, PPAs. Now, in terms of the PPA platform, a novel product that runs very well within the 2-3 months since its existence. We have 15 participants, and another 5 are in the pipeline. This is something that made us happy, of course. It is an internal project within the Annex group. We have introduced a tool that is bilaterally based, where demand and supply meet each other. We cannot tell whether an agreement will be evolved. We have a general agreement to both parties being available, and we look forward over the next months, and provided that the European Commission directive is issued, we're looking forward to upgrade ourselves in order for the PPA megawatts to be cleared in the Annex group as well. Theoretically speaking, we are ready to go, and when we have the green light, we will be able to realize it promptly. As far as the 15-minute products are concerned, we will be running those concurrently and not separately, as, for example, Italians have done. They started with the intraday market in January. They have 15-minute slots. Since January, we're going to introduce them in June. But let me be clear, day-ahead market is a European market. We cannot take the initiative to start off in June. All 27 energy system operators and all NEMOs, we are those essentially who run the energy market. We need to coordinate ourselves. We need to align ourselves with each other. I was in Budapest last week, exactly for that reason. We need to coordinate ourselves in order to be able, by mid-June, to kick off the 15-minute slots. Based on that, our members will be able to schedule their portfolio in a flexible way. Thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou. I guess our discussion has been very helpful to many.
Χρονίζεται με έξυπνα δίκτυα, με αυτοματοποιημένα συστήματα, με αναβαθμισμένη εξυπηρέτηση, με σύγχρονες λειτουργίες, με ψηφιοποιημένες εργασίες, με σεβασμό για το περιβάλλον. Για να έχετε καλύτερη τηλεφωνική εξυπηρέτηση. Για να μπορείτε να δηλώνετε τη βλάβη σας online ή μέσω του κινητού σας. Για να εξυπηρετήσετε άμεσα και online για τα περισσότερα από τα αιτήματά σας. Για να κάνετε online αίτηση για τη σύνδεση της υποδομής φόρτισης του ηλεκτρικού οχήματός σας στο δίκτυο. για να παίρνετε άμεσες και γρήγορες απαντήσεις μέσω ψηφιακού βοηθού. Ένα δίκτυο καινοτομίας. Ένα δίκτυο καλύτερης εξυπηρέτησης. Ένα δίκτυο ενέργειας για όλους. ΔΔΕ.
Μικρόφωνο, προχωρούμε, δεν είναι... Βλέπετε συνέχεια πάνω.
You see me here all the time. I have to do it because my colleague Kostas Deligiannis, who was supposed to be the moderator in this panel, and who is very expert in these topics, had a previous engagement. So he will be with us tomorrow. I will moderate this panel. It is not a matter of vanity. I have to. So I will call upon Mr. Fourlaris, Vice President of the Energy branch of the regulator, RAI, Mr. Tsalemis from DDE, Mr. Kostas Papamichail, Deputy General Director of ESPEN, Mr. Dionysis Tsitos, Volton General Director, and Mr. Evangelos Kourakis, Partner, Head of Energy Koutalides Law Firm. Thank you very much for being here. I will be sitting here to your left, and
Ωραία. Καθίστε. Λοιπόν,
right. Our topic is the Greek electricity and gas market after the crisis, prerequisites for a healthy and competitive market. This is a topic, an umbrella title that can include a lot of things. The main thing here, since we're talking about a deregulated market, is to have a competitive market to the benefit of the consumer and efficient. So I will give the floor the microphone to all of you, and then we can have some debate. Mr. Fourlaris, you have the floor. Please keep the microphone quite close. My voice does not help, says Mr. Fourlaris. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Panagoulis. I would like to say about the retail market. From the 1st of January 2024, we had the tariffs, the colored tariffs, the transparency tariffs, which was a necessity, the way the retail market was developing, because thus we allowed the consumer in an easily understandable way and direct way to understand the features of each product regarding the tariffs. The first product that was different was the green tariff, established by the Ministry of Energy, which has a common formula for everyone. It was an ex-ante product, which had the following positive features. The first thing is that it had a stable overheads price, and on the other hand, one could change this constant price of the overheads and the supply price. Therefore, it could shape the prices. Then, talking about the negative aspects of this tariff, is that we have seen with time that this tariff was more expensive than all the others. Now, some statistical data, if you wish. In 2024, The prices were from 170 euros for megawatt hour without any discount. The lowest price was 100 euro per megawatt hour and the highest 280 throughout the year 2020-24. As a negative element was that the inactive consumers, the ones that did not pay any attention to selecting a tariff, were all included in the green tariff, which, since at some points this green tariff was high, was expensive, this befell the consumers. Now, the green tariff, for better or worse, at the beginning of January 2024, with this change, had 89% of the consumers, an astounding number. 5,200,000 consumers. Are we at the same levels today? No, I will tell you later on. That was one point. Now it has dropped to 78%. From 5.2 million, we are at 4.2 million. There was a hesitancy for blue tariffs, which are the stable ones, which had a 3% when they started at the beginning of 2024. And from 160,000, they are 860,000. They went up to 14%. The yellow ones went from 497,000 to 836,000. That is, from 8% they went to 14%. But the dominant player has the majority. In 2024, we have seen a movement of consumers of 1.1 million. For the stable tariffs, the increase of the stable tariffs shows an increase of the consumers to go to safer options, that is, a more certain tariff in order not to have the variations, the fluctuations. Regarding the yellow tariffs, the variable ones, they are ex ante and ex post. At the beginning, the ex ante tariffs were very, very few. Only 2 companies offered them, and most of them were ex post. The result of this was that we had such tariffs at a percentage of 28% for the ex ante and 72% for the ex post yellow tariffs. With time, we have seen that the consumers' mentality, if you wish, was that they wanted to opt for the yellow ex ante. So we have 50-50, 50% for ex ante and 50% for ex post. As regards the consumers now, I would like to say that what the consumers are interested in is to have a stable tariff. That is, to have the conditions very, very distinct, very clear, no changes throughout the contract. This is how they gain trust vis-à-vis the suppliers, depending on the products and the way they offer them. Moreover, the regulatory authority, as you know, has a tool that helps the consumer. We will use a second tool, the switching, for the transfer of consumers through a platform from one company to another. Another parameter, another variable was that first we had 72% of yellow tariffs. That was a very high number. And this was quite confusing for the consumers. So this is why they turned themselves to the security of blue tariffs. Now, we believe that DDE has a crucial role to play. The HEDNO has a crucial role to play in this transition, which started in January 24. From the 17th of January 25, the blue tariffs were made yearly, contrary to the blue ones that existed in 24, which were 60 and 8 months duration. They did not help that much. I believe that this transition, this change that we have adopted as regulatory authority, and we said that we have just 1 year long tariffs without any change, I think this is a safe haven and it will be preferred by the consumers. And I think we will see that. Then we consider that HEDNO has a crucial role to play. We, as regulatory authority, we have established the regulatory framework for the tariffs that we have put under consultation in Greece and in the European Commission. We have prepared this framework. We have submitted it to the Ministry. We believe it is a quite good regulatory framework. Some people consider it as conservative, maybe. But we think this is to the benefit of the consumer, because with such an orange tariff, the consumers will become active consumers. We will not have the inertia of the green tariff, and they will follow up their consumption and they will try to consume at times when the wholesale price is low. Right, let's go now to Mr. Tsalemis and whether he could. I would like to add that DDE, HEDNO, that is, Mr. Tsalemis, has a really crucial role for two things. First one has to do with stealing of electricity. We have seen a huge effort undertaken by DDE, by HEDNO, to respond, because this is a request by the consumers to respond as best it can. And we have seen results. We have heard that they have managed to catch these thieves. And the second point is the issue of the methodology for curtailment for the RES infusion during springtime and autumn when we have low demand. HEDNO has accelerated in responding to the connection of producers, category B, for those who know, to place the routers and have a proportionality in the curtailment, which is actually what we are looking for. And I have to say that in public. HEDNO has indeed accelerated their efforts much more than the previous years. Right, so let's start with a comment on those, Mr. Tsalemis. First of all, the stealing of electricity, the electricity theft, smart meters, and let's leave the issue of adjustment with the small PV parks. We will discuss it at the end. Okay, so I thank the Vice President for his encouraging words. Indeed, in HEDNO, in the DDE, we have waged an uphill battle during these last months in both issues. We have an accelerating pace of installing smart meters. We believe that during 2025 we will have installed approximately 1.5 million smart meters. They pertain 20% of the meters, but they correspond to energy covering approximately 55% energy consumed, that is, energy from the grid. So it covers a large part of the consumption. And these smart meters will help, of course, they are necessary actually for the application of dynamic tariffs and respond to the consumers' demand. And this, of course, will help in cases of any disturbances in the prices as during the crisis, which, of course, is something that no one wants. We have also undertaken action to restrict the phenomenon of electricity theft. This was hugely increased during the crisis for financial reasons, and we tried to suppress this phenomenon, to restrict it. Just two figures, or rather one figure. In 2023, the value of this electricity theft was 30 million. In 2024, it reached 64 million, which shows the controls, the technical controls were 22,000, and in 2024 it was 41,000. It's not just the DIE that has made these controls. It has also proposed a regulatory, a package of regulatory measures with the assistance and advocacy by RAI. We have advanced and we are waiting for another approval. The most important is the revision of DOT, which had not been revised for a long time and which was actually a great incentive for restricting electricity theft. In this package were things that RAI had already approved, and we have a last part that is still under approval. And this will help in reducing the losses, because a large part of the losses was due to electricity theft. The measures have yielded results, and this is seen in the calculations. I will give you three figures at the level of the 3 quarters, 9 months. It will be more than the year's total of the corresponding year that you know, but traditionally we have seen that during the first months, the first 6 months, the losses are bigger compared to the yearly ones. In 2022, the 9 months, the percentage of losses was 12.9%. 2023, 12.64%, and in 2024, 12.40%. So there is a downward trend, and we believe that at the end of the year, this percentage will be lower than the figure of 2023. That's all. I will leave some time at the end to speak about Easter and whether we will have any issues there. Okay. I will ask Mr. Papamichail to say a few words about whether we are indeed in a state of normality after the crisis. Do we have a market that is adequate and competitive? Well, thank you for the invitation and congratulations for this, for organizing this Congress. I believe that to a great extent we can say that the crisis, as we have experienced it in the previous years, has de-escalated. The level of prices in the wholesale market is at 130 euros per megawatt hour. In 2022, it had exceeded 300 on average. However, the truth is that the level of prices today is not very different from the one we had in 2023, a year during which we had in full implementation the extraordinary mechanism for facing the crisis. So we see that although the intense pressures have receded, we are in a new reality where there is intense fluctuation as regards the prices, and we have comparatively higher level of prices compared to previous years. And this is connected to the natural gas market and the mutuality, the reciprocity that we have there. But the paradox that we have to face is that this is happening at a time when the RES production is increasing, and their cost is not related to the natural gas. And the way that we are facing this new reality today, which seems to take permanent features and is not an extraordinary condition, an extraordinary crisis, at least as defined by the European Union, is through a system of subsidies that was established during the crisis to face an extraordinary event. The fact that these subsidies continue to apply without having any timetable regarding the end or a set of rules as to when they are activated and in which way, this reduces the visibility in the market as regards the participants. And since the resources are being exhausted gradually, the resources of the fund, and we have also heard about bringing back extraordinary measures, etc., etc. All this raises a question. In this new reality, with the fluctuation of the prices, with the comparatively higher prices compared to previous years, are the measures established during the crisis the appropriate ones, or do we need new mechanisms to face this new reality? This is a general comment as regards the framework and where we stand today in relation to the crisis. Yet, something that was mentioned by the Deputy Minister this morning is that there are various arrhythmias, irregularities in the market that contribute to increasing the cost for the final consumer and which should be dealt with in order to improve the protection of the final consumer, to reinforce the regularity, the regular operation of the market, and to reduce the cost. So, indicatively, I would like to say a few points. They were mentioned before in a previous panel. One point is the issue of losses, which is at a very high level, 4%, when the European average is at 5.5. This induces an additional cost for the consumers, 370 million a year. You see the difference? Yes, that's what I mean, the difference. And this increases the final cost for the consumer. The fact also that this cost, until recently, the change in the coefficient, that is, this was not something that the producers could foresee, created problems in the operation of the market and the operation of competition. It is dealt with partly with the increase of the losses coefficient, but it is still there as an important cost factor and an important factor that affects the broader competition. The second point is the issue of the special account for utilities. It had reached 630 million, and this had a 40 million cost for the consumers, 40 million yearly. Indeed, it was reduced at the beginning of this year with the support from the state budget, but it's still quite high, 200 million. The third point has to do with net metering, the clearing and the net metering. It has been put under consultation with a small delay in order to complete this framework, but this delay has contributed to the increase of the final cost for the consumers. The estimated cost that burdened the supply cost for the consumers was 15 million a year due to the gap that we had. And this gap impeded the further development of self-consumption. And the last point, the most important probably, is the outdated framework for changing supplier, given that the existing framework as it is being implemented was established 12 years ago under different conditions in a different market. As mentioned before, extended discussions have taken place with the regulatory authority, which has submitted its proposals to the ministry. Yet we have not seen any development. This is a very important issue because, as it was mentioned, the bad debts have exceeded 3 billion. This is a cost that cannot be absorbed by the suppliers, and it is then passed on to the consumer. And as regards this specific topic, I would like to point out that an important role for handling this issue of arrears is played by the response of the DA of HEDNO to the requests of the suppliers as regards the management of this issue. Yes, practical issues of the operation of the market were raised by you. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have the ministry here to tell us about this framework of changing of supply, which is a crucial issue. But I will give the floor to Mr. Bovos so that he can say a few things about this basic issue of the operation of the market.
Thank you for the invitation. As the previous speakers have already addressed many of the irregularities, I would like to be a little bit more poignant. I think we're experiencing a constant disorder. If we look at the charts, we see large fluctuations. We have a 200 euro megawatt hour cost at some point, and then there are periods of time within the day where the cost is zero. And as soon as PVs produce a lot of energy, the cost goes down to zero. This means there is a extremely high volatility in prices. And the state calls on us to modify this price volatility in order to provide our customers with more stable tariffs. This is a very good intention, but difficult to implement. As suppliers, each of us separately and collectively, we would like the wholesale volatility to translate into stable products that we can deliver to our customers. This sounds logical. So we argue that there is a disorder, the irregularity in the market making. There are no wholesale products which enable suppliers to normalize costs in order to build safer, more stable or hedged tariffs of any type. This has been dragging on for many years, and it is extremely difficult for non-vertically integrated suppliers to cope with. Vertically integrated suppliers have a playing field. Then there are suppliers that are better able to provide more stable tariffs, and they benefit from the margin. At some point, we can experience even a high supply of fixed tariffs. The problem is not the volatility per se, but rather that the volatility affects wholesale, the retail market, and the consumers ultimately. Hedging products are not in place. I would like to note here that the NOME, as an example, the NOME product used to exist and was very helpful. We need products like NOME and access to such products. Let me remind that most of the products are profined. They are variable, which means the variability continues to exist. This is a very important irregularity that does not help in stabilizing the market. And then, by enabling only blue tariffs to have a clause on early withdrawal, and without enabling other tariffs to do that, we end up in a situation where clients, where customers cannot leave a supplier, and this makes them a bad product. We have policies in place that are not evenly distributed. I think the market should be left to regulate themselves. Of course, an oversight by the regulatory authority should be there. Now, the difference in the tariffs and which tariffs one can provide and which not, which tariffs have a clause or which not, enables some of the consumers to engage in energy tourism. As Mr. Panagoulis said, this has given rise to insecurity. There is not Article 42 in the code for the regulatory authority to enable to put in place a tool that will stop bad debts. This in turn, the bad debt is part of the cost of the service. The service cost goes up, competitiveness drops. There is higher customer switching suppliers, and then this is a vicious circle. I guess these three aspects are very important to our market. I think it's very difficult to address them. HETNO's participation in addressing them is exceptional. Introducing smart meters allow to control those problems. You won't have cases where the consumers can connect themselves to the grid, although they're not allowed to. This is, in a certain way, electricity theft, and all that would allow us to end up in load declaration. A forecast can never be true, and we declare loads per hour. We can never achieve that, and we have to pay penalties because we don't have the tools in place that would allow us to forecast in the best possible way. I think the smart meters will help us tackle that. Thank you very much. I think that the aspects you have raised illustrate how the market, through regulation and through certain measures, can work smoothly. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Vangelis Kourakis for a short intervention. Mr. Kourakis represents Koutsalidis law firm. He and himself and the company is very active in the energy business. I would like to thank him for being here. Thank you for having me as well. Given the time, I would like to be brief. I would like to touch upon specific issues that need to be addressed, and we can get back to that, can come back to that. I had many interesting points from the consumer's perspective as well. And I was wondering whether we are experiencing the last drift of an energy crisis that started many years ago. We have to look into how the situation is being shaped now. I guess the crisis was a stress test, if you'd like to think of the banking sector, and Europe was defenseless. There was no free lunch. We had cheap natural gas, but we failed seeing the forest, and that was the price we had to pay for that. This crisis gave rise to structural changes, exactly because of the cost as well as of the awareness of this problem. We acknowledge that we need larger and higher energy security and independence. And we also acknowledge that RES, renewables, is not just an energy carrier we want because we love forests and we are thinking green. It's simply also because it is is a component of strategic autonomy. And this is where the market heads to. Within this context, the market is indeed mature enough in order to further promote renewables. But then there are issues relating to the fluctuations in production, zero production, high production, depending on the time of the day. And then you have to rely on natural gas, that is an interim resource. But at the end of the day, regardless of the tariffs and the colors of the tariffs, if energy is pricey, we will pay a lot. When faced with such structural changes, and if you reshuffle here, you will face new problems. If you look back at the Soviet Union collapse, you might end up in a really concentrated market. You might end up with a market that is functioning very well, or being consumed with issue tackling in an establishment that is going to be an oligopoly. And as a result, things might be even worse compared to when you started tackling issues. And at some point, of course, down the road, reactions will not be that strong. We now have a chance to introduce structural changes. These should not end up in a concentrated, highly concentrated market. And having said that, we need to put in place an investor framework that would allow foreign investments to be made. If only Greek players are operating, we will have concentration at the end of the day. And one need a regulatory framework that is clear, that is predictable. And clear means that I read the law and I understand what the text says. We don't have 15 different interpretations. And perhaps for an investor that knows no Greek or cannot interpret that, having connections with the ministry, he won't feel secure and he will live. And you want a stable framework that cannot and should not change every month. Otherwise, you can't have a strong business plan. And then you need predictability, because of course I need a fixed, a stable framework, a clear framework. But if there is a reason based on the policies that exist, I can tell which direction changes will take. I'm not confident that we have reached a maturity level right now that would attract foreign investors to a certain extent in order to avoid concentration in the hands of the Greek players. And I would like to close by touching upon the market issue. Indeed, there was this 4.57 standalone batteries initiative that could change things if it was successful, because it reduces the importance, significance of natural gas and the dependence, etc. Nevertheless, it is not quite clear how sufficient this might run. Because at the end of the day, you need finance from banks. You need financing from the banks not just because it is necessary, but because the decision per se provides for that. And in order to them to be bankable, you need tolling agreements. Let me remind you that tolling agreements means assigning someone else the management of your station so that you have a fixed revenue that allows you to pay back the banks, and the one operating your plant can hedge that. Let's be clear. There is a certain cap, 250 or overall 500 megawatts, compared to the battery capacity that each group is entitled to manage, and this is very logical to do so. Imagine one player having 4 megawatts of batteries. He can manipulate the market as much as they want, and regardless of how many colors we might want to paint tariffs, prices would be fixed from them. Therefore, you need a mechanism to avoid concentration. And then this begs the question, when those people come in with a 4.7 megawatts, can they give that? Can they hand it over to an aggregator? This is not prohibited. Tolling agreements are not precluded. But then again, if you do that, if you opt in for an aggregator, you have concentration. You purchase your SPV, having a tolling agreement with yourself. Practically speaking, as to the question how this initiative will unfold and how can we prevent concentration to the extent we want. This is not easy, is the answer. And one will not attract investors to tolling agreements when there is such an extreme uncertainty. For the market to be structurally operating, you need certainty, and otherwise we will end up in situations we wouldn't want to deal with. Let's move on to Mr. Tsalemis and Fourlaris for the last minutes to address the issues left. Mr. Tsalemis. Further to what Mr. Kourakis said, do you have figures as to how many project applications have been put forward to HEDNO, or whether to IPTO, or whether you have a schedule on that? Might want to comment on that. Speaker is speaking off the mic. Well, let me cite some figures in terms of the applications that have been submitted, in terms of storage units. In total, 384 applications have been submitted for 1,130 megawatts to date. That is within the March round of applications. This is, so to speak, there is an equilibrium between the three categories. Megawatts are equally distributed over these categories. Within the first 10 days of April, we are going to send out the first letters to the interested parties to submit their dossiers. As to the issue that you have been dealing with on the part of HEDNO, and together with regulatory authorities, efforts to avoid a blackout during the Easter period. How do you go about that? Mr. Fourlaris. Yes, we had a meeting between HEDNO and IPTO, the TSO and the DSO, at the regulatory authority premises yesterday. I will be brief. There are renewable categories where HEDNO, IPTO will be able to cut off or increase production, and then leaving IPTO, we go on to HEDNO. HEDNO has RES set points that are on or off, and category A that are remotely controlled from operation control centers, and then you have RES A, RES B categories equipped with projects equipped with switches, remote controlled switches. As to non-remotely controlled projects, they belong to category B. Ahead of the Easter holidays and ahead of the springtime and what we are expecting to experience, perhaps this will be more evident during the Easter time, we concentrate our efforts for the category B to be securely cut from the grid. We have taken a decision as a regulatory authority on the technology to restrict RES injection capacities. I guess that we will be able to publish it online tomorrow, and the ministerial decision will be issued by the end of next week, by Friday. I mean, we will have the government gazette issue being issued. And this means this doesn't mean that we will have a test on April 6th. There is no test provided for. We need to cut them from the grid. If April 6th is a sunny day, we need to cut renewables. We will introduce the methodology into practice. No tests will take place, because I saw that being written online. On April is a test just for us, because we will implement that in practice. And once the government gazette issue is being published, penalties will come into effect. 500 euros a megawatt hour penalty, and then 1,000 if they do not comply with the requirements, and then 1,500, etc. We have contacted the PV associations. They seem to understand and will comply with the requirements, because the category B is the critical mass we need to address.
Mr. Kalemis, how do you proceed? We are in a process, we are focusing on Group B. The Group B is the group of PV parks where there is no possibility for remote the interruption must be done by the producers themselves, not by the DE, by switching a button. There are some parks where we go on site, 300 megawatts. But when we talk about local manipulation, we are talking about the producers themselves, 3.7 gigawatts. So the producers themselves installed power, installed capacity. There is a specific procedure. It is included in the methodology. The IPTO ascertains the need at least 2 days earlier and issues an announcement on the site. Then, the day after, it issues an announcement for confirming this need for D-Day, D-2, D-1, and D, the D-Day where the producers must turn on the switches. And then HEDNO will issue an announcement and will send an SMS to the mobile phones of the producers, the ones that are declared in the RES portal, in our database, in our site. This is why on Friday we issued an announcement so that all producers can be informed whether their station is in Group B. Most of them will know it. If they are not in Group B, they have received a curtailment in previous days. But for whatever the case, they have to go and see and check and to inform, to update their contact points, their contact details, because there will be an SMS sent during the curtailment. So when there must be curtailment, we will send 3 hours before the time when they have to turn on the switches. They will receive an SMS in order to proceed to the necessary actions. I repeat, this is a sound communication procedure. The producers will be informed 2 days before. 1 day before this, there will be a confirmation, and on the very same day, they will be informed with an SMS. Let me state that it is important for everyone to respond. It is a matter for preserving the system stability. It will be a major problem for everyone, for the consumers and for the producers themselves, if the exercise does not succeed, if they do not turn on the switches. Exercise, of course, it's an obligation, yes. And what the president said, that on Sunday it was mentioned as a general rehearsal, because it is a day where we have a low load. If it is a sunny day and we have overproduction, maybe it will have to be applied from this Sunday onwards, not just on Easter. Things will be better controlled this Sunday because the load will not be so low as the one we expect for Easter Sunday. Just let me repeat that for all organizations where we belong and whose activities in the energy sector, the supreme good is not to cease providing electricity to the consumers. So the transmission system must remain alive. Consequently, since I guess we have here RES producers, we, I will not say we demand, but they understand the critical issue, the crucial issue, that they have to do their best for this good that we serve for the consumers. I understand that you will spend Easter time on your monitors and we will be at ease, we as consumers. Thank you very much. We will have a discussion afterwards with Mr. Nazos, right afterwards.
Λοιπόν, δώστε μας 15 λεπτά για να ξεκινήσουμε. Ρίξτε μια ματιά παρακαλώ εδώ, παρακαλώ. Λοιπόν, μας δίνετε 15 λεπτά, υποδέχομαι και επισήμως.
So, now I welcome officially Mr. Nazos. Mr. Nazos, as you well know, he is the Deputy CEO of PPC Group in managing energy, a very crucial issue, and it is not accidental that the PPC nominates, appoints Mr. Nazos as Deputy CEO to discuss the crucial role of energy management in the contemporary markets and the new challenges as they appear in the PPC strategy. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for this honorary invitation to speak about energy management. Let's start with this exactly. We see that you have been appointed as Deputy CEO, but the way things happen and the issue of energy becomes more and more complex, tell us how important it is for a company and for the system at large. Well, first of all, the PPC itself, with its transformation, and this point that you have put forward shows in practice what is the importance of energy management. I have been following. Unfortunately, I could not attend here, but I have been following up this conference since this morning. If I put together everything, we have seen the energy system from the viewpoint of the producer, the supplier, the consumer, the analyzer, the university, the academic. So this whole nexus is what we are called upon to manage. We are in the market. We, as Energy Management Department of the PPC, we manage our portfolios for production and supply. What has changed is that with the expansion of the corporation, we acquire assets in other countries as well. So the other countries are very important for us. And therefore, energy management, which was a department that executed a service in the company, is a crucial role. And this is what you will see as time goes by. These departments, I think this happens in all similar companies. The energy management departments are crucial elements of the energy transition, because we live in the environment where which is a matter of concern for many speakers. We are called upon to optimize something, and we become innovation carriers because we are using technological edge to make all the decisions necessary, and then we do that as PPC because we have expanded and we are looking for synergies. And through these synergies that we are looking for, we discover values that have not been fully utilized in the market. When you say synergies, in the countries where you are active, the various departments of the companies in different countries, different technologies. So all this has to be, yes, well, when a company comes, it builds a wind generator or whatever, someone has to manage that. It can be done locally, or you can look for the big picture and see what provides value. And this is what we do as PPC. I think this is very interesting. And I think the PPC has this granularity as regards the investments, the technologies and the countries and the markets, and its vertical integration. It's a very, very interesting case. But I want to ask you, managing energy and having the experience, we have not heard today, we have heard certainties about the contrary. We see today that there is a concern, a certain worry after the change of the U.S. administration, and a concern for reducing the energy cost. We see that there is a comeback of the perception that we shouldn't leave lignite aside. Would lignite have a future under any circumstances? Although the answer was given clearly yesterday afternoon when our president presented our plan, I would like to borrow an expression by Professor Kapros this morning, is that we are talking about something that is over. It is a technological withdrawals. We are here building the energy system of the future, although we have to see the problems punctually. You cannot build Rome in a day. But when we build the system of the future, you cannot look backwards. We have departed from the harbor and we are using a sailing boat. The result of this course, however, where we are having rapid penetration of the RES and we are talking about decarbonization, will the consumer see that being translated into a lower tariff price? Very nice question. Everyone admitted today, and it is written everywhere, that the RES, together with batteries, are the most economical solution. So it goes without saying that when you infuse the cheapest form of energy in the mix, you will come up with something cheap. But we tend to forget that we're talking about electricity, which all first-year students has a basic feature. It cannot be stored. We are in this transition. And since it cannot be stored, and since these are the basics, the production has to be the same as the demand, this creates volatility. And this is what we are called upon to solve. No one is complaining that at noon the price was at zero. A month ago we had a different problem. So here we are called upon to find solutions because we want this benefit, this value to roll it on to the consumer, because the consumer is not just me or the industry, it is the whole industry, it is the whole country. Because when we look at the big picture, my concern lies with the business activity of Europe. We see wars waging around us. We listen to the news about the natural gas, but this is what we try to protect. We want to live with the principles that we believe in, to have green economy, to protect the environment, to have reliability, not to have to put a candle on at noon. We want to achieve that in an economically efficient way. We are all innovating. The solution is not there. The solution appears in the market. And since as departments of energy management, we are in constant contact with the market, we can have ideas bottom up from the consumers. They provide ideas and we give birth to ideas. You mentioned storage is a crucial issue, and it is so. It is a prerequisite from what we understand, for the consumers to be able to enjoy the positive elements, the low prices, etc. But please tell me about pumped storage. You have worked on that. The PPC is the first one and the only one that has available this technology, that has handled this technology. Is it a solution? Do we have progressed adequately? Well, pumped storage is the most effective battery right now. Water is the most effective form for storing energy. We're very lucky that some people, those who built the previous energy system, provided and built these stations because it was not easy to build a dam. We are working on that. As we said yesterday, we are trying to have pumped storage even in old mines, yes, mining sites. We use that. We will use pumping even to protect our water stocks, because we don't have the water that we need with the climate crisis. But here we have the batteries that enter dynamically into play. And this will be a game changer, a major game changer. And if I may, because I heard before what was discussed by your guests about price variation, I need to say that what we say now is not new. We are discovering today what we all were discussing 15 years ago. Today, we all use very intensely the terminology of the duck curve. For those who are not experts, this started from a study, I remember, from the California operator more than 10 years ago, where they provided for that with the introduction of the RES, we will see prices that will be high, then they will drop, and when sun sets, they will skyrocket. So they put a duck because it looks like a duck curve. The next slide was something that a few people showed, is that we try to make the duck fly. So we want to align somehow the duck. And this is where the battery comes into play. The battery tries to put the duck's belly upwards and the head downwards. This is the critical role of batteries technologically. How we will perfect that is a business exercise. Do you share the view that natural gas, which is the bridging fuel, everyone acknowledges that, do you share the view that we will have a plummeting of the prices for various reasons, production of LNG, etc.? Do you believe that? Well, I trade natural gas, so I cannot share with you what I believe. What I can tell you is that if we had the same discussion a year ago or a few months ago, we would be discussing the contrary, whether we have enough natural gas. Today we're discussing whether we will be inundated with natural gas. We have to accept that we live in a world that moves very, very fast, and it is very, very volatile. We have seen painfully that we had supported as Europe our dependence on a source. This source was interrupted and we have problems. Now we are moving towards an alternative form of the same source, LNG. Therefore, the fuel is something global. Whatever discussion we are having today, and we do that already, we have to monitor what a fuel does, which is loaded on a vessel, starts in the US, wants to come to Europe, and in the middle, something happens in Asia and goes there because there is a better price. During the energy crisis, we have seen vessels that were doing circles within the Atlantic. They were not expecting anything. Their orders changed continually. So I come back because this is the topic of our discussion, energy management. We have to be able to see very responsibly because the data, all the elements that we have to analyze are very complex. It's not that easy. We have gas, we don't have, etc. We heard it before. We have to have the lights on and we have to do it economically. This means economically for the consumer. And as Professor Capra said this morning, we have to protect the investments as well, because the investments do not grow by themselves. All this is very complex. In 1.5 minutes that remains, let me ask you, and we will conclude with that. Despite the fact that Mr. Tassis, the president, analyzed that, tell us, the plan, the strategic plan for development in the markets by the PPC and the energy corridors, what is the plan behind this strategy that we see developing? Well, business-like, I think it is the obvious. When you have a big, healthy, robust company, you start to think about how you will expand and utilize your potential. An element here is that we're talking about abroad as if it were something far away. As Mr. Papageorgiou said before, the countries are coupled. Right now, Greece, when it is coupled 24 hours a day with Bulgaria and Romania, it is as if we were one big market until their borders. This is what we do. So we acquire assets in these markets so as not to have just to trade energy. That entails greater risk, but to manage to produce energy, to consume energy in a market that is interconnected. This is very important, and I want to add something because I heard some words that I didn't like, such as oligopolies in the Greek market. And I raise the question as food for thought. When we participate in the day-ahead market, so many countries, Italy is also included because it is out of order, but we have Greece, Italy, Bulgaria, Romania. The Greek market or the consumer is only competing with the domestic ones. In fact, it competes with all this nexus of participants in all the markets. Consumers, producers, traders, suppliers. So the coupling of the markets and the fact that we're in a target model and we try to see how we will implement this in the Europe of 27 leads, and I come back to your question, how this will be communicated to the consumers, how we will improve the weak points of this flow. And the more we do so, the more it will be economical for the whole, because we are a whole, not just an island, an islet. This is very important. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you for inviting me.
Να καλέσω να κάνει την εισήγησή του μια δεκάλεπτη εισήγηση.
I would now like to call Mr. Edmund Iranzis on the podium. He is the founding partner of New Energy Partners for an intervention. We look forward to your input. Thank you. We are very glad to participate this year as well in this very important event. And every year we contribute a slightly different standpoint, that of a Greek independent investor. We are a Greek independent investor in energy transition, and therefore we look at investments not through the perspective of a vertically integrated player or a developer or a supplier or developer that wants to buy and sell licenses, but rather functioning as again an independent investor looking at the ROI for our investors. We started off with the large set of goals. In our understanding, energy transition has the broadest concept and meaning possible. It involves renewables, energy saving, new fuels, and of course new technologies. Over the last years, we have experienced trends being established. These trends affect the strategy of an independent investor as we are. These trends point to a large quantity of installed capacity. One reads that nearly 30 gigawatts are installed or have received connection terms. The NECP talks also about 28.5 gigawatts until 2035. From a round zero in year 2006, we have come to a point where 56% of our energy demands are covered by renewables. We export energy and we also waste energy. at zero or nearly zero prices. Storage will be a reality since as of 2026, 2027, and the economics are not yet, they don't adapt, they're not identifiable. So it is clear to us that investing in a wind farm alone brings no value to an independent investor like us. And then, within a short period of time, some groups have grown excessively in Greece. And one might claim that there is no room for investments, no room for initiatives in the Greek market. And I would like to follow up on the previous speaker who said things that are extremely important to us: the bottom-up approach, new markets, and technology. These are three aspects that are continuously progressing and bring value. In our understanding, energy transition is primarily not a transition to a renewable energy source generation, but rather a transition to a new production model. In our view, energy transition is a first-class opportunity for Greek engineers and Greek minds to generate wealth. In our view, energy transition is awareness raising with many energy consumers, off-takers, that they themselves are able to produce energy and make themselves independent of external sources. Therefore, we focus on added value projects. What is added value? Self-generation, self-production, and energy saving. And added value is also cross business activities. And we think that there is a growing potential in waste management, in using energy for supporting, for example, forest management and biomass management. And this is what cross business activities means, namely supporting new ways of agriculture, where the new energy method supports decarbonization and production of byproducts, which in turn can be sold at a high added value. We do not consider energy to be a single source of revenue, but rather as a starting point for a profitable business activity. In this sense, we have turned ourselves towards the new opportunities of biomass and hydrogen, new storage capacities, use of heat for industrial purposes. Very few focus on heat production. That is a huge sector of energy production. Most concentrate themselves on natural gas and electricity. Heat production has been disregarded by most. And then the energy treatment of waste produced by the industry that could lead to added energy cost savings for the industry. And last but not least, the question of alternative fuels. There is a reason why hydrocarbons have been prevalent for more than 100 years. They're very light in weight, they have light content, and they're easy to transport. This cannot be replaced easily. We will be struggling to replace them with new fuels, with the same characteristics, nevertheless produced in a different way and not depending on exports. And then the favorite question of the Greeks: where is the state? I believe that since 2006, when the law was established, was adopted, and feed-in tariffs were introduced, many years, 15 years, more than 19 years have gone by. And within this period of time, we have progressed. We have a huge progress. Is it a straight line? No. No course in the human history is a straight line. Nevertheless, a tremendous change has occurred. And in the business sector, yet another shift has been introduced. And since it has been very helpful, I would like to touch upon it. Namely, the contribution of the state aid and the support of the state aid in generating and producing funds that invest in all sectors of the Greek economy. And of course, the rival of the good is being better. What we would like to see is a interdisciplinarity, farming policy, agriculture, forest policy and waste management interconnections. We would also like to see initiatives in terms of simplifying self-production. There is high value there, hidden there. We would also like to see integration of alternative storage methods besides pumped storage and batteries within the regulatory authority, and we would also like to see a homogenization of many regulations that are dispersed across the tax law, the energy law, etc. And last but not least, a set and based on a process, a method based on rules that would enable us to build on the good reality, on a good and bottom-up based reality, in a reality where some at the bottom can be more vocal than others. And I guess if that could happen in a more coordinated way, that would be for the better. Thank you.
We're part of a world on the move. During a moment in time, unlike any other. At PwC, we're embracing new ways of thinking, to see things from new angles, and we're bringing purpose to all we do, working each day to build trust and solve important problems. But we can't look forward without seeing where we've come. We have a story to tell. It's the story of our year. At PwC, we're drawing from the wide range of capabilities our people bring from 149 countries. Our focus on business model reinvention helps companies navigate global shifts and reimagine how they're creating value. We're not afraid to try new things. At PwC, we've seen the power of AI and how it's transforming the way we live and work, opening doors we may not have known were there. We've built award-winning tech alliances with some of the world's biggest innovative companies and continue to expand our own reach, investing nearly $1.5 billion to grow and scale our AI capabilities across our global network. At PwC, we understand the urgent need to take climate action. It's not just about checking a box. There are plenty of opportunities when a business puts sustainability at the top of the agenda. This year, we're proud to be recognized as a global leader in ESG and sustainability. And at the foundation of all business continues to be trust. It's the rock on which a strong business is built. At PwC, we're helping our clients build trust in what matters to their business. From cloud security to sustainability performance, trust remains a key component to strong markets. There have been challenges, but there have also been strides forward in the story of our year. We're excited and optimistic about the future as we write our next chapter.
Good afternoon. We thank you for your participation. We are nearing the end of a long, but I believe interesting day. Once more, we happen to discuss very topical issues. In the previous panel, we heard many of the challenges relating to the operation of energy markets, management of the energy, issues of cost and impact on the players in the market and the consumers. And I think that in this panel that I have the pleasure to moderate, many parts of this puzzle will be discussed and analyzed. I have the great pleasure to have here Mrs. Anastasia Riga, President of the RES and GO operator, TAPEP, Mr. Antonopoulos, President of SEPA, Mr. Manolis Kalaidakis, Director of Strategy and Business Development from the Energy Exchange, Mr. Michos, General Director for Operations, Infrastructure and Market of ADMIA, and Mr. Yannis Papamikrouleas, Head of Energy Transactions of DEPA. So, welcome, and let's start with a general comment on the issues pertaining to risk management in energy markets. There are a lot of challenges. I think a lot of the topics have been raised pertaining to the PPAs, hedging, etc. Ms. Riga, in this framework, what is the role and what are the challenges ahead? Thank you very much for this invitation. The truth is that the RES and GO operator, DAPEP, has a major role in the energy exchange. That is, it is managing a large portfolio compared to the other players. It has qualitative-wise a smaller participation. It does not submit build quantities, and since it participates only in the intraday market, its role is limited. It is limited in as regards risk management. The way our role is, our main topic is to minimize risk and ensure the sustainability of the RES account and the sustainability of our customers. We do not have to undertake major risks compared to the other players. The market has risks, and in a previous panel I heard Mr. Papakonstantinou ask from the political leadership to allow for even greater risks, that is, to let the market regulate and operate itself. I don't disagree with what he says, but the role of the RES and GO operator is somehow different. The way the market and the exchange work has a major importance for our customers, quote unquote, that is the producers of RES, the prices, the distortions created, the way the market works, the way we try to deal with these distortions, the investment profile of the other players are important for us. everything is important because they shape the broader picture where we have to participate. But right now we have a limited role as regards our influence. During the last year, I would say, what we see with the zero and negative prices, of course, they burden the RES operator and the LAPE RES special account. The same will happen with curtailments, I think. Already we have had the ministerial decision, and there was a reference before as to how we will handle this issue of curtailments. The DAPEP will have to implement a complex mechanism as provided for in the ministerial decision, and from the implementation and the success of this implementation, the issue of curtailments will be decided, and therefore the course of the markets. This is interconnected. We will try to do our best. I wish we had more tools and more possibilities, such as the ones by the other players who undertake more risks, but they have more resources. I think no one denies that. If we had higher resources, we would be able to be on an equal footing, players on an equal footing in the market, since we have a very large portfolio. Only the old contracts that we represent in the exchange are approximately 5,000 megawatts. So we have the lion's share in the exchange. So in this sense, I wish in the next discussion about risk management that we will have to be able to tell you about more tools available. Yes, thank you. I understand, and this direction is very positive. That is that DAPEP is more extrovert, more outward-looking, maybe not immediately, but in the medium and long term, it could have a tool where its participation in the energy markets will be more efficient and more flexible, I would say, listening about the situation in the other markets. Mr. Antonopoulos, a first comment on this discussion. May I comment on what I heard before? I have the view that DAPEP has undertaken a major risk due to its position and due to the fact that it does not enter actively in the markets. It sustains a major risk. If you enter the markets, you will reduce your risk. You will not increase it, I believe. Now, let me start with something that drew my attention some time ago. In a foreign company in the Balkans, I met the position of regulatory originator. It is the person that tries to find products and customers for the company. Regulatory originator is not something that I had heard before, and it is a big European company. So I asked them what this is, and they told me that it is someone who examines the regulatory changes and tries to find opportunities for the company to exploit in order to promote this. I was impressed by the fact that this position exists, but on the other hand, I was not impressed because in Greece and in the broader area, we are dealing with the government gazette publications and the various regulations than with the market themselves. We are government gazette traders, as I say to my team. But this is not so funny, because the regulatory risk, which is so big, is a risk that you cannot cover with market products. It can be covered in different ways, but not with the market products. And it sort of creates a vicious circle. What is this vicious circle? By trying to face these regulatory changes and impediments that you find before you, you adopt behaviors that are not logical. with an observer's eye, and therefore you deviate from the normal operation of a market. And to come to the basic question, issues such as liquidity, etc., things that we would need to do our job, come second. They have a lesser impact on our daily life than the consultation about the merchant matters or whatever it is. All the topics that we see all the time. And quite often we are operating against the economic rationale of a normal observer, I mean. And this is interpreted as being a speculator or as not doing our job or as doing something evil that we have to check. So we have created a market which gives indications that are problematic. Liquidity that does not increase despite the efforts. The exchange will tell us, of course. We don't have innovation, no new products, because no one is interested, in fact. And finally, we have bigger cost, higher cost. And maybe this is the cost of the regulatory risk. Maybe it is a cost of a risk that we undertake because we cannot cover it. So at the end of the day, we have a more vulnerable system. Markets that face major challenges, bigger challenges, and are very vulnerable. Here we are fragile, vulnerable, and we become more and more so. The regulatory is the most basic problem in the market, I believe. And the source of this goes a bit deeper. We feel that we don't like the markets. The markets have uncertainties. They create winners and losers, but without intervening in the process. The winner will be the one that has the best practices, the faster, etc., etc. And we don't like that. Another bad thing that the markets have is that they stress our weaknesses. They stress our mistakes and they become very intense, and they seem to reveal our inadequacy. Theoretically, on the other hand, we want innovation. We want our organizations to be efficient. The problem is that they will not become efficient by themselves. I claim that the uncertainty of the market, although sounding a paradoxical thing, will make our companies more robust and our markets stronger. So if I had to conclude now, my message would be give one more chance to the market and good things will come. Things that we will discuss will be a result of this market being able to work, to operate. Thank you very much for this initial comment, and maybe on the next round we can discuss, Mr. Antonopoulos, with more specific examples about tools and how we can use them. Just let me joke that since we have a regulatory originator abroad, there was a need for this position in other countries, in other markets. They have faced these problems, such as the ones that we have faced here. I'm saying this because we think that we are sui generis and only here these things happen. If I may abuse of your time, in Romania, they celebrated because they reduced taxation from 98% to 90%, and now it will become 80% for the traders. And they are very happy. I mean, we are not alone in this world. I think we will have the opportunity to discuss this on a higher level. That is, at least the timing helps for these new tools, which seem to pave the way, the regulatory framework, and see how these tools will work when we have higher RES penetration, new operations, and new rules for the markets. I think that we have in front of us, I keep the positive formulation. This uncertainty and volatility can make us much more powerful in the domestic market for the companies that will participate. Mr. Kalaitzakis, you have the floor for a first comment.
Hello. I would like to talk about a range of our company in risk management and our company's efforts over the recent years. I would start off with the PPA platform that went live in December 2024. Right now, 16 participants are enrolled, further 7 members are in the pipeline, will enroll with the platform going forward. Hence, the first impediment as to whether we will be able to attract interest has been one, within the platform itself, which is actually a place to express interest. Trading, it does not take place. You can express interest, a counterparty can be interested in that, and then a matching might occur. We're very impressed by the fact that 2/3 of the transactions are buy transactions rather than sell transactions, as we would expect in binary options. And in these transactions, in these offers, bids, we see a concept of long-term contracts, those selling, whereas those buying would be interested in a 5-year commitment. A transaction is therefore characterized by a certain clarity, and our department, selling department, works towards that direction to attract interest both domestically and abroad, enlarging and expanding our clientele basis to off-takers and developers. This is a first class chance for the NX and for us as well. We have positive messages so far, and we look forward to the evolvement of this platform until the end of the year. Now, specifically in terms of renewables, when a developer is aware of the capex and knows the variable cost or the marginal cost that it characterizes RES, then we think that this can be an opportunity for hedging. PPAs provide such an opportunity by nature. All the more considering that sellers need this agreement in order to finance their projects. Nevertheless, from a point in time onwards, I'm not aware whether this is hedging. You cut consumption, but you have sold your product. I don't know whether this is true for the 7-year period onwards. I don't know if this applies to all companies. And when it comes to the spot electricity market, the 15-minute slots will be a reality as of mid-June. Very important opportunities for some to have a better positioning in terms of the 15-minute slots. This will be facilitators for energy storage as well. Considering here the go live in June, we have growing interest from independent vendors who would like to bring their products to our platforms and achieve a compliance to our system. This applies to companies that are doing business in the alco trading segment. This is another important step towards the maturity of our market. The derivative market, well, you know, it has a relatively low cash flow, and we need to acknowledge that we find ourselves in a regional market, a regional country, where underlying is not has not the same momentum as in other countries. The whole market of the Greek derivative is 10 megawatt hours, and our market was 60 at 60. the Central Europe market in turn, where these products are used for hedging, and where the Greek underline cannot be used for in a 40 gigawatt hour local market. They have a turnover of 160 gigawatt hours, terawatt hours. You have structural problems there. This is starting statement of my part, if you'd like. Thank you. And building on what you said, I guess it is a question of maturity and of cash flow of the markets. But perhaps the market players might agree or disagree. There was not such a need to develop those products in the Greek energy market that it is growing progressively. And perhaps the necessity is now greater than the regulatory framework initiatives, and therefore we are trying to speed up. Let me just add that in the NX group, we focus on attracting companies from abroad, because we do believe that this exchange of policies and traditions is very important to achieve a better mix of players in the market. I would now like to pass the floor to Mr. Michos. Hello. I am representing HETNO. I'm the General Manager for Operation, Infrastructure and Market with IPTO, with a TSO, where we are also operating the older forward market in Greece, namely auctions for long-term allowances in interconnections to transfer energy and in cross-border to this end. And it is well known that auctions are being carried out every year to provide rights, to grant rights, and these auctions take place on the second 15 days of November. And then you have the middle of the previous month the auctions for the 2-month allowances, and then any remaining allowances might be auctioned at day -1, D-1. The scope of forward products includes 2,100 megawatts outwards and 2,100 megawatts inwards. 500 relate to the interconnection with Italy, whereas the rest relates to interconnections with Albania, North Macedonia, Italy, and Romania and Turkey. At this corner of the world, we know that there are 2 countries, neighboring countries, EU members, Italy and Bulgaria. For those, auctions take place through an auction center, the so-called CHAO auction office, joint allocation office or auction office, I'm not quite sure of the name, which carries out the auctions for all EU member states, whereas with vis-à-vis third countries, Turkey, North Macedonia and Albania, auctioning is carried out through CAO, that is seated in Montenegro. There are further changes between the management of allocation of allowances of those systems, and has to do with whether or the way that allowances will be used or not by those buying them, by the buyer, whether because they transferred them or resold them or never used them. In this case, they are entitled to a compensation. Depending on the interconnection, a share of that amount flows into 10 to 15% flows into annual auctions and the rest to monthly auctions, whereas in the rest of the cases we have 40% for the annual share. The turnover is quite high. Money paid by participants range from year to year, depending on interest in imports and exports, might range from 30 to 90 millions a year. This is not TSO revenue. It is rather used to boost new interconnections. Since this is the very cause of doing it, you are introducing tolls in order to build new connections. There's always congestion, that is more demand than supply. There are more buying than selling. And if rights are not used, they are used to reduce the charge for network use paid by the consumers and consumers for IPTO. This forward market is very successful. It has been running over 20 years. Players use them either to guarantee their participation and the transfer of energy, or many use them also for hedging. Combining them also with energy amounts they have obtained in a country or in another country, forward market products are used in this way and resemble other energy exchanges abroad. And I hope that forward energy markets will continue to be successful as we are in the cross-border segment. Thank you. Thank you for this initial intervention, Mr. Michos, in terms of these cross-border transactions. I might dare to say that cross-border PPA necessity might occur and how this can be used to hedge the exposure to those countries. Perhaps this might be a tool for the market, or just another tool for the market. Indeed, there is interest for that. You know, those that want to deal with PPAs and cross-border PPAs call for a change. Instead of annual allowances, they call for a 2-year or 3-year range. There is a discussion about that in the JAO and the Joint Allocation Office, and well, the Balkan region has an interim allocation office, auction office in place that will gradually will be assimilated by the Joint Auction Office in Luxembourg. Thank you. Mr. Papamikrouleas, you have the floor for an initial intervention. Thank you.
It is a great pleasure for me to be here. If we try to review succinctly the energy markets from 2009 onwards, no one will disagree in this room that we have entered a new normality that has to do with the energy market in Greece and in Europe, possibly the global scene. The month ahead product is a representative indicator because it reflects the volatility of this new reality, from COVID to the energy crisis. from closing at 10 to 15 euros up to 300 euros. Now we have reached 2024, when the price was, for the bigger part of the year, around 35 euros. And this was a clear form of stabilization. Yet, in 2025, 35 has gone up to 45. And this is an increase that incorporates both geopolitical risks, changes in the fundamentals of supply and demand, and also is also related to the new competition. Just two figures, or three. If we take the first 50 trading days of 2025, one will see that 8 out of 50 days had an absolute day variation above 5%. The closure of the day compared to the settlement was plus or minus 5%. 12 out of the 50 days had a variation above 3%. 12 out of 50, 24% that is. 1 out of 4 days we have plus minus 3%. And just 8 days were with a variation with less than 1%. So having said this, the role of hedging, of risk management, the role of hedging is a central one, not in order to ensure, to secure the margins, but for the financial stability of the companies. It is very important, and this is what I want us to keep, that is, to fine-tune the portfolios of the energy companies. And this can happen only through risk management. Hedging is done by analysis, by options, and the necessary actions. And I will keep what you said. These tools for hedging is not a side product. It is embedded in the portfolio and in the strategy. And the product itself incorporates these tools, or should incorporate these tools, in order to have a smoother operation. I believe from the initial comments of all of you, we have covered, if not all, the great majority of the challenges that we see on the central level: regulatory changes, regulatory framework, new rules, new participants, new tools, new platforms, new challenges, successful examples of tools that have proven their value. I would like all of you, keeping some points that are of great interest, such as the use of PPA, the great penetration of RES, tools that have not yet been tried, that is, response to demand, or the importance of storage units. And at the same time, seeing the development, the evolution of the prices, the volatility, as we call it, what is the most important challenge / opportunity for the next time, and what is the dynamics that we can have in the Greek, in the domestic market? I would like to start with you, Mrs. Riga. I would like to make a brief reference to PPAs. This is a discussion that has started during the last 3 or 4 years. It is on the table all the time, but until December, when, as Mr. Kalaitzakis said, the platform, the exchange's platform operation started, we did not have data, or we had limited data as to how the consumers, what are the PPAs that the consumers have. The organization of this system by the exchange is a very good step to face a great part of the challenges. In the PEP, we have seen that there is a good response towards this initiative by very many producers. And we have seen that because when in March 2023, the opportunity was given for a 2-year suspension of the contracts that they had with us, the overwhelming majority of those who could suspended for 2 years the contract with us in order to have a PPA and participate in the exchange. So it is clear that there is a great interest on behalf of the producers. Quite often I hear that the contracts that you have in the PEP, differential addition, etc., is a form, differential CFD, is a form of PPA. It is, but the security for the other party is much higher. And I am a lawyer and I see things a bit differently. So it is good to agree on the prices and the duration, but I would say let's read also the small print on the contracts, because when we have the state, we have seen that the 20 years go by smoothly. Okay, except 2014. When we have long-term contracts between private parties whose objective is the profit, and justifiably so, we should be careful about every detail. And I hope that we will not have to take this into the case law. Let's hope that you will not have to deal with that in a expressive manner. Mr. Andonopoulos. The greatest, the most important point is the penetration of the RES. RES means volatility, so short-term volatility. The fact that we have a greater stochastic production that we have to do something with means that there will be tools developed, there will be efforts for optimization. The volatility in these short periods will be very high, and the tools created will be algos, robots, AI. So we have to get ready for that. We have to get ready to give the space to companies to cover the exposure they will have in these markets and the opportunity to use these tools. This is the crucial point, I think. Thank you, Mr. Adonopoulos. Mr. Kalaitzakis, for me, the important impediment that we have before us is to achieve the green transition with terms of a free market. I don't say that there shouldn't be subsidies to new technologies and to new efforts, but the direction is free markets. I was very happy to hear, Dimitris, that in JAO there are discussions about more long-term transmission allowances, because this would help the cross-border PPAs. Bulgaria, for instance, shows increased interest, and they treat it as a proxy product with a Greek company, because they know that they can conclude such an allowance, but they cannot do it for 3 or 4 years ahead. In the exchange, we believe that for the next step, as Ms. Riga said, the counterparty is very important, and we believe that the Greek state has a role to play, undertaking part of the guarantees that are needed in order to clear the PPAs centrally. And this is something asked by the European Commission in a directive. We are working in order to have new content in the platform, something that will help those who have access to see where some metrics pertaining to PPAs move about, and acknowledging what Yannis said about the front math, which is an important contract, a front math product with natural delivery and a balance of math product for natural gas. This is something that we didn't have until today. And I would like to make a summary of 2024 as regards the members of our markets. We increased them to 24. We had 11 new members in the spot market, and we reached 75. In natural gas, we reached 43. So there is an important effort in order to have this promotion of hedging culture and to have this cross-pollination and to offer the best products available. Thank you very much. Mr. Mijos, I would like to talk about the challenges arising from the great penetration of RES and the solutions provided by the balancing market. We can have RES, allocated RES portfolios in the balancing market, although we have granted them the possibility. This has not happened so far. We did not have a true participation, but we believe that with the changes on the ceiling and the negative prices, we will have a greater participation. Consequently, a big part of balancing production and demand will be done in the right way, that is through the market. And it is very important to have flexible forms for absorption or infusion of energy participating. And one such tool is the response, the demand response. This was given since September 2022, but again, we had a delay in participation. But the number of participants has gradually increased. We have reached 350 megawatts participating. I believe, however, that it is necessary to increase the participation so as to have an increase of competition in order to have the prices drop. The prices for some of these products are extremely high. But it's the future that is to have in the balancing market the RES and demand, because this is one of the most flexible forms that we can have helping to balancing. Thank you.
And I think this is the what Mr. Adenopoulos noticed, how the regulatory framework progresses and what signals it provides to the various markets. I guess we need a continuity here. And indeed, although the market provides the possibility for some players to secure such instruments, perhaps they haven't done so, and then through the new possibilities and options of the market, perhaps this will create greater fluctuation. And I guess we all believe that volatility in those prices shapes a more sound economy, or perhaps this is where we want to head to. Mr. Papamerikouleas, well, in principle, let me note that we're talking about hedging and risk management. This, per se, is a signal, denotes that hedging is not done sufficiently, to a sufficient extent. It is not only the existence of sufficient tools to blame here. Of course, we're lacking tools, but where such tools are not available, participants can trade through directly or through banks and credit institutions providing such services. They are able to limit their exposure. Let me just touch upon two aspects. One has to do with the low liquidity in some products. There is hardly any liquidity, there is hardly any trade being done, and this has repercussions for those that want to participate in this market. This is the one thing, and culture is another thing. You know, many say that hedging lost the hedging part in a physical delivery product lost, whereas the hedging party lost, whereas the other party won. And one might say, think, why should I why should I hedge? But this is biased. This is a biased approach. Hedging should be perceived as a systemic methodological approach, and it has multifaceted benefits throughout time. Hedging is beneficial. I fully agree with that, and I do believe a common denominator is that all those participating in the market, the developers, suppliers, and off-takers, have to engage those tools in their arsenals and integrate them into their strategies. And I guess this is something you all five highlighted today. Yes, it applies to generators, to producers, to aggregators, to suppliers. It applies to all. Yes, thank you. Excellent. I think we are on time and it is late in the afternoon. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion.
Δύναμη της φύσης, το μέλλον της ενέργειας, η ενεργειακή αυτονομία της Ευρώπης. Η πολιτεία καθοδηγεί την ανάπτυξη και την αειφόρο καινοτομία με επενδύσεις που εξασφαλίζουν την εθνική πορεία για το αύριο. Κεφαλαιοποιούμε τη δύναμη της φύσης σε όλες τις μορφές της για να κινηθούμε προς το μέλλον με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον και την κοινωνία. Εξασφαλίζουμε τις επενδύσεις στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας, την προστασία του περιβάλλοντος και τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη με πράσινη, φθηνή και καθαρή ενέργεια για όλους. Υποστηρίζουμε την επέκταση των ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας, παρέχοντας τα αναγκαία κεφάλαια για να κάνουμε το επόμενο βήμα. Εργαζόμαστε με υπευθυνότητα και αφοσίωση και συνεργαζόμαστε στενά με τους εταίρους μας σε ευρωπαϊκό και εθνικό επίπεδο. Υλοποιούμε τις δεσμεύσεις της πολιτείας για να οδηγήσουμε την πράσινη μετάβαση και την ενεργειακή αυτονομία. Με γνώμονα την αειφορία και το σεβασμό προς το περιβάλλον, συμβάλλουμε στην εθνική προσπάθεια να εξασφαλιστούν οι ενεργειακές ανάγκες των επόμενων γενεών, οδηγώντας τη χώρα σε έναν κόσμο πιο πράσινο, καθαρό και βιώσιμο. Είμαστε ο αρρωγός της πολιτείας, στηρίζοντας την ενέργεια του αύριο για μια ισχυρή και βιώσιμη Ελλάδα σήμερα. ΔΑΠΕΕΠ, διαχειριστής ανανεώσιμων πηγών ενέργειας και εγγυήσεων προέλευσης. Επενδύουμε σε ένα καθαρό και βιώσιμο μέλλον.
Λοιπόν, και φτάνουμε στο τέλος της πρώτης ημέρας.
We are approaching the end of the first day. We have left for the end an excellent presentation by someone who is the living history of hydrocarbons in Greece. It's Dinos Nicolaou who is honoring us. He's a geologist on oil. He has served in many positions. I'm saying this for the people who participated in the previous panel. Okay, we have less participants in the audience, but I believe that online, on the web, there are some thousands who are watching. So I call upon Dinos Nicolaou, Research and Production of Hydrocarbons in Greece, 2011-2025, Doing and Undoing, Building and Destroying the Impact. Good afternoon, everyone. As you see on the title, it's Doing and Undoing, the research on hydrocarbons. I come from a sector which, unfortunately, is still having 80% of the global energy balance together with coal. During the last 15 years, more than 9.5 trillion have been invested in the areas which have 4%, represent 4%. Now, the hustle started 2 months ago, on the 25th of January, when Chevron, that you heard, had to express interest for areas south of the Peloponnese. As you can see on the map, we're talking about this area here, the red area. Again, they celebrated. President Trump has just been sworn with the famous drill baby drill. And since here we had to follow the fashion with politics baby politics, we announced Chevron. Chevron is looking into that. It expressed its interest 2 months ago, and now for the area southern of Crete. The areas, the plots we had. From 2011, we had a restart. And gradually we started, and in 2014 we had 14 areas, 14 concessions. In 2019 we had 14, as we see on the maps. 2014 we had 3, 2019 we had 14, and in 2025 we had withdrawals. Repsol, Total, Ioannina, Arta, Preveza, Etolokardania were abandoned in western Patras, and we had a freezing of southern Corfu and western of Katakolo. So we stopped, we undid what we had done. From chopping to changing. Here on this map we see all the contracts and how we had the withdrawals, etc. The most important thing, the most crucial, and we will see what are the main prerequisites in order to have effective research. Research requires know-how, important capital, important funds, and investment risk management. Most drills fail. Each drill might cost $50 million, and in other seas 100, 150. Most of them fail. We need to have the proper investment climate and environment. And we need to have political will. That is, the government, the state determines the rules of the game. This must ensure stability, continuity, and consistency. What happened? And we had the undoing. The contracts are 7-year contracts. After that time, you have to go. You have a right to ensure plus 50% of the time. The most crucial features that we had to Greece were delays. No drills were made. You have heard that there would be drills, that they would discover billions of barrels of oil and trillions of cubic meters of gas, and nothing. There was an impossibility to complete the contractual plans, and the extensions of contractual time was a frequent phenomenon. And at the end, the contractual time was exhausted. The problems that we had here in Greece, and I have experienced them in first hand, was the recourses to court, objections to justice, 2 and 3 years. The interventions by third parties, especially the environmental specialists and environmental organizations. Security issues. In Western Greece, in Epirus, in Etolokarnania, there were mines from the war. Therefore, they had to remove the mines. This created delays. The delays of the public sector to deliver the data. Deliveries in environmental licensing. You know it better than I do. In 107 days, they had to finish. In 107 years, they would not finish. We had also the forest maps problems, ensuring licensed ports, etc. Right now, on the sea, you cannot drill because you have to ensure a harbor which has a license for harboring this activity. Today, there is no such harbor. Why, don't you ask, why ExxonMobil has not have a drill? No harbor is supporting it. There is no support. And these are huge problems. And of course, the contractual time ran out. The only true cure, and we said it to Mr. Stefatou and to the government, give back the lost time. The contractors are not to blame. So even those who are fighting against this will understand that they will get back the time. They did nothing. The companies left. I have shown you the names and the data. What did the state do to correct this? And this is where we're talking about undoing. Mr. Dendias, who is the Minister for Foreign Affairs, in 2022 told us that Greece will not become an El Dorado. The research will not go on. The Prime Minister, at the end of 2022, had reservations regarding the Katakolo issues, because we're talking about oil and natural gas. It is a covered sediment. If these companies find oil, what will they do with that? Will they drink it? I mean, the Prime Minister gave the start. Let's go to the other side. In 2019, Syriza signed 3 big contracts, ExxonMobil, Total, all together. Again, celebrations. On this picture, we have the former Prime Minister. Mr. Stathakis is laughing. He's signing officially. This happened on the 27th of June 2019. Elections were held. The government changed. The contracts went to the parliament. Those who signed them voted against those contracts. So, what do you expect? In Greece, there is a misunderstanding, and I'm saying this today. This is a paper in the minutes. There is a disregard for the scientific approach. And there was a creation of undocumented expectations, the billions of barrels. Every objective, every target, these are targets for research. And the same for the target above. Some people translated all this into billions of barrels. So they thought that they could place the carriage before the oxen. In the US, there is Anadarko, a big company, which it has a sign which reads Omnia Bona Quod Perfora. All the objectives are good until they are punctured, until they are drilled. And we go to the most important point, the issues of national sovereignty. Here we have the 2 memoranda. One is the Turkish-Libyan agreement, the memorandum, the small one. So this short line is the Turkish-Libyan memorandum. Turkey has never recognized sovereign rights for the islands, despite the international law. And then we have the Hellenic Egyptian, which was taken to the UN and defined the continental shelf between Greece and Egypt. This is very important. More important, however, it was done, but we did not consider it as important. Here you see the plots of ExxonMobil. This is the median line between Crete and Libya. As law 4001 of 2011 states, this was the consolidation of our sovereign rights, and that was the castration of the claims of Turkey, that the islands do not have a continental shelf. The same goes on today with the announcements about southern of Crete. And I have here the concession map for the concessions of 2014. The speaker is getting distance from the microphone, unfortunately. These plots here were an object of concession. They were proven infertile. No one came because they were small. Today, Chevron asked for these big areas, 40,000 square kilometers. We cannot know if there are hydrocarbons there. Theoretically, yes, but practically we do not know it. And systematic research has to be conducted. And they asked for these plots. From 2015-16, I told them, since we had this line here, this magical line, the southern limits, I told them to let them open door until someone comes who is interested to take them. And after 10 years, we have Chevron and indeed asked for them. This is how you can consolidate your sovereign rights. And this is how Turkey is violating our sovereign rights, the sovereign rights of Greece. This is very, very important for the history of the thing, and something else that was not done. And you will see that there will be no drillings in Block 2 in the Ionian Sea. I was working in Cyprus, in Egypt, in Israel. When the countries delineate their exclusive economic zones and their continental shelves, they make an agreement of co-exploitation, the unitization agreement. This is a joint exploitation. If a sediment is extending in the other countries, the yellow circle, in Greece and Italy, there must be a unitization agreement between the countries. Here, the bright minds of the Greek states said that the companies should do that. They omitted it, and they will find it in front of them. This is why there is always extensions for Block 2. No one will go and drill there because Italy says this is a protected area. These are things that have not been taken into account. They have not been studied. And of course, we are very few here. You know that I am Cypriot. I'm a Greek Cypriot. I am from Famagusta, which is under occupation. Northern Cyprus is under occupation. It is being occupied since 1974, Northern Cyprus. And Turkey has established this pseudo-state under the name Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus and has been trying for 50 years, for 43 years, to have it recognized. Those who recognized it in words, maybe they say it was wrong. It was not a mistake, an orthographic mistake. It has to do with country under occupation, homeland under occupation. And these are mistakes that cannot be excused, cannot be deleted. And this is how I would like to end my presentation before you. Thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, με την τελευταία αυτή πραγματικά ενδιαφέρουσα και ενδιαφέρουσα εντυπωσιακή ομιλία.
With this last very impressive paper by Mr. Nicolaou, whom we thank for opting to have it here, and you will have this paper and you can see it and watch it on Energypress together with the video. So with this, we have reached the end of the first day. Thank you very much for your presence. We thank our 1,000 attendees who are watching from home. And tomorrow morning, we will have the second day of a, we hope, interesting conference. Thank you very much.